kind of figured out as we go. But let's get through the other one.
Counselor, hello. Good, how are you doing?
So far, I'm okay. But we have a lot here today. And what's the
We
time?
got a
So we have to get to
big
meeting.
day. Looks like we have a quorum.
Which ones do you have motions
Right now, I've got item 5. Counselor Fillion has a number of amendments, which is the neighborhoods one. I'll give you his amendments, actually. You didn't send me anything, is that correct?
for?
Oh,
Unfortunately.
actually, I'm working on one for you, for the Tippett Road. Is that correct?
Tippett is that, and there's two parts to Tippett. That one from Brian. This one. As well. That's all.
Tippett?
Yeah.
Okay, can I have this? I'll work on them later on when I get a chance. I've got item, well, I'm not sure about these, actually. Good morning, how you doing? Good. Some surprises this morning? Or was that a weekend surprise?
Brown letter,
Well, that was last week's surprise.
and they should comment on that. It's the same as comment on the Adam Brown letter on Tippett.
Oh, legal should comment on it, you mean?
Planning, Joan Adams.
Oh,
The one that we sent you was to have
yeah, I haven't received it, so I'm just looking at it now.
not this one, the second one.
Yes?
The letter from Adam Brown, Executive of City Planning for consideration, supervisors from Adam Brown and
Oh, Adam Brown and
And
Goodman's Sherman.
David Bronskill.
Okay.
But is
Yeah. I think it's being printed as we speak.
So why don't we get this going and while we're talking, where's our
Sorry. Sweet, where did everybody go? Good morning. Would members of the Planning and Growth Management Committee please report to Committee Room 1 for quorum?
Sorry, I need Counselor DiCiano and I need Counselor Fillion to come, one of them to come to the room for quorum, please.
Making a photocopy? Can somebody do that for me?
So we'll call the meeting to order. The first order of business is declaration of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. Seeing none, we'll move on. Confirmation of minutes of the October 8th meeting. Moved by Councillor Wong Tam. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. We have the agenda then in front of us. So, going through the agenda, the first item, PG 8.1, audio-visual recordings of Committee of Adjustment meetings. Suggested disposition is to recommend that council adopt the recommendations of staff report. Moved by, do we have a speaker? Oh, Miroslav wanted to speak to that. Hang on, Miroslav, we're going through the agenda first. We'll hang on for you. So we'll hold that down. Item 8.2, Toronto Planning Review Panel. That's a presentation, brief one that our chief planner wanted to give. When she's here, I'm sure we'll be able to receive that. Item number 8.3, 900, 916, 920 Caledonia Road. That's a 945. Item 9.4, proposed technical amendments to bylaw 569213.
Recommended staff.
That's for 10 o'clock. What I have to my colleagues here is, because it's technical, I asked staff to prepare a list of what they actually meant. So you can see that they actually are minor in nature, and I'll have the clerk just drop off a copy to you, because when you read them, they are very minor. But when I was looking at it, I wasn't quite sure what they all were. So we'll have that circulated to you, and then we can deal with that at 10 o'clock. Item 8.5, official plan 5-year review. Final recommendations. There are speakers on it, so we'll hold that down. Eight 8.6, Tippett Road area regeneration study. There are speakers on that. Item 8.7, Steels Redley regeneration area study. There are speakers on that. Item 8.8, area-specific amendment applications concerning electronic signs, Chapter 694. There are speakers for that. We're very popular today. Item 8.9, Finch Avenue West and Shepherd Avenue East corridors, planning study approach. There are some motions that I think wanted to come forward from the local council. We're going to hold that for the moment. Item 8.10, Mimico Judson Regeneration Area Study Directions Report. That is the one that Councillor Grimes would like that deferred to the January meeting. Councillor Campbell, you're moving that? So we'll move to defer item 8.10 to the January meeting of Planning and Growth. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Item 8.11, Profile Toronto Housing Occupancy Trends.
That's going to come to the January meeting as well, Mr. Chair.
That's going to come back to the January, so it's adopt the recommendations in the report to receive this for information, and we'll have it in January. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Townhouse and low-rise apartment guidelines. That one was. I've got a motion for speakers.
Yep.
The intention with that one, with the townhouse guidelines that I had, was to bring that back in January. Is there a motion that has been drafted for that yet or not?
And Councillor DeChano has a motion he's working on with staff, so.
Okay. So we'll hold that for the moment. The intention with the townhouse and low-rise guidelines is to allow for an ample opportunity after, as we'll be deferring it for the public to see it and be able to have comments on it before we deal with it. But As we said, Councillor DiCiano has a motion out that he's working on, so we'll hold it for the moment. And now we've gone through the agenda. Plus, there is an item of new business that I have been asked to put on the agenda. It came to my attention Friday evening after we had all gone home with a phone call from city staff. It's in regards to the Davenport Community rail-to-rail grade separation. So with your permission, I'd like to add this to the agenda. That's my motion. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. And then we'll deal with that later. So, the first item we're going to deal with then, the Chief Planner is here now, the Toronto Planning Review Panel. You wanted to give us a brief.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, the Toronto Planning Review Panel was initiated several months ago through a lottery that was sent out to 12,000 residents in the City of Toronto, soliciting 28 participants who would act in a similar way to the Design Review Panel, although the Design Review Panel looks specifically at development applications and design matters and is in fact comprised of professional experts. The intention with the Planning Review Panel was to create a body that is representative of the citizens of the City of Toronto from all geographies, from all demographics, renters, as well as representing various immigrant groups. The panel has now been initiated through 3 day-long training sessions that have been held on Saturdays. There's one further day-long training session to take place. And the term of the Planning Review Panel will be 2 years, and over the course of those 2 years, the panel will meet on multiple occasions to review matters prior to them coming forward to Planning and Growth Management. The matters that are brought before the review panel will in fact be at the discretion of the Planning Department in instances where we are looking for feedback and commentary from this representative group. The panel was established to respond to a concern that we had noted in the context of consultations taking place to date. Although we have thousands and thousands of residents who participate, it became very clear once we conducted an Ipsos Reid survey that the vast majority of the participants in our processes are white, homeowners, and over 55. We know that the city is 50% not white, 50% tenants, and that the fastest growing demographic in the city are those between the ages of 18 and 35. So the objective of the Planning Review Panel was to create a representative body that could give a more fulsome perspective and response to our planning policies, both looking at our policies from the perspective of a citywide lens, as well as the other perspectives that it's very clear have at times been underrepresented in our planning process. This is intended to be an update to make it clear to Planning and Growth Management that the panel has been initiated. There's a place on our website where you will see a list of the meetings as well as topics that are going to be covered and addressed. And you will, in the future, be hearing feedback from the Planning Review Panel at these committee meetings. A terms of reference is currently being created to formulate the decision-making process as well as how comments will be fed back through the planning process. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the Chief Planner? Great. So a motion, I guess, just to receive the presentation. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Item 8.1. Where's Miroslav? We had Miroslav here as a speaker to 8.1, and now he's disappeared. I'm sure he will be back. Out of courtesy for Miroslav, we'll hold that down still until he comes back in because he wanted to speak to 8.1, and he was here earlier in the... So then, the next item we're going to move on to is 8.3. So, on my list of speakers, I don't have anyone, but I see a hoverer. So, sir, have you registered with the clerk so they know you want to speak?
I actually think I had a letter in, but I'm formally requesting to speak.
Have you been to these committees before? So you know that you're supposed to let the clerk know? Okay, thank you. So we have Mr. Brown who wishes to speak to the matter. You have your 5 minutes. You're appearing on behalf of the applicant.
Is this on? Sorry. So, Mr. Chairman, what I have on the screen behind you is a map showing the site on Caledonia between Eglinton and Lawrence. And I'm putting my pen on the site that's before you. All of this around are residential uses, employment uses on the opposite side of the track's west side, residential to the immediate north, abutting the site, and to the east. And since about 71, the sites representing 2 municipal addresses have employed all of one employee. They had a former gas station that then was used as a truck depot with one employee, and the other was storage. So there was literally no employment uses on the site in terms of generating any opportunities for jobs. Our client had looked to complete, in essence, the residential box, if I can put it that way, residential here, apartment residential here, and the site to the south here. And if I take it to the aerial photo, this will show you as well, residential, a little bit higher density residential, the apartment neighborhoods, and the site in question. And we had been having discussions with planning staff with a formal application about public roads and the like. We had discussions with the local councillor and made changes to the design over the last year, which included relocating a park to connect to the site to the north and creating a public space, providing 817 square meters, so over 8,000 square feet of retail and office uses in a 2-story building along Caledonia. On the second floor of that building, we would locate a community space, 56 square meters. We were asked by the councillor in terms of a community space that would be donated as part of the application, still subject to a rezoning that's before you today. The motion that we would ask that you adopt is, in essence, to recognize, and if I can hand it up, a copy of what we are looking for. And in essence, if you read through it, it's a request to recognize an opportunity to create an appropriate mixed-use development adjacent to residential on the north and on the east, that the map 23 of the official plan amendment delete the site from the employment district designation, which is the first request, that the map allow neighborhoods, including the 817 square meters that I spoke of ancillary retail, of which 600 square feet for 56 square meters would be provided for a charitable organization such as United Way. And again, that's on the second floor for the community room. And that we ensure that the official plan requires the area park designation in the northwest corner, that it was an integral part of what we showed to the local councillor in terms of connecting to the somewhat higher density development just to the immediate north. We think it's an appropriate fix in essence to a site that has not been contributing to employment uses and that's been in fact vacant for years. Again, the original clients owned it since 1971, and again, a former gas station, now a truck depot retail outlet of one employee. So that's what's before you today. It's an attempt to try and resolve, I guess, one appeal of OPA 231 in respect to this particular site and move forward in a positive way. We'd still be subject to a full rezoning and site plan to look at the type of built form, type of townhouse developments. It would only be a low ground-related townhouse developments. They would be, in essence, market affordable based on how we've designed them now, but for the market in terms of those units. And subject to any questions you may have, those are my submissions to you.
Are there questions of the applicant? Councillor DiCiano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, just some information questions with respect to the size of these proposed townhouses. What are the average size of the stacked townhouses you're contemplating?
Stacked would be in the two-bedroom range. Let me just get... And probably in around the 1,200 to 1,500 square foot range as we're showing them now. But we have 218 that would be stacked, 80 that would be traditional ground-related townhomes, and 18 sort of subdivision townhomes. But again, Councillor, that is, it's very preliminary at this stage. We'd still have to go through the rezoning, so that can change depending on, right now, we're showing public roads on the plan that is behind you. That could change if we did private roads and had a different form. The total GFA we had is about 40,000 square meters of residential GFA. So in the way of, an average of probably 1,500 square foot units. And we could have more or less depending on, again, the market demand in that area, in terms of size when I say more or less.
You're contemplating building stacked units that are 1,500 square feet each?
The stacked would be, I'm giving you sort of an average. So the stacked might be smaller in the middle. That would be on the 1,100 square foot range. And then on the outside, if you look at the plan behind you, those are more of the grade related with rear lane. And so these are the stacked blocks in the middle, and these are the traditional townhouse blocks. But again, that's the preliminary design we've done, trying to locate public roads in the site. As part of the rezoning and part of the public process, we're still not landed on that final design, but a mixed-use development here, in my respectful submission, is something that's much more viable than maintaining it as employment uses and will create jobs.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other questions of the deputant? Councillor Campbell.
How can you refer to this as a mixed-use development? I mean, really, how many jobs do you think will be created there?
More than one. I mean, with 8,000 square feet of retail uses at grade and having some neighborhood commercial uses and having community space on top, well more than what's there now. It's been vacant, doing nothing, contributing zero to the area, and it's an eyesore, to be quite honest. So in terms of having 8,000 square feet of space, and different retail tenants at grade, and then community space on the second floor and office space, more than one. And again, we don't have the final makeup until we go to the market of what space would desire to go into that area. But again, more than what's there now. And you just have to walk the site and see that it's doing nothing to contribute to the employment base of the city.
In the past, the site has had employment there, not that long ago.
It hasn't. I know there's been a response in the report that it has. I've talked to both owners of both sites prior to even my client getting involved. They have had, they've generated no employment on that site for years. I think they had they were giving it to a church for a while to use as one of the buildings, and the other literally was a depot to lease out for trucks.
I have no more questions.
Sorry, Adam. The use on the land currently is what? I was missing that.
Storage they had, and they had a truck depot. So
On
they were retailing of a truck depot. They had one employee in one building.
On which location? You're talking about the piece that fronts where the old gas station was.
That's right. That's exactly.
What about the rest of the site behind it?
They had storage at one time. I think they still might have a little storage, and they also had a church that they were allowing to use the site.
916 is currently occupied, isn't it?
That's the truck.
That's the big building in the back of it.
That's the storage. So there's storage in one, which again,
And 920?
had the, 916 was the gas station that's used as a sales depot for trucks. The owner of the sales depot is the only employee. The other one is the storage. So 916 is the one that's the depot. 900 is the one that was the storage.
There's a very active wholesale warehouse in 920. There's an office in the back of it for someone that does design work. I think every unit there is occupied now.
Again, I've been there weeks ago, and I've spoken to the owners both, and unless it's like a family member who's operating there, it's not a business that they're making 5 cents on. I can tell you otherwise we wouldn't.
In 920? 920 is a wholesale confectionery place. Large operation. I was by there on Saturday, fully,
Oh, correct. 920 has a temporary use. You're right. You're right.
not temporary.
But not a permitted use in terms of some of the employment uses. They had leased it out on a temporary basis, from what I'm understanding. But again, the other,
Sorry, do you have a list of who's in the building?
the only list I had as of yesterday, through you, Mr. Chairman, was the storage and the sales depot, which had one employee. So I don't have
Okay, so,
any leases relating to that were either sent to us or sent to our consultants, to be quite honest.
so they may not have leases, but they might be occupied.
They might be allowing businesses to occupy that are there on a literally week-to-week, month-to-month.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there other questions of the deputant? Seeing none, is there anyone else that wished to depute? Don't see any. Non-members of committee wish to speak? Ask questions of staff? No. Members of committee, questions of staff? Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you very much. With respect to the recent municipal comprehensive review that the city has undertaken, which is a request to convert employment land, what was the outcome of that review? And this site was, I believe, included in that.
That's true. There was a conversion request on this site. It was reported out. It was actually discussed at length at the statutory meeting in December 2013. Committee refused the conversion of the site. It's in a very healthy employment area. The design and decor district is one of the healthiest in the city, and it contained considerable employment uses and still does. And so committee refused the conversion. Council also refused the conversion. It was appealed, and we're currently at the Ontario Municipal Board in litigation on this site.
So in essence, the request from Mr. Brown to essentially overturn the staff recommendations and to approve the employment status, is that going to, what would that do to the municipal comprehensive review for employment lands? Because that's also in appeal process right now. Because essentially they're coming back and asking for the same thing that the committee and city council has already denied. Is that correct?
Yes. Committee and council have considered the request at the time of the municipal comprehensive review, refused it and retained it as employment lands. We're before the board at the moment on that matter.
With respect to Mr. Brown's claims that there will be more than one job generated through his application, can you sort of describe for us what is currently on that site right now? I'm not familiar with the businesses that are operating there currently.
Yes, as the chair as the chair pointed out, there's a large grocery wholesale firm on the northerly site. I think it's T&K Wholesale. It's been there for some time. I wouldn't characterize it as a temporary use. There are other firms in the building. I have a list. I don't have it with me, but there's a metal fabrication. I believe there's a tile, a granite top firm in the northerly building as well. There was a church at one point in time. There are other uses apart from storage in the southerly rear building as well. One is, I believe, a furniture design place. I'm trying to remember the other uses in there. And Mr. Brown is correct about the front portion as a truck storage. But if you take a look at that area, there's been an incredible amount of new construction of new employment uses in the design and decor area. And new uses immediately to the south and across the street to the south as well.
And would you describe that as a healthy employment area at the moment? And is there potential for it to get better?
Yeah, it doesn't get any healthier. Recent new construction in the area around design and decor is the LT Market, the new building for what's the design? Well, Ginger's is there, but there's the art shop has recently been built. There are all sorts of design and decor uses just opening now around the Lowe's as well. And there's a new manufacturing firm, the high-end Arctic jackets, I can't remember, Canada Goose is the name as well. So it's all a lot of investment and development in the area immediately to the south.
And what would be the risk if we introduce some sensitive uses to that area, which is now you are outlining for us as a healthy employment area? If we introduce residential?
This is the view of the site. This is the view looking west from the westerly edge of the site. What that is, it's a private recycling firm. They accept all sorts of garbage. They commence at 6 o'clock in the morning. You can see the sign of the times of operation. This is the view of that site from the Ingram side.
Sorry, because we're being recorded, we need you to sit and speak into the microphone.
Thank you.
And so people that aren't in the room can hear you as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we're running on the time, but we'll let it go a little bit.
This is, I'll be quick, this is the view of the site from the westerly part of the property. That's a private garbage recycling firm. This is what it looks like from the Ingram frontage. This is the asphalt recycling plant immediately to the south of that. In the southerly portion of the site overlooks the loading docks. This is on the site looking south. That's the loading docks for JTEX Manufacturing and their parking lot. So there's immediate impactful employment uses to the west and to the south, as well as the CN Metrolinx line.
Thank you. Are there other questions of staff? Councillor Campbell.
What's the current ownership of these lands?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, in terms of who owns the lands?
Who owns the land?
We don't have that information right now.
The applicant is the Brown Group, but I'm not sure who's the current owner.
Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the owner is 900 Caledonia Road Limited.
That's very insightful, thank you. Have there been, are there other pressures in the area for the conversion of employment lands in the last few years? Have we seen other pressures in this particular area?
We had several other conversion requests in the area. They were refused, and they have not appealed. So this is the only appeal in the area seeking the conversion of employment lands.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. No further questions of staff? There's no non-members to speak. Members of the committee to speak. Councillor DiCiano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me say first and foremost that I agree with planning's refusal of this report. Although what I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around is maintaining the site as a status quo. It's clear that the application does not conform to our official plan. The site plan does not represent good planning, and it certainly doesn't respect our employment policies for job retention. However, I still think this is a missed opportunity. I think if the applicant would have brought back the right plan, we could have achieved all of the above and substantially more. What we have here essentially is 19th century building stock. buildings with low ceilings. They're expensive to heat and maintain, located in areas where traffic congestion would be a big concern for any large manufacturer to locate in this area. These are very, very large buildings. Not to mention they're located in a sensitive land use area right across the street from residential houses. Our policies obligate us to protect employment lands, but I don't think that goes far enough. We need policies that work to renew 19th century employment lands with 21st century jobs. And the way it stands right now with certain policies and restrictions, there is no financial incentive for the landowner to invest and modernize this site because it doesn't make sense from an economic perspective. So protecting these lands for employment is important, but if no employment's going to come, that's a problem. Planning's annual survey, job survey, shows in 2014 that we continue to lose manufacturing jobs in Toronto year after year. 2,000 more jobs were lost in 2014 over 2013. The good news is that as a city, we continue to attract new jobs in retail, in service, office, institutional, and other smaller uses. So with the right plan, if the proponent were to come back, and I recommend the proponent do come back, to show us a site plan that takes away the inefficient layout that currently exists and bring us back a layout that brings an efficient use of these lands where you show modern employment stock, and perhaps then bring forward a transition with the remaining lands that would bring us much-needed family-sized housing units in the city. We all know the problems with rising house prices in Toronto. It's not sustainable. It's a problem for young families to buy in Toronto. So there's no doubt that we need more family-sized housing units in the city. But to think that just by leaving these lands for employment, that employment's actually going to come, it's going to be very tough to attract new employment with stock that's from the 19th century. So I hope the proponent will come back with a new plan that can show us how to achieve more objectives than just bringing in stacked townhouse units to this site. Thank you.
Thank you. To speak, Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank you very much. I'd like to move the recommendations in the staff report. And just to speak to it ever so briefly, what's before us is actually not a rezoning application per se, but an official plan amendment, and clearly it will have citywide implications. And we're not even actually looking at a site plan application. We're just looking at it from a request that an applicant would like to essentially change the way they can use that land and what they can build on it. And really, the material discussion is all about what is that land supposed to be used for. We want to ensure that we have a healthy stock of employment lands. We want to make sure that when we introduce sensitive uses into an employment area, that we don't necessarily cannibalize one in the offset of the other. I would respectfully disagree with my council colleague, and I would not encourage the applicant to come back. There's no need for you to come back. You've gone through it now the second time round through this, asking for the same thing, and I hope that this committee is going to once again tell you that we're not going to be losing any employment land in the city. We need to do everything to retain it. We want to build an environment where we can actually have good employment opportunities. In order for us to do that, we have to plan it in such a way. So it's not a matter of, this is not the right application, bring us, high rises or perhaps, family-sized units. That's not what's before us. What we need to do is retain the employment land, make sure that we conform to our own growth plans. We already have a lot of development coming into the city. So it's not that we necessarily need more residential in the area, but we need to ensure that we need employment lands, because I think over the past 5 years, this, not necessarily all of us constituted in this manner here, but from what I've been seeing is that there's a constant encroachment and an attack and a chipping away on employment lands in the city of Toronto, and we struggle to try to bring that right balance of building those healthy sectors. And the fact that we have a proposal before us that's not consistent with the PPS, it's not consistent and doesn't conform with the official plan. Planning staff have now concluded it doesn't even constitute good planning. Any townhouses that are even being proposed and talked about through an application that's not necessarily submitted doesn't even comply to the adjacencies and setbacks required for rail lands and the impact there. For all those reasons, please don't come back. I encourage you to not come back to this committee. Do not, I would even encourage you to abandon your appeal of our municipal comprehensive review because we're going to continue to say no to you. But I would encourage you to look for good operators to build good employment clusters on that land. And most recently I was in Italy, and I'll just finish with this, conclude with this. I was in Italy and I was meeting with a company that was building construction preforms, construction forms. And they were contemplating building a headquarter in Toronto. And possibly this headquarter could be in the GTHA region. Their biggest challenge was looking for land. They could not find the right size of site in its adjacency to transportation networks to actually build this company, which would have been their North American subsidiary. And I said to them, I said, how many jobs do you think this would bring to Toronto? And they said, you know, anywhere from 100 to 125, give or take, we're not sure. But their biggest challenge was actually finding a site to do this. And so we cannot lose our employment land. And so with that, hopefully we can just move ahead with the staff recommendations and refuse the application.
Thank you. I'm going to comment on this. I was going to allow my colleagues, both Councillor DiCiano and Councillor Wong-Tam, who have made some good comments, to stand, but I know the area well. I've worked and employed people in that area and lived not far away from us. And if you look at the map, you can see where Glencairn Avenue is, and it's actually residential. And this site is opposite Glencairn, but it's also opposite, as our staff said, the heavy-use industrial in the back. The application as it is in front of us cannot be supported. It's not the right application. And in fact, we shouldn't have this go forward as an appeal to the board. I think the applicant should let this one stand, let the refusal go through, leave this as employment lands, and then come back with a better and a proper plan where part of this site may be able to be changed to residential. But at the same time that you want to do that, you have to show the benefits to the city. There's a long-standing request from the Transportation Services in the North District to connect Caledonia Road with Sheffield, to find a street that will go through, so it's not just Castlefield, which is a huge problem in the area because you have Lawrence Avenue, Castlefield, and then you're down further south. There is nothing else to connect it, and traffic-wise, it's a bottleneck. The perfect extension would be to allow Caledonia Road to go through, or at least through the site of land could be acquired on the other side. To the north of it is Lothian Pathway. It's a condominium townhouse site that definitely could use a nicer neighbor next door to it, and maybe this would help some regeneration to the area, but not the entire site. As far as the uses on the site, there is a company there that is a wholesale. It's called FKK Wholesale, and it sells everything that you'd probably find at a Costco, but only for the real small stores that are there, not the larger stores. It has been there for decades because under a previous name, when I wasn't old enough to drive, my parents took me there and bought things from the previous wholesale firm. That has been employment lands for a long time and continues to be, along with a number of other offices that are occupied and using that site. But as the applicant said, on the frontage at 916, it's just filled with old cars and trucks and definitely doesn't add to the character of the area. And staff are right, because you've seen near at the art shop actually move into the area, and it's becoming an art and a furniture district as well. This is the wrong application, and this one can't go forward as it is. Consideration of a better application which may have a mix of uses might provide some benefits to the city, which might provide some affordable housing and some family housing, and may assist with, if possible, a connection to the area to the west. May be something that the city would look at as being better and achievable because there are benefits on both sides. So I'm supporting the refusal and the staff recommendations now. But if, after we settle all the appeals at the board, the applicant wants to come back with something slightly different on the site, it may be the time to do it then. We then have the motion by Councillor Wong Tam, which is the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item 8.1. Miroslav, we held it because you had left the room. You wanted to speak to us on that one. That is the audio-visual recordings of Committee of Adjustment meetings.
As I've been saying for years, yes, every committee meeting of everything at the City Hall should be recorded, and that counts all the other civic centers. One of my main issues, where is it? Where is, okay. The one at the York Civic Center, if Councillor Doucette and DiCiano, that's how you say? You both sit on the Etobicoke York Community Council. Oh, yeah, sorry. Okay. I'm from Scarborough. I don't know you guys. The Etobicoke York Community Council meets at the Etobicoke Civic Center. The York Civic Center and the East York Civic Center don't have any Wi-Fi or any committee meetings except the one you just had, I think, last week. Spending $200,000 to equip the Civic Center is beyond anything that should be acceptable. I used to work for a media company that used to install these things, and I can tell you $200,000 is beyond, should never cost you anywhere near, not even close to $50,000. Again, you could use these cameras having upgraded over the past few years. But if you spend I can think of a lot better things to spend than $200,000 on a civic center that barely gets used. The last time I used it, I had to go to pay the court system at the York Civic Center, and I was stupid enough to take the Eglinton East and West bus with all that LRT construction. And if anybody wants to know what torture is, take that bus. $200,000.
Miroslav, I'm going to stop you for a minute.
Okay.
If you look, the recommendation is not to spend the $200,000 on York.
Okay, oops.
It's only to have a central recording system in Toronto City Hall, so we don't even have to have staff up in the other ones to do it.
That's the second part. If you have a central location, I'm going to assume here. If some technical issue happens there, everything from the camera falling off or wires not working or anything like that, somebody's going to have to come from here to go all the way to York Civic Center, and that's, each civic center should have their own IT department, because it takes too much amount of, time and money for that staffer to go back and forth. That's all I'm saying. And thank you for not spending that.
Thank you, Miroslav. Any questions of the deputants? Seeing none, any questions from non-members of the committee of staff? Seeing none, any questions of committee members of staff? Councillor Campbell.
So I'm a little perplexed why this is here right now when we're doing a pilot project that's incomplete. Can staff comment on, what's happening and what benefit we're deriving from it at this point in time after September and October and half of November?
Through the chair, we have been running the pilot project as suggested. It is going well. We have the recordings and the quality is excellent. But the reason we're reporting now is because we were asked to.
Do we have any feedback from the public on the value of the recordings? Is anybody, are people accessing the recordings?
Through the chair, not to this point.
So we've been recording for 2.5 months and nobody's watching.
Through the chair, and I'm not sure what watching means. They're just being recorded. They're not being on the city network. They're just being recorded for posterity. They're not being shown on the city network
So they're
channels.
not recorded live and anywhere?
Sure.
We're just
They're
recording?
not being seen live. They are being recorded live.
Okay.
Sorry, Chief Planner wants to get in there.
Through the chair, maybe I can add a point of clarification around the objective in the recordings. Previously, there had been a series of disputes where something had been said at the committee, and in particular, councillors felt that they had been misrepresented and felt that the accountability of having the meetings recorded would in fact change the dynamic at the committee and also allow for the opportunity to go back and look at the recordings when there is in fact a dispute. That was the objective of the recordings. So it was to add a layer of accountability to prevent what was perceived to be some misrepresentations that were happening in the deputation. So that was the driver in the background for the recording, just for clarification.
So in terms of these perceptions of misinterpretation or what have you, how often has that occurred? Is this a frequent occurrence, an infrequent occurrence? Is this happen once every 6 months or once a year? Or I mean, I don't understand the magnitude of the problem.
Through the chair, I think you would need to speak to your colleagues to get a good sense of that. Surely all instances where this happens have not been drawn to our attention, but there was a specific instance that prompted this audio recording whereby Councillor Robinson deputants had been stating that she was in support of an application when she was not, and the committee said that they made their decision based on believing that there was councillor support. There was no way to go back and verify what had happened at committee. So that was what precipitated this investigation.
All right, so staff know of one instance when this has occurred. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, we'll go back out to non-committee members that have questions. Councillor.
Sorry about that. It sort of made me think of something.
I was afraid of that.
I know. What would it cost then to live stream?
I thought you were going there. That's why I
I know.
let you do that.
What would it cost to live stream all of our committee of adjustments? Because I also do get complaints from residents at committee of adjustment about things which go on, and we have no minutes.
So the
The question is, I'm just sorry explaining why I'm wanting to say live stream.
You don't have to. We all
Okay,
know.
so what would it cost to add on live streaming to these two, and then possibly the other centre as well?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm not sure of the exact cost at the moment. It would not be overly expensive. The only question would be whether there are often at the times of other committees, you know, the two committees, like Committee of Adjustment and some other city committee, are on at the same time, which we only have 4 channels, and whether or not we can do that. But in fact, there would be really no, I'd have to check with IT, but I don't believe there'd be any extensive cost to that.
So the equipment you're putting in would allow us to live stream. So for instance, at York, because right now we're not looking at putting in equipment, we would not be able to live stream. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So then, just to try and clarify, we are now going to be recording them in 2 or in 4 community council areas, not including York. Will we be recording all the rest of the meetings?
That is correct.
To live stream all the meetings. You could report back to us on that?
Yes, sir.
And the cost itself might be minor in nature?
That is my thought, but I could be shown wrong on that. But
Now, when you say you only have 4 channels, is that 4 channels to the public?
no, internal only.
So you
Of the public watch for, live streaming, sorry. Yes, it could be done. At the moment, we're streaming through YouTube, so we could possibly do that. The council meetings, example, come on through YouTube.
Now, if we asked you, could you find out for council, or would you prefer that we have another report back come here?
Your call, sir. I, I would prefer to come back here.
Okay, thank you.
May, thank you.
Any other questions of staff? Do we want a motion to ask them to report back on live streaming? Can I place a motion then, although I haven't written it, to adopt the staff recommendations and get a further report back to committee on live streaming of the Committee of Adjustment meetings for all the locations with the exception of York? So I have that motion. Then the only thing to speak briefly is to my colleagues that are in Etobicoke, York, you do have to make a decision somewhere down the road whether you really wish to continue to send staff back every other week to York. I understand it's quite cumbersome from staff as they have to pack everything up and move it there. It's been a wish of some of our colleagues there to have them in that location, but very often the meetings that are there really aren't even for applications that are in that area. So without putting a motion there, maybe it's something you can discuss amongst yourself and see if you can come back and allow us to not have to make the further investment in York and allow the meetings to go forward as they are, instead of splitting as they are just in the Etobicoke Community Council area. And you may also wish to talk with staff if there are contentious items or something very special. It may be the occasion where you make a request to have it at York, but not as an ongoing every other meeting. But I definitely don't want to impose anything on you out here from this committee. I think it's your choice to make. So we have staff recommendations. Did I talk long enough for you to write a motion? Can you read it out for me? It's on your screen.
That staff be requested to report back to the Planning and Growth Management Committee on the feasibility of live streaming the Committee of Adjustment meetings, with the exception of the York, the location at York Community Council.
That's the motion. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Item 8.4, proposed technical amendments to bylaw 569213. There were no speakers for it. Are there any non-members that wish to ask questions? There aren't. Members of the committee that may wish to ask questions. I had that list provided to you, showing that everything from what we can see is minor in nature. If not, then is there a mover of the proposed technical amendments, the staff report? Moved by Councillor Wong Tam. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Item number 5, official plan 5-year review. We have some speakers for that. The first speaker we have is Leila Gary, Air Pollution Coalition. Is Leila here? There you are. After Leila, we have George Milbrandt. Leila, so you have 5 minutes to speak to us. I'll start the clock. You'll be able to see it yourself. If there are questions, we'll ask them of you after. Thank you for coming. Sorry, we can't hear you. Is the microphone on in front of you there?
We'll have healthy communities when we eliminate air and noise pollution. That's the only way. Therefore, I'm here today to revive an old proposition I had that started in 2001, 15 years old, 2001 until 2003, and that is to have closure of specific streets to cars, make them car-free areas. That was for Yorkville, Chinatown, and Kensington Market. There are 10 cities around the world that they have progressed from that section of the infrastructure to having the whole city car-free by 2019. They are Madrid, Paris, Helsinki, Oslo, Copenhagen, Milan, Hamburg, Dublin, Brussels, and Chengdu in South China. And we're still stuck in traffic and left in the dust. I have 3 pieces of information here that they may be of interest to you if I would pass them around to be photocopied. I would appreciate if I would see at least this year, 21st century, to go closer to the progressive infrastructure that we lack. There's no point to have compromises because they kill the concept. The temporary summer block party in Kensington Market is totally ineffective, other than delude ourselves for any achievement or any credit. So I would appreciate it if we show some type of courage and vision, and let's go on in 21st century infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming. The next deputant I have is George Milbrandt. Is George here? I don't see George. The next deputant is Nick Nicolaitis, the Armour Garden Community Center. Nick, please come forward.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I'm Nick Nicolaitis. I'm the president for the Armour Gardens Community Association. The boundaries is for Dufferin and 2 Bathurst and 4 blocks north of Wilson. I lived there for 30 years, and I'm 28 years president for Armour Gardens. And I work always with the city. I'm a friend for all the councillors. I'm a friend for the city. And if I see something wrong, I go with them. We have a problem. The 2 buildings, the building Wilson. In winter, the wind is so heavy. And when they approve, when they put a proposal, it was 495 Wilson, supposed to say, be the same symbol, pedestrians, safety.
Nick, can you bring the mic a little closer? I want to make sure people hear you.
Can I give you a copy of my projections? I have them. I can give you everyone. It's not the first time I came here, Mr. Philip. I knew you had money.
You'd rather have it distributed to us. The clerk will do that. Thank you. Is there anything else you wish to say, Nick?
No, I have lots.
Okay.
We have right now,
Just stay by the microphone so we can hear you.
okay, it's too small. Anyway, we have close to 400 condominiums. Right now is there close to 1,000. We have the 495 Wilson, which is Metro Housing. We built it 20 years ago. It was in North York approval. We have 2 schools. The schools is approximately, they have 350 or 400 students there. And how you can put the road, the passage, there's going to be lots of traffic in our community. But the main thing is safety. In winter, the snow is so heavy, and the winds in Donview, as you know, you live there, is very heavy, and you cannot walk through when you go for work to the subway. And we don't have a cannabis there, don't have any safety there, and we are in trouble. The next thing I want to point out, we have a small parquet, which I fought for that, to build it with the other councillors, 2, 3 of them. And it's a small, it's nice, we have a tennis court, but cannot afford another 2,000 people or 3,000 people come for the condos. The condominium has to be, the park is nowhere to go. I saw the children go there, I saw people working there, I have the beautiful kids from the school go there, and they play. But if we put more people there, it's going to be a zoo. And I recommend, I don't like the passage. I want safety for the 2 condominiums apartment on Wilson. It's dangerous. In winter, the snow come to the city, plow on the sidewalk. For the other side, the wind bring it up to the building, and you cannot walk through. Myself, I got hit by tow truck there 2 years ago. Anyway, my objections, I'm a pro-development. I know the developments, how they are, but I want to put safety and I want cannabis on Wilson. And that road, forget it. I don't want any more streets in my territory because we have enough traffic. We have 2 schools. They're coming with the cars every morning, and we don't want to have more trouble there. We have beautiful community, crime zero. And I accept any questions for you, councillors.
Thank you, Nick. Nick, if I'm correct, you were talking about the Tippett Road area?
Tippett Road, lawyer.
Okay, so members of committee, that's actually our next item that Nick was deputing on, but I didn't want to interrupt you because I wanted you to be able to finish your thoughts.
Yeah.
So that's an item number, the next one that we'll be dealing with, which is coming up after. But we did hear your comments on it. Are there any questions from Mr.
Any question
Nicolatis in
I can-
regards to that?
I lived there for 28 years, 30 years.
Thank you. No, there's, whoop. Councillor Carroll.
Hi, Nick.
This is on the next item on Tippett Road.
Yeah, so you're indulging questions on it at this time?
I am now because
Yeah.
Mr. Nicolatis was
Yeah.
speaking, so I
Yeah.
didn't want to cut him off and allow him to finish his thoughts.
Shelley Carroll, I haven't seen you for a couple of years. I'm wondering how the community feels. I know that you're a person who talks to a lot of people in the community. There is a belief out there by some, not all, but by some, that it's in fact, the condominiums that have come have in fact revitalized the neighborhood to some degree, and that's why the crime has gone down in that neighborhood.
No, we have crime zero since I'm a president for 20 years. I organize the whole community. When I moved there 30 years ago, nobody was cutting the lawn, I put them in competition. My neighborhood looked beautiful. And we have crime zero, everyone knows each other by first name. Me, when I walk on the street, kids ever come around me with my dog to hug me because I'm good to them, they're good to me.
But you'll agree that if we go back 20 years, the existing apartments around the Faywood area, there was a time when we had a real problem there at one point in time.
When I organize, I'm a good organizer. I organize.
That's true. We all know that.
And I'm Nick Nicolaitis. I don't sell my name for money. Money means nothing to me. I want to help my community to be clean. I don't want the road for champagne. For me, it's a white elephant. It's going to have, the drugs come in, they're going to smoke their drugs, happen on the bottom of Champagne, just on the highway. They go there every night with the cars and change. We call the police, they cannot cut them because they left. Do you like to live the next door? My neighbor there, Dave, and one is a teacher, the other one is a landscaper. They call me every night when they see them. We call the cops until they come, but they do all their business there on the corner. But no, when you build this road, what is the safety? I don't want to see any rabies there. I don't want to see any bulgars. I work for the communities all my life, even in university. And I want to be, I work for the city too. I work for every mayor is here, every councillor. I know most of the councillors here. And I love to work with the people to do something good. I want my community to be crime zero.
Right, right.
And the best way to do this is you mobilize, everyone knows each other first name.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Nick. I see no further questions. Thank you for coming.
Yeah.
But then you'll have to wait to see what we do with it till we get to the next item.
I'm not fighting more.
Okay. Thank you.
Have a good day, guys.
Thank you. The next speaker we have to item 8.5, the official plan 5-year review, is Eileen Denny. Eileen?
Good morning. My name is Eileen Denny, and I'm the president of Tennyton Park Residents Association, as well as an executive of the Confederation of Residents and Ratepayer Associations in Toronto. And this morning, I'm speaking on behalf of CORA. CORA appreciates the efforts staff have made to date for the improvements to the neighborhood policies. For example, the improved criteria for development under 4.1.5A through to I, criteria for established neighborhoods, and the introduction of the term geographic neighborhood. From our written submission, CORA is aware that not all our suggested amendments may be accepted or considered, so we have identified critical modifications we can live with if either the committee or planning staff are willing to amend. Starting with policy 4.1.5, the word prevailing be defined as it has been added to a number of the development criteria in the policy. This would add clarity, and the term referenced would be defined as the most frequently occurring. In paragraph 6, the words "and stacked townhouses" be eliminated, so that the revised policy would read, "Except for apartment buildings and larger townhouse developments with common underground garages, driveways to below-grade garages that are integral to the residents will be discouraged." Policy 4.1.9, with respect to infill policies, A, through experience, the words "appropriate," "incompatible," or "ineffective," given the surrounding neighborhood context. CORA would support amending the policy with replacement words of "proportionate to" and "respectful of," or words that convey the same meaning. And the last paragraph, last sentence, with respect to infill, the infill development will conform with policy 5. If members of the committee could resolve these issues today, CORA would not request to see a need to have the draft OP amendments referred back to staff. And I would appreciate committee members and staff members to consider those modifications. And the other thing I would like to present to committee is the growth forecast that was part of Agenda 5. And it demonstrates that we are outpaced in terms of housing growth, and we're far ahead of track when it comes to units being built right out to 2041. If you take a look at the numbers, today we're already 64% meeting the 400,000 units required. The remaining 26 years to address approximately 140,000. That is an annualized rate of 5,000 units per year compared to the annualized rate of the last 15 years of 17,000 units. So I believe that the OP is in conformity. It directs growth to areas, and it provides for stable neighborhoods. And that's my submission.
Thank you. Are there questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you, Eileen. The next deputant, the clerk asked me to be sure that I read out the chair's announcement for any special public meetings held as part of Section 26 of the Planning Act. This is a special public meeting being held pursuant to Section 26 of the Planning Act. Thank you. So, John, is it Melee? Did I pronounce it right? Well, thank you. So, John, you have your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members. My name is John Melly. I'm here to represent Mr. Fred Dominelli, who's not able to be here with us this morning. But he did put his thoughts and his comments on paper, which I handed this morning to the clerk. With your indulgence, I will read the comments that he has put through. I have had the opportunity to discuss the official plan draft changes with my local councillor, and I am pleased to support strengthening the protection of neighborhoods. Residents should not be obliged to accept intrusive development proposals that would destabilize and alter the character of the neighborhoods. it is appropriate to continue the practice of limiting the intensification of the interior of neighborhoods to the creation of smaller lots through the consent process. On the perimeter of neighborhoods, small-scale apartments up to 4 stories are both reasonable and acceptable. Development and avenues are major roads designed for growth should continue to follow the mid-rise building guidelines and respect the distinction between neighborhoods and apartment neighborhoods in close proximity to a proposed development. Where we have a single mixed-use site next to the neighborhood, the mid-rise guidelines should be applied more stringently to both reflect and protect the character of the existing neighborhood. I believe that evaluating such a mid-rise development in the context of a broader geographic area is unproductive, unreasonable, and particularly harmful on major roads not designated for growth or avenues. I also support small-scale commercial community and institutional uses at grade in apartment buildings, in addition to reasonable intensification of underutilized sites in apartment neighborhoods. However, apartment buildings on major roads abutting the neighborhoods should exclude excessive commercial use at grade and not to be encouraged by the policies of this official plan. Lastly, I would suggest that public participation in the planning process be strengthened by promoting greater transparencies. Changes in policies will be superficial in the implementation of policies is proper and do not adhere to principles of procedural fairness. Thank you very much. Again, I'm here to represent Mr. Fred Dominelli. If you have any questions I can help you with, I'm going to be pleased to answer them.
Thank you very
This
much.
year was thought by Mr. Dominelli along with neighbors and residents in general in a particular area that he's living in the area, but overall he believes this to be with the whole of Toronto.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? I don't see any. Thank you very much, John, for coming. The last deputant I have is Kathy McDonald. And did George Milbranch show up here at all? I'm just looking to make sure that he heard his name called out. Okay, Kathy, we're here to hear from you. You have 5 minutes. Do you have a microphone in front of you?
Now I do.
Great.
Yeah. So I'm Kathy McDonald, and I'm here today representing FONTRA, the Federation of North Toronto Residents Association. We support the need for strong and clear policies for neighborhoods in the official plan. As you probably know, most of the 3,500 applications to the Committee of Adjustment each year are for these areas, and about 10% of these are appealed to the OMB. There's also significant numbers and scope of applications for the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment applications in neighborhoods. So clear wording for policies in the official plan are essential to increase the efficiency of community council, city council, the Committee of Adjustment, and to reduce the number of appeals to the OMB. They also, for residents, they help provide a better roadmap for our review of applications. For residents, no, I said that. They also save developers and applicants both time and money, that they know more clearly what they need to do. FONTRA has participated in a number of public meetings and met on a number of times with planning staff to review policies and make suggestions for improvements. And we thank the staff for their consideration of our suggestions. The policies now proposed are a significant improvement. They are much stronger and much clearer. We support these amendments and we recommend their adoption. We also recommend some minor wording changes that we believe will help further clarify the policies. Eileen Denny of CORA has mentioned these, but they are clarifying the use of prevailing in section 4.1 and neighborhood section 5, Second, reducing confusion by deleting the duplication of a reference to stacked townhouses with respect to parking locations at the end of that section. Replacing appropriate and compatible as words that are used to describe developments with appropriate, proportionate to, and respectful of. And in section 9, clarifying that how applications for infill development will be reviewed and conform with policy 5. These changes are sort of minor changes, but really help add to the clarity of the policies. These changes have been reviewed with staff, and we understand that they are supported. That's my comments for today, but this is a really important document, and we urge your committee to approve it with these minor points of clarification.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. That is the last listed deputant that I have. As the clerk has reminded me, it is a public meeting, and I'm supposed to ask again, are there any other deputants? Not seeing any, then we will take it into committee. First, we have non-members of committee that might have questions of staff. Councillor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for this report, by the way. Great Sunday afternoon reading. Could you speak to the point of the different kind of development we would get if we are looking at the physical character of a block versus looking at the physical character of a neighborhood? What would be the difference to the buildings being allowed to be built?
In most instances, in most neighborhoods of the city, through the chair, it would be none. When you take a look at the new criteria for delineating the geographic neighborhood. However, there are, and when we did the consultations across the city, we heard in every district from all the residents associations and public that they also, as well as the broader area, you have to look at the immediate area as well. You look at them both. In some instances, in the immediate area, there may be a board decision which is an outlier, which is why you would take a look, is it prevailing, is it characteristic of the broader area as well? But in most instances, there wouldn't be a lot of difference.
Okay, that's interesting to know. Thank you. How will the new policy better protect parkland and natural sensitive areas from development?
That, I believe that's part of the environmental policies, the ESAs and the ravine material that was actually before the last council meeting. It's not in this particular amendment, I don't believe.
Okay, I did see the referral to parks. I guess that's where I'm coming from.
Okay.
One of my highlighted parts.
Parks are permitted use in all neighborhoods.
I guess it was the transition to parks as well. How will, is that strengthening that? Because that's always an issue when you've got an apartment neighborhood and you've got a park across the street. This is strengthening the transition to the park, is that correct?
Yes, to both. There's the transition clauses to both parks and neighborhoods are in here. They're in the criteria for apartment neighborhoods, I believe. And I think they're in the healthy neighborhood section as well.
I don't know if you can answer this one. How do we get the Committee of Adjustment to make decisions based on the official plan?
Sorry, do you want to repeat the question?
Sorry, my question was, how do we get Committee of Adjustment to make decisions based on the official plan?
Oh, I think the deputy city manager has to answer that one.
I would love someone to answer this one.
Through the chair, in the context of the training that we've been providing for the Committee of Adjustment, we have in fact been stressing the importance of the criteria as it relates to neighborhoods in the official plan as the lens through which to evaluate proposals as they come forward. And you'll notice in the report that you have before you today that the word prevailing has been added in many instances as a way of making it very clear that it's the prevailing character as opposed to the anomaly that exists within a neighborhood that ought to be the measure for whether something is considered minor or not. So we are very conscious that we need to do more work in that area, and it's in the context of the training of members of Committee of Adjustment that we're seeking to get better outcomes with respect to the decisions that are made.
Thank you very much, and I wish you all the best of luck with that one.
Thank you. Are there other questions of staff? Non-committee members not seeing any. Members of the committee, Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Policies 6 and 7 deal with the development on major streets and neighborhoods. Intensification of development on lands on a major street in a neighborhood is not encouraged. So is that saying that our policy will be that lots, large, wide lots, are not to be subdivided? Is that the intent?
That's an existing policy that was put in by council, committee and council, at the time the official plan was adopted, or shortly thereafter, is my recollection. While we were at the Ontario Municipal Board, it was revisited.
Through the chair, I'll just add that it's important to be very clear that the overall direction of the official plan does not, in fact, encourage any kind of redevelopment or intensification in neighborhoods. The avenues and our centers and our downtown is where we direct growth. So for this reason, major streets within neighborhoods are not identified as redevelopment sites. The objective here is to maintain the integrity of existing neighborhoods. Islington is a perfect example of where this applies.
So this is good, but the problem is that, as my colleague pointed out, that the Committee of Adjustment has other views of our policies. So how much teeth do these policies have? Because you mentioned Islington Avenue, but Dundas, parts of Dundas are also, with residential homes and have been subdivided. So the question is, how much teeth do the policies have?
Through the chair, it's important to differentiate between a major street in a neighborhood and what is designated as an avenue. And I'm not sure exactly where on Dundas you're referring to, but Dundas is in fact designated as an avenue in certain areas. So it's important that we're comparing the same policy framework. This policy actually has a significant amount of teeth, so to speak. We have had great success at the Ontario Municipal Board upholding our neighborhood policies because they are so clearly articulated in the official plan.
So, and I've got a question about the difference between policies and guidelines. We have bylaws that are written to substantiate the policy, but then we have guidelines, like the mid-rise guidelines, that are contrary to an existing bylaw. So, can you speak to that? Because just to reiterate, we have bylaws that are in place to enforce a policy, but our guidelines in some cases are contrary to the bylaw.
Through the chair, I'm not aware of instances where our guidelines are in fact contrary to the bylaw. It is important to be very clear about the area of the city we're speaking about. We've just actually checked the urban structure map here, and all of Dundas is in fact an avenue. It is not designated as, it is not a major street, it is not within a neighborhood. That's the reason why the mid-rise guidelines apply on Dundas, whereas on Islington, which is a neighborhood, in fact, you would have a different policy framework and you would not have the mid-rise guidelines applying. So there's a few layers of policy that need to be considered.
Okay, so I'm thinking of another street, actually. If we
There's a lot of streets to guess.
if we have a roadway that has not been designated as an avenue, do the mid-rise guidelines apply to that roadway?
Through the chair, it depends on what the designation of the area is. If it's a mixed-use area, possibly. It depends on what the adjacencies are. If it is a major street in a neighborhood, the mid-rise guidelines do not apply because mid-rise buildings are not permitted.
Okay, all right, I'll follow up afterwards, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further questions, Councillor DiCiano and Councillor Fillion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to get some clarification on Policy 9. So if I could just ask some questions. In the, what housing forms are allowed in an area zone neighborhoods?
Through the chair, in the neighborhoods designation, the uses are set out in Policy 1. It's low-scale residential buildings such as detached houses, semi-detached, duplexes, triplexes, townhouses, interspersed walk-up apartments no higher than 4 stories, parks, low-scale institutions, home occupation, cultural and recreational facilities, small-scale retail service and office uses.
Okay, great. So Policy 9, if we look at page 11, top of the page, says Policy 9 provides for infill development in neighborhoods where the development site varies from the local pattern in terms of lot size, configuration, and or orientation. I think I understand what local pattern means, but can you elaborate a little bit?
Through the chair, yes. When development first occurred, there were sites that didn't meet the local pattern, both in terms of size, configuration, orientation. They may have been L-shaped lots with manufacturing or garden centers. They may have been places of worship in the middle of a neighborhood that didn't meet the local lot configuration patterns or sizes as well. So Policy 9 was put together and enacted by Council in order to deal with those outlier instances where you really can't replicate the local pattern when these sites are redeveloped.
Okay. And further down in the next paragraph, it says, due to some ambiguity in the wording of the enforced policy 4.1.9, applicants have advocated for its use even where the configuration of the parcel would allow infill development to replicate the existing physical patterns. Can you give me an example of that? Because I just don't know what that means.
There have been, yeah, there have been many examples throughout the city where, and I have to admit, Policy 9, when you look back and you get into discussion, it isn't 100% clear, which is why we've had to clarify it with our own staff and applicants. No, as originally drafted, it needed some addition and some clarification. And when we went out to the public, this is what we heard, and we're doing it. The intent was always, if you can meet the local pattern, you do the local pattern. But when there's L-shaped lots or sites that you can't possibly reconstruct the local pattern, then you often get infill townhouses. Sometimes there was alley industry, laneway industry in the former city in York. We have instances like that. They're outlier instances, but they do occur from time to time.
So are we trying to, would defining Policy 9 limit the zoned permissions in the neighborhood areas?
No, we've always interpreted it this way. We're just putting in the amendment to catch up with it, basically, and it was the original intent. So we're just making it clear to everybody, to the general public, to developers, and to city staff, that this was the original intent, and this is how it's always been interpreted.
Okay, final question. At the bottom of that of this policy 9, it says, to ensure the new development is well integrated with the surrounding area, a new subclause D is proposed to be added to policy 4.1.9 to require the provision of safe and accessible pedestrian access from public streets. Can you just elaborate on that subclause? What is currently not safe about?
Bottom page 2.
I'm just not sure if you could provide an example of that.
Sorry, I'm searching for the reference.
So, Councillor DiCiano, it's your last question?
Last question, yeah.
No, here it is. Oh. Yes, it's very simple. When it's related to a lot of the infill development, our townhouse developments, and when they occur, we want to provide, as well as a vehicular driveway, we want to have a walkway or a sidewalk so people can actually walk from their front door to the main street safely.
All right, that's great. Thank you very much.
Councillor Fillion, questions?
Thank you. I think Mr. Bain just answered this, but I just want to make sure it's 100% clear. So in the neighborhood section, the wording that's being proposed is not a change in policy, it's just a clarification of the intent of the existing policy. Is that correct?
I would say that's correct. We, for the neighborhoods, we have made several additions that weren't thought of at the time. One is, one of the criteria is the location and design of driveways, and that came out of our East York meeting, actually. We heard about that. And the request for clarity from everybody on how you define the geographic neighborhood, the criteria for that. That's a bit of a change, but it's one that needed some ground rules.
But it's, again, I just want to be clear, it's not new policy, it's clarification of existing policy.
Yeah, the direction hasn't changed at all.
And if anybody thought they needed clarification, or there was an issue of not sure what this means, they could have consulted policy staff on that interpretation.
And through the chair, they have on many occasions.
And then a question of the chief planner, who will we hold accountable for staff actually following these policies especially now that they've been clarified?
Through the chair, the role of staff is to implement the policies of council. In some instances, there may be a discrepancy as to how a councillor interprets a policy versus how a staff person interprets a policy. That's precisely why the intention in this report is to provide more clarity and to strengthen the neighborhood policies, because they are very sensitive. But it is in fact the role of staff to implement the policies of council, or to
Well, I understand
report on them and
that, but
implement.
I'm asking who can council hold accountable for that happening?
Council can hold me accountable. Council can hold, I am responsible and accountable for the work that is undertaken in the planning department.
So in what form does that accountability take place if cases are brought to your attention, for example, where one might think the policies are not being followed? How does that accountability work?
Through the chair, I'm not aware of an instance where my staff have not implemented the policies of council. I'm aware of many instances where councillors have disagreed with the interpretation of a planner. Those are two different matters.
So if one were to want to test that, how would a councillor go about it? If a councillor believed that the planning staff were not correctly interpreting the policies and wanted another opinion on that, how would you suggest one go about that?
Through the chair, well, we go through that process all the time here in the City of Toronto because we have an Ontario Municipal Board, and frequently private sector planners are pitted against the opinion of city planning staff, and in instances where the council disagrees with the position of planning staff, that in fact comes to fruition at the Ontario Municipal Board.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about if a councillor believes that the planning staff who wrote a report have erred in their interpretation and wanted some accountability on that from the planning staff, how would one go about it?
Through the chair, in the instances where there is a difference of interpretation or a change in interpretation, this is something that is integrated into a staff report and reported back out to City Council. In the instances where there is a difference of opinion with one City Councillor, this is a very difficult situation for us because we in fact report to all of City Council.
So then the councillor should raise it and ask for, at council then, ask for the planning staff who wrote the report to document how they arrived at their conclusion and how it fits as policies. Would that be appropriate?
Through the chair, that's precisely what we do in the context of planning reports. We outline a planning rationale for the recommendation that comes forward. That's the process we go through today.
Councillor Fillion.
Well, okay. I'm not getting anywhere here. I'll relent. I mean, I will pause.
Okay, so I'll ask some questions. First of all, Councillor Fillion is asking a very important question. He sees a report, or any member of council does. He doesn't believe the recommendations follow city policy. He wants to deal with that before it comes to council. He doesn't want to have a motion at council and possibly defer the reports, which is very cumbersome on everyone. How does he get clarification whether it is or it isn't the policy that was adopted by council?
Through the chair, when there's matters of interpretation in gray areas, that is something that is frequently discussed in a myriad of meetings prior to a report being prepared. There are at times even a negotiation around the interpretation that takes place. So that is a relatively informal process, but there are frequently conversations that take place.
So I'm going to ask the question of the Deputy City Manager, because I've run into it, my colleagues have run into it. We don't believe that the policy that the staff may have interpreted the way that we thought it was, and we would like to get a definition or clarification of that. And we don't want to have to go to City Council to get a motion in front of Council to simply get clarification from staff. And staff may be absolutely right, and they may have interpreted it differently. How does a member of Council get that clarification without having to bring a motion to Council?
Well, Mr. Chair, the answer was given by the chief planner that you can certainly have that discussion informally with staff. If the councillor wants a more formal response, then I think it would be incumbent upon him or her to write us, and we would provide a response. We are ultimately accountable to explain our positions. We do that primarily through the staff reports, but if there's a point that needs some clarification, I think the logical extension of that is ask us, and we'll provide a response in writing.
Councillor Fillion, is that satisfactory for you? Yes, thank you. Secondly, on this item, so along with different parts of the guidelines, we're also talking about infilling around existing apartment buildings where they are previously considered towers in the park. Is that correct? Part of this report deals with that?
That's correct.
So help me understand this. We have areas where there may be towers in the park, which is a lot of land around a building, but we don't have a lot of park land. And an applicant comes in and says, I'd like to add another building onto that site. So you look at these guidelines to see if it's appropriate. How do we tie in the actual need for parkland or open space in that area, in particular if there's a shortage of it? Because it then would be in contradiction to our own guidelines to say permit the building if it met these criteria. And that's often the concern that ratepayers groups have or residents have, is the space around the building, while it is privately owned, they consider it their parkland.
Through the chair, this is something that we thought about very carefully with respect to these policy changes. The objective in the context of these policies is to allow for a better urban form and a better use of existing public spaces as a result of adding infill buildings. The policies are very clear that the infill will be considered to the extent that it will improve the existing site conditions. A very good example is Parkway Forest, where there is in
I know,
fact
but that's-
less open space, but it's more utilized and better defined as a result of the infill buildings.
But that's not my question. My question is, where there are communities that may have, and parks may have identified a shortfall in parks or public open space. An application comes in to take a building which has a lot of open space but privately owned on it. How do you consider the need of the park and the open space when you look at these policies that may say approve the building or the intensification, and that may be contrary to what the community actually needs?
Through the chair, in section 3D, it's made very clear that the objective of the infill is to improve upon the quality of the landscaped open space and outdoor amenity space for new and existing residents. In an area where there is a park deficiency, we would be very concerned about any infill building that does not, in fact, improve on the quality of the park space. The problem we have today with our Tower and the Park neighborhoods is that they tend to have a lot of open space that is unsafe and unused. So the objective is to, through infill buildings, provide eyes on the park, provide pedestrian walkways that make the space, in fact, a public amenity in instances where today it is not. So sometimes a reduction in park space can actually add and create a better outcome and more usable space for the community.
Okay, so I've used up my time. I have another question, though, but so I'm going to go to a second round. Do my colleagues have other questions first in a second round? Or if you don't mind, I'll just try and follow up on that one. So I'll get to you then. I'll go mine for a second, and I'll try and get off quickly. How do we involve the Parks Department in this so we know the areas that have a shortfall of parks are considered their use first? Because that's the issue, is parks and public open space before we permit more development in an area.
There's
do
two
they-
answers to
and-
that question. The first is that parks were circulated and commented on these policies. The second is that parks comments and participates in the review of every development application as well.
Okay, I understand that. The question was, if they have identified an area such as a shortfall in parkland area, how do their comments get incorporated into the review to see whether we should use up this privately owned public space?
Through the chair, they are integrated fully into the review process to the extent that Parks plays a very important role at the table with the urban designer and the planners in reviewing, assessing the site plan application and making changes to it in order to ensure that the interests of the city from a parks perspective are being met.
Okay, further questions? Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, we have apartment neighborhoods, developed apartment neighborhoods are considered to be physically stable areas of the city, and significant growth is not intended within apartment neighborhoods. We have, throughout Toronto, many apartment neighborhoods that are low-rise. They're 4, 5 stories, and they are rentals. How does the policy enable the redevelopment and the reconditioning of those particular sites? Because significant growth is not intended, and yet, because of our rental replacement policy, all of the units in an apartment building would have to be replaced.
Through the chair, we in fact have not had a lot of redevelopment proposals in the types of apartment neighborhoods that you reference, but in instances where significant growth and change is anticipated, a secondary plan is in fact required, because as it stands today in our apartment neighborhoods, we do not anticipate significant growth and change. So secondary plans would be required to provide a detailed level of planning to identify how the built form ought to change in those areas to accommodate intensification. But as it stands today in our policy framework, that's not the intent.
Okay, I think that's clear. So basically, if you've got an apartment neighborhood and they're low-rise rentals, you're saying that intensification, you know, doubling the number of units would not be in keeping with the policy.
It would need to look at the specific site and how much land area there is around the site, whether there is underutilized lands on the site that might accommodate growth and change, as well as the context, how much intensification there is in the larger context, as well as the proximity to transit. It may require an official plan amendment.
Do we have any kind of a definition of what significant growth means?
Through the chair, we direct significant growth to our avenues, our centers, and the downtown. This gets us back to the conversation about minor variances and changes. Anything beyond what's minor would be a significant change. In different parts of the city, significant change looks very different because we have two extreme forms in our city. So what is significant change in a old City of Toronto area versus a suburban area is very different. So it's impossible to apply a unilateral definition. We would, however, as the policy states, the intention is not for significant change in apartment neighborhoods. We're only referring to infill buildings that would result in an improvement to the site condition, better pedestrian access, for example. So a significant change would require an official plan amendment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wong-Tam.
Yes, thank you very much. I want to understand the infill developments on existing apartment sites. Because we have such a lack of parkland, and the tower and the park built form expression oftentimes act as private park, only for the exclusive use of those occupants in the building, in the tower itself. Is there an opportunity for us to negotiate with the property owner to perhaps, through the circulation of the Parks Department, to unlock that underutilized green space, which is usually nothing more than lawn and grass, is to help them take down the fence and basically take up some of the operating expense and turn that into a public park. So you have a tower that sits in a real park, a public park. Because I'm seeing these large sites everywhere, and does that language in your in the revised policy number 2, does that allow that? Can that happen?
Through the chair, absolutely. In Policy 4, Section D, it is stated explicitly to maintain or replace and improve indoor and outdoor residential amenities on the site, including wherever possible, equipping and managing indoor and outdoor amenity space to encourage use by residents, recognizing this constraint.
And when we say residents, does that mean only residents who are who have a lease agreement with the property owner, perhaps, or is it residents, general residents of the area? Does it become public use?
Through the chair, in keeping with our privately owned public space policy, we have very clear guidelines to ensure that all spaces are designed in such a way that they blend seamlessly with the public realm so that they can be used by any residents in the area.
So is that the policy transition that we're heading towards? We're looking at existing tower in the park formations, and we're going to start treating these parks, these private parks, as POPs? And
Through the chair, in some instances, you would require use agreements to make those spaces available to the public. But again, in keeping with our POPs policy, the objective is to have designs that allow a seamless transition between those privately owned and publicly used spaces. The same would apply to tower communities. Again, Parkway Forest is an excellent example.
so is there an intention through the revision to this particular OP amendment to then empower park staff to look at the opportunities for additional greening, to take those underutilized green spaces, because I agree that there's just nothing more than lawns. They've got a fence around them, but they're not animated, there's no programming, there isn't any quality of experience for the residents in the tower, nor the residents in the neighborhood. Is that the intention, to ensure that park staff know that this now becomes one of the parkland opportunities for them to pursue?
Through the chair, absolutely, and park staff are fully aware of that. It's important to know that what we have integrated into the policy here is complemented by the work that we're doing in tower renewal, and park staff are very involved in tower renewal. And in the context of tower renewal, we have specific sites that we are looking at addressing the pedestrian connections, the improvement of the open space in order to ensure that the space is more usable by residents. In some instances, that involves adding new buildings. In other instances, it's just about improvements to the public realm design.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Not seeing any. Are there any non-committee members that wish to speak to this item? Councillor Carroll?
Thank you. Yes, as the councillor of Parkway Forest, yes. I think it's important to remember that they're not. Well, let me be blunt. They're not weasel words to say not always, not often, sometimes, when we hear them from planners. Because the fact of the matter is, it isn't always the case that while there is private green space, there's no public green space. In a lot of suburban areas, massive green spaces were actually factored in, and that's great. But then beside them, also tower in the park buildings. And when applications come forward, the residents standing in the public space soccer field where they go every night will tell you that they can't sacrifice their private green space that they've never stepped on for 20 years because the public park was actually very successfully designed. And so there are places where we can look at these. There are places where in a tower in the park area, and Parkway Forest is again a great example, and I hope one day so too will be the Peanut, that there is so much paved surface that you can leave the privately owned green space there and develop on the paved surface and take the parking underground. And D&E in Section 3 actually allow that. It's important to remember that some of the things we know from the tower renewal presentation that ERA Architects brought to us years ago show up in this policy, and they are true in Moscow, they are true in some places in suburban Paris, all of the examples that they showed us there, and now are true in a couple of places in Toronto, that in fact you get more eyes on the street, you get more revitalization, and you get actually more people actively engaged and incented to come down the elevator, out the door, and into the newly revitalized green space if you do allow some of that development around. There have to be very careful guidelines around it. There are some to-dos and what not to-dos in the early examples, again, Parkway Forest being one of them, and it doesn't get 100%, it probably gets, the mark would probably be 95%. But it actually is worth looking at, because we do have places both there and in the west end of North York that has yet to be realized. But I dare say in lots of places, in Scarborough and Etobicoke, where doing this will actually give you a safer neighborhood and more active and well-circulated neighborhood. And so I welcome putting them now into the actual language in the plan, because we actually do have our own examples and roadmaps to point to the fact that this can work. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Other non-members wish to speak? Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you very much. As I say, I thought this was a very good report. Sat down yesterday afternoon and read through it. I probably should have been out in my garden, but anyway. Also happy to see that one of my Swansea area ratepayers has sent in a letter of support, and that means that they have gone through it. And as those of you who've worked with Swansea area ratepayers, means that fine-tooth comb has gone through it, so that's great. Really happy to read that we're looking at gardens which can grow food. I think that is very important. In some areas, as you know, we don't have grocery stores, and I think community gardens and gardens on property are something we should be supporting and emphasizing. I was quite surprised, though, to see that we have to tell developers to cover and enclose their unsightly service areas. I'm assuming that also includes garbage areas. And that with their amenity space, they shouldn't be affecting the adjacent properties. To me, that would be an obvious, but I guess if it's not, I'm happy to see it in here, because when a development comes in, the neighbors are always the ones who are the most concerned. So I think we have to consider them, and we have to also consider the people who are going to move into these developments and these properties. Obviously, I support the safe and nurturing community, which will allow all residents, vulnerable groups, to live and raise their children in a safe neighborhood. I think that is great. Again, I know we have to put it in there, and I'm glad we are actually spelling that out. Also happy to see, and I know my neighborhood, my apartment neighborhood will like this one, that we are emphasizing about the spacing, the design criterion when it comes to maintaining separation between buildings, because this does allow for better sunlight and privacy for the residents who are already in the neighborhood. I know we hear a lot when we build an apartment building beside someone else, and they say, well, you know, now I'm going to lose my view of a lake or the view of a park. Keeping the building separated, the tower separated, definitely does help this for all residents already in the community. I am still concerned that we do have Committee of Adjustment seemingly not listening to planning, transportation, councillors and residents when they make their minor variance decisions on properties. And I agree they definitely do need to be trained. And I hope that it's still true that they do actually go out and visit the properties before they make their decisions, because a single site can look one thing on paper, but when you actually put it into the community, it can look very, very different. And when you are looking at pedestrian realm, traffic flow, sight lines, skylines, things are very different when you take it from that individual site to a complete neighborhood. So once again, thank you very much for this report. Always building on things we need. Let developers know what we're expecting of them when they do come into our neighborhoods. And it's good for residents to see that we are always moving forward and looking for good development in the right place. So thank you. And thank you for letting me come to all your meetings for the last 3 months.
No problem, Councillor Doucette. No other non-members, members of committee that would like to speak. Councillor Fillion.
Thank you. I have a motion A and B, which I hope I don't have to read out. Do I need to read it out, Mr. Chair?
Give staff leave them up on the screen while you're speaking,
Yes,
and
okay.
then flip to the next
So
one.
first of all, I'd like to thank the planning staff and the residents. This is an issue where everybody was trying to do the same thing, and the only disagreement was about what were the best words to achieve that. You know, what were the best words to achieve the clarification of the existing official plan intent to preserve neighborhoods. And I know, I think I've spoken with Mr. Bain a dozen times, and I know there's been several meetings with the residents, and I've talked to some of the residents, and my staff have talked to some of the residents, and I think these two sets of motions, although the wording won't make every single person happy, because I believe there was some disagreement even among the residents about what was the best wording to achieve certain objectives. But I think, and the planning staff think, that this is, that we've captured it as best we can here. And I think this wording will go a long way to clarifying intentions that perhaps should have been clear, but haven't been to our planning staff, to Committee of Adjustment, and certainly to the Ontario Municipal Board, which hopefully when we have a local appeal body, these will be very clear intentions to the new body. Thank you.
A question of Councillor Fillion by Councillor DiCiano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councillor, when I read the Healthy Neighborhoods policy, I found some ambiguity to the term geographical neighborhood. Did you get a sense of what a geographical neighborhood consists of? Are you happy with that?
It's something that it's why we need the two sort of the two tests, both the geographic area and the street face where an application is taking place. What happens at the OMB, and even in presentations at Committee of Adjustment, where unfortunately where you have severances involved, the applicant will spend a lot of money on a lawyer and or a planner to make a compelling case in contradiction to what the residents are saying. So you'll often have somebody define a neighborhood. Well, you almost always have the applicant define a neighborhood to suit their objectives. So if they, to pick a neighborhood that I'm familiar with in West Lansing, the first 2 blocks in from Yonge Street, there are 25-foot lots that existed from the time that those lots were created. So if someone wants to justify smaller lots, even though it's outside of that defined area, they'll just draw a big neighborhood that includes all of those properties, and then they'll say, look, see, it fits the character of the neighborhood. So it's no matter how we try to define it, we can't control how others will define it, which is why it's, we should do the best we can, but it's important to have both of those tests, that it meets the character of the broader neighborhood and it meets the character of the actual location where it's taking place.
Thank you. I guess just one more question to staff. So when we talk...
Right on the floor.
Oh, sorry.
Question of...
Perfect. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Are there other speakers of committee members? If not, I will just comment briefly at the end. In raising my questions in regards to the provision of parkland, or in areas that are short, and the opportunities that are there to take the older style buildings, which were considered towers in the park, and along the land around them, or larger plots of land, and reuse that land for intensification. My concern is I don't find, and I haven't seen a lot of old buildings where it's dangerous around them, where it's unsafe land, where it's not, where it was an area where you would want to necessarily take the land away unless you felt intensification was appropriate. And I understand and support the principles of appropriate intensification on large lots that may be areas to do it, and there have been some applications in the area that I represent to do that. But I think we have to take first into account with that the need for the private or public open space that many of these buildings provide now and that people that live in them depend on. I know, Councillor, we've seen some up in the North York area where the land in front of the building, which was the open space for the smaller apartment building in the back, was taken up, or where the lands next to a building where people used it as their open space disappeared. And the tenants that were living there felt they had no rights because they were tenants in an apartment building, and the landlord then wished to intensify on the site. And I'm concerned that our policy encourages that over encouraging the retention of the open space that's there that serves that building and others in the area just by having that space there. I don't have a motion on it now, and I don't think it's appropriate in trying to refine some of the policies that are in here. But I think it's something that we have to really get, and this is an area that really is not just the planning division's responsibility, but it's the park department's responsibility, who has often shied away from the purchasing of additional parkland over the years because of the cost of that parkland, or the ability to find those locations, that really has to get more involved in this, that has to have policies that can help the planning department look at which sites may or may not be appropriate for intensification, and then be able to provide the justification why on that site, on that tower in the park, it should absolutely stay that way because that land is needed, or step up to the bar and saying, well, that shouldn't be built as a building, that should actually become open space and the city should acquire it. I don't think that's being done now, and that's a direction that has to go forward. But that open space is not just one that has to be looked at by the planning department. They have these policies in place. That's one that's a shared responsibility on behalf of the city for the cooperation between the two divisions to deal with. And I need them to start to look at that as a greater issue and find ways to bring some policies so we'll have that playing field and level playing field for everyone to look at when you should and when you shouldn't allow intensification on a site, when the land should and shouldn't be acquired, and if it is needed to be acquired, then how we could acquire that land. So otherwise, I'm supportive of the initiatives that are here. So we have Councillor Fillion's motions, and we have the staff recommendations. Can we take it as a package? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much, staff, for all your time spending this and the consultation that you did as well. Adopt the item as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Moving right along. Item number 6. Tippett Road Regeneration Area. I have 2 speakers listed. The first speaker is Michael Goldberg. Is Michael here? There he is. You've been here before, Michael. You know you have 5 minutes. If we have questions, we'll ask them of you. Welcome.
Goldberg Group. I'm a planning consultant. The property that I'm coming to speak to you about is the one I'm showing with an asterisk right here, fronting onto Champlain. The reason I'm here, it's being recommended in your report for neighborhoods, which permits a maximum of 4 stories of townhouses or other neighborhood form that you were just discussing. Members of committee, the properties on Champlain are 90 meters deep, which are extremely deep. If you imagine a 750 square meter floor plate for any sort of tower element, that's about 27.5 times 27.5, which on a 90-meter lot allows for a tremendous amount of opportunity to have neighborhoods built form facing Champlain, and behind it to have some sort of higher built form that more than meets the built form, the angular planes to the neighborhoods, so there's no ignoring of the appropriate transition from the more intense portions of the regeneration area into the neighborhood to the east. Now, I wrote in, this committee last spoke about this matter on June 18th. I wrote in on June 18th because there was passages in both the March and the May staff reports that indicate that further consultation with other landowners, bracket other than the major applicants, will be held prior to a further report on the study, and I welcome the opportunity to meet with staff. So staff did contact us 2 months later. We met in August, and then we provided some additional supplementary correspondence. And in the report that you have before you today, what the staff are saying, well, it's too late in the process to deal with this. And I'm saying, well, we were invited in the May and March to come. This landowner is not one of the applicants. They are one that are providing input into the study process, and they initiated that in June, some 5.5 months ago. They met 2 months later, and then now with the staff report, they're saying, well, a little bit too little too late. Sorry, inappropriate to make changes to the report. So all I'm asking for, I'm not asking for changes today. I'm asking for the opportunity to have further consultation and collaboration with staff to see if we can work with them to refine the transition built form as you move closer to the neighborhood east of Champlain. And if that isn't the case, then, then the planning process, of course, will allow some form of consultation to have down the road. But we would prefer to have this created in a City of Toronto made solution as opposed to any other solution or venue. Those are my remarks. So what I'm asking, my ask today is simply to, as it relates to 20 Champlain or the properties on Champlain, if you want to take a broader look at it, I'm only speaking about those properties within the Tippett area, to stand down the recommendations now to allow for further consultation with staff. Because staff aren't saying to you in the report that what we're asking for is actually wrong from a planning perspective. They're just saying too late in the process. And actually, the process isn't over yet. We're still in it. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? I don't see any. Thank you, Michael.
Thanks so much.
Somebody has a very important call. The only other deputant I had here was Nick, and he's already deputed. Is there anyone else that wished to speak to the Tippett Road Area Regeneration Study? Nobody else for the Tippett Area Road? Sorry, before you just say all that, did you wish to speak to the Tippett Road Area Regeneration Study? Right, did you wish to speak to the item?
Yes.
Sorry, so I need your name because you're not registered with the clerk. And can you turn the microphone on? And I'll be only too glad to hear from you. Just sit down, please, and you're welcome to speak to us.
Well, I've told them many times at our community meetings and when Mr. Pasternak is there, and nothing is done. It's a mess at the bottom on Champlain, where the creek, Mud Creek goes through. It's just a mess. It's all weeds and bushes. It's all let go. It's a mess. And this is year in, year out. Nothing is ever done about it. Between the school and 20 Tippett Road, 20 Champlain Boulevard.
Okay, well, thank you. Okay, so we will bring it then. Any non-members of committee with questions? Any members of committee with questions of staff? I'll quickly ask, there were a couple of letters that came in here. One from Bill Toronto in regards to some of the items that we had resolved in advance. One from Adam Brown. And there was also Mr. Nicolatas's, I think, letter as well, asking for some changes. Would it be best if we take those, refer them to you, and have you report on those items as this comes to council?
That would be appropriate.
Okay. Are there any other questions of staff? If not, I'll speak to the item, and I have a motion then to refer those 3 items to staff. I'll speak briefly about the Tippett Road Area Regeneration Study. It's one that I probably know too much about. Not being the area councillor, Councillor Pasternak is. Unfortunately, he was able to attend today. It was one, if you recall, that was stopped for a very long time and had an awful lot of work done, that didn't have a lot of work done, and it is partly owned by Bill Toronto and a number of other landowners. Back last spring, council asked staff to move this forward quickly before Mr. Nanos was even in the division, and it fell on his lap as one that he had to catch while he was running down the hallways. I think we've done an excellent job of moving it forward. The recommendations are here, and there are a few minor amendments that I think we have to make everybody satisfied. And at North York Community Council, we had an actual zoning application to move parts of this forward. I'm supportive of all that. I can't support Mr. Goldberg's request today. I think it should be a separate application for it. My involvement was one as this had taken so long to have staff consider it, and it was stuck for so long that we wanted to get it moving forward. So in due respect, coming out after we actually got this thing all the way down the field and close to the gold line is a little bit late. I think your client can make his own application. Staff will review it in context of that. But I think it's time to bring a close to this one over here because it's been floating around for way too long. But I'm sure that they will look at it reasonably if you bring an application for it after. So then I have the motions, which are to defer the three requests, Mr. Bronskills, Mr. Nicolatis, and Bill's Toronto, and a deletion and change of this one here, which was what we had approved in a previous meeting as well. Is there anything else that I have to move? Can I take that as a package? I'm being told I can take it as a package. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Adopt the item as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much. Now we have... Sorry. Okay, so now the next item is Steele's Redley Regeneration Area Study. We have quite a number of speakers on it, members of committee as well. Item 8.9, which is what I was asking staff on, which is the Finch Avenue West and Shepherd Ave East Corridor Study. Two of the local councils have a couple of motions they'd like to deal with as far as the west part of Shepherd goes, and I have a motion as far as, Finch goes, and I have a motion about the far east part of Shepherd, which I'll get. I'm going to ask staff if they can circulate them to you. If you can see it, we may be able to adopt it before we go for lunch, so we won't have to come back after lunch on that one. And I'll look at that just before the lunch break.
There is one speaker that's just registered for that.
And there is one speaker, so I may at 20 past, if we have all the motions ready, try and stop the next item and finish that off so staff can go, because our colleague has asked that we try and deal with it before lunch. And we have an awful lot of speakers in 8.7. It definitely won't get finished. So the first speaker on item 8.7 is Mark Flowers, Davies House, representing Global Fortune. So, Mr. Flowers, you have 5 minutes. We're here to hear from you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Mark Flowers. I'm a lawyer with Davies Howe Partners, and we represent Global Fortune Real Estate Development Corporation. Global Fortune is the owner of two properties in the study area, 4665 Steeles Avenue East and 3447 Kennedy Road Rear. I also spoke at the October 8th Planning and Growth Management Committee meeting, and I will be reiterating some of what I said at that meeting. I think the first thing that is probably very key is that the lands subject to this study area, which include the Global Fortune lands, are not, in fact, an employment area. The lands were previously designated employment areas in the city's official plan. They form part of a broader Milliken employment district, but that is no longer the case as a result of decisions both by this committee and City Council. As part of OPA 231, which was the city's comprehensive employment lands review, all of the lands within the study area were redesignated from employment area to regeneration area. That regeneration area designation specifically permits residential uses. And again, that was a decision that was recommended by staff. It was endorsed by this committee, approved by City Council in December 2013, and ultimately approved by the province. At the same time, this committee recommended and City Council subsequently adopted Site and Area Specific 395. Again, that site and area specific policy specifically contemplates the introduction of residential and other sensitive land uses on these properties. I think it's also important to note that none of the industrial owners who have made submissions, you've received, I know, a number of written submissions. I understand you'll be hearing a number of oral submissions today, but none of those industrial owners took exception to those decisions. None of them appealed either OPA 231 or SASP 395 to the board. And the result of that is that in June of this year, at the city's request, the OMB issued an order which approved the regeneration areas designation. It approved SASP 395. It approved the removal of the employment district's identification from the study area lands. In addition, the Global Fortune lands, even though they're no longer part of an employment area, I want to be clear that the proposals on those lands are not to remove the potential for employment opportunities. And I know you heard some earlier matters this morning where there was some concern expressed about literally not having any employment uses on lands previously designated employment. That's not the case here. What is contemplated is true mixed-use developments, incorporating a significant amount of both residential and non-residential uses. On the two properties total, we're talking over 300,000 square feet of non-residential space. So this is a case of maintaining the employment potential, adding to it residential permissions, which would then really allow the sites to redevelop for mixed use and ultimately leverage the existing transit infrastructure in the study area. I know you've also, again, received a number of comments already from industrial owners in the area expressing various concerns. We're confident, however, that residential and other sensitive land uses can be established on the Global Fortune lands in a manner that will maintain land use compatibility and also maintain the existing employment uses in the area. In that regard, I note that staff's recommended official plan amendment specifically talks about impact studies being required where new residential and sensitive land uses are being proposed, but not at this stage. It's at the rezoning stage, and we support that. You've also heard, or will, I'm sure, a number of concerns from the industrial owners about the impacts that residential on the Global Fortune lands would have on their operations. When I read through the submissions, though, from the industrial owners, what I failed to see was a recognition by them of the quite extensive existing residential communities that exist, both east of Midland Avenue, west of Kennedy Road, and in the city of Markham, north of Steeles Avenue. So we believe that if there is any mitigation requirements, in fact, or exceedances in terms of noise guidelines, it's fair to say that any kind of impact assessment would also have to take into account the existing residential communities. Thus, in our view, the concerns that you are hearing from the industrial owners are simply not a proper basis for not proceeding at this stage. So in conclusion, Global Fortune has actively participated in this process now for about the last 3 to 4 years. That includes OPA 231, SASP 395, now the completed city-initiated regeneration area study, and consequently now is the time to move forward with this matter. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there questions from non-committee members? Councillor Karygiannis, questions of the deputant?
Thank you for coming. Thank you, Chair. Through you, Chair. Sir, I represent the area just west of the railway track where the development or the Global Fortune is looking to put up some sort of residential areas. Would the developer give consideration, well, let me phrase this, that in the residential area that I represent, there's a lot of houses that have been turned into rooming houses, and there's renters that live there that are lower income, and we have a definite need for more affordable housing. Would there be any consideration from the developer, you know, either here today or in the future, to have some of the their development designated as affordable housing?
I'm aware that the draft OPA that is before this committee that staff is recommending specifically encourages affordable housing as part of any new residential development. We're supportive of that. We haven't taken issue with that policy at all. I think the appropriate time to deal with that would be at a rezoning stage. Typically, affordable housing would be incorporated by way of Section 37, for example. So yes, we'd be happy to work with staff at looking at whether there's a possibility of incorporating affordable housing.
Have extensive consultations been done, you know, in your view, with the businesses and the area residents? And can you tell me for how long has this been kicking around?
Well, yeah, as I said in my remarks, I mean, this really has been ongoing for years. I haven't attended per se, but certainly reviewing the staff report, it refers specifically to a number of meetings that have been held, open houses, public engagement process for the last several years, and includes both residential.
Would it be 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, 12 years?
Well, yeah, probably all of the above, but certainly as it relates to SASP 395, which was first looking at the study year, that's probably now about 3 or 4 years old.
Would you be surprised, sir, if I tell you that this has probably been going on since 2003?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Lee, you had questions.
Thank you very much, and thank you for coming down. Now, you mentioned that the landowners around, industrial landowners, did not submit anything when this was converted. But you also mentioned residential on both east and west.
Yeah, east of
Are they
Midland, west.
high-rise residential or low-rise residential?
Primarily low-rise residential, both east of Midland, west of Kennedy. And then I also mentioned about north of Steeles, and certainly that's in the city of Markham, I acknowledge, but my understanding is there both the approvals and proposed residential is of a higher density and high-rise form.
Right, but currently the first high-rise residential going north of Steeles is actually the seniors life lease, Manshong.
Yeah, the Mangshong, yes.
And nobody's living there yet?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Right? So when that was going up, did you file the objections to it?
Did Global Fortune?
Yes.
No, not to my knowledge, no.
All right. So with low rise, would you be able to see into the industrial areas?
I mean, I haven't been at every single property, but certainly properties on the east side of Midland could see west of Midland to the industrial property, sure.
Yeah, but at low levels, not that, if you're up high, don't you agree that you can see right into the what is occurring in industrial areas, and any smoke that's coming out from the smokestacks will be very visible?
Well, in terms of whether smokestacks, I mean, I can't speak specifically to that, but if smoke is rising, I presume whether you're at ground level or whether you're up at a 20th story, you'd be able to see smoke rising.
But it'll be easier to see, especially when your windows face the industrial properties.
I mean, if you have windows overlooking industrial property, you'd be able to see there, but it's, again, this is not, a fortress employment area. Whether you're driving around the area, whether you're up and down Midland, you'd be able to see the industrial area.
Would you surmise then that the number of complaints about those industrial areas could likely increase?
I think complaints can be generated by various sources. I'm not sure you could definitively say that complaints are going to increase because people will complain about different things. Some people complain about, more trucks or cars on the road. That has nothing to do with, the height of the building. I don't know. Sitting here today, I couldn't definitively say that there will be more complaints. I know that's been a concern raised by a number of owners. But as I say, given if there's existing residential in the area, either they're already receiving complaints and then have to deal with it, or if there are no complaints, maybe it's a case of that this employment area can coexist with residential relatively well.
Now, you got approval for development on property that's closer to Steele, right?
4665?
For hotel?
For commercial, yes. There's commercial permissions. It's essentially the parking lot for the Splendid China Mall.
Right.
And the intention was that this could become kind of a phase 2, an expansion of that commercial facility.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. No other non-members? Any members of committee with questions? Councillor DiCiano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, part of our urban design guidelines, principles of development state that to plan for, protect, and preserve employment areas for current and future uses, as per policies, new development should maintain existing industries, minimize disruption to industrial operators and businesses, and avoid future use compatibility issues. Where is it in any of the city staff reports or your findings where you show this work has been done?
Sorry, in terms of minimizing impacts and so forth?
Correct.
Well, because you mentioned about the staff report specifically in the OPA contemplates, and it's Clause H, that that would take place prior to the enactment of a zoning bylaw. Applicants must undertake a feasibility analysis and impact assessment and so forth. There obviously already has been a significant amount of work done to date. The city, for instance, retained its own independent consultant, Golder Associates, who did work, and I'm sure you're familiar with their report. So there's that. Our client has retained various consultants to do work that's been submitted to the city. So a lot of that work has already been done. And has demonstrated, in fact, the feasibility of introducing residential on these lands. Going beyond that, in terms of things like specific mitigation, whether or not the level of rating to be used on windows, for example. When you get down to that level of detail, that's typically done at a more detailed design stage, usually at a rezoning or maybe even a site plan stage.
Can you just repeat through the staff report where they use the word prior and repeat that sentence for me?
Sure. If you go to the supplementary report, this is in the draft official plan amendment, and in Clause H, on bottom of page 9, at least as it appears on my document. Prior to the enactment of any zoning bylaw amendment, applicants must undertake a feasibility analysis.
You can stop right there.
Sure.
Don't you think it would be concerning for us, for industry, that we here today approve something prior to going out there and finding out what the costs would be, or if it's even possible to mitigate some of the issues that we're thinking we need to mitigate?
Well, I think you've already done that with respect. As I mentioned, you've already retained an outside consultant who looked at that very issue in the context of this multi-year study, who determined, and staff has now referenced it in their materials, and said, yes, certainly you can accommodate residential and sensitive uses within the area. I also would refer to the fact that this committee, which I said in my submissions, this committee and City Council already previously endorsed the lands going from employment to regeneration area. So again, it's not as though there hasn't been work done to date. There's been extensive work done to date. I think what this is contemplating is it continues into the future at a more detailed design stage.
Okay, thank you. June the 12th of this past year, Council enacted bylaw 607-2015. Part of those bylaws essentially removed asphalt plants from the area. Why do you think we did that?
I'll be honest, I don't know. You'd have to ask either the other members of council or staff that question.
Okay. And last question. You stated before that the landowners didn't get involved in, I guess it took years to get to where we are today, but for a lot of that time, landowners didn't get involved with respect to what was happening. Are you aware that for the first almost year and a half, city staff's assessment of both conversion requests was that the lands should be retained for employment uses, and perhaps that's why industry didn't get involved?
No, I mean, first of all, I don't think I said industry didn't get involved, because I can't speak to whether or not they attended meetings and what they were aware of. I simply said that when ultimately this committee endorsed and recommended that the study area lands be redesignated from employment area to regeneration area, which very clearly says regeneration area contemplates a mix of uses, including residential. That went forward to City Council. It was approved by City Council. It went up to the province. The province approved it, and none of the industrial owners appealed it. So again, I can't speak to what they may or may not have been aware of, but they certainly had every opportunity to appeal. They didn't do that, and the result is that the lands are designated regeneration area, and they're not part of an employment area.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. No further questions of the deputant.
Thank you.
We have Calvin Lance, partner at Stikeman Elliott. Mr. Lance. You've got 5 minutes. If we have questions, we will ask them of you.
Great. Mr. Chairman, members of council, represent Crouppy and Sons Limited. For a number of months now, we've been requesting of staff and also through this committee that this matter be deferred. And the reason we're asking that this matter be deferred back to staff is because it's premature to come forward with an official plan at this moment. Mr. Flowers, when he spoke, said that the lands have already been converted to employment, and that's correct. We don't take issue with that. But he says that it specifically contemplates residential. And that is not completely the case because it's permitting residential subject to studies. And the study that we're talking about here is SASP 395. And that study fails to follow the obligations that are set out in the provincial policy statement, the growth plan, and the city's own official plan 231, which speaks to the obligation of the city to ensure that it demonstrates compatibility. Mr. Flowers indicated that the industries did not appeal. Well, the industries, quite frankly, are in the business of producing asphalt and other things. It's the city that has the obligation in law to demonstrate compatibility. And I'm here this morning to tell you, unfortunately, the city has not done that. City staff have had a study undertaken through the assistance of Golder. And you'd heard from Mr. Flowers that a lot of work has been done. Well, I want to speak to that work that they've done. From our assessment with our consultants on behalf of Crouppy, looking at the work undertaken by Golder, they looked at existing industrial operations. And it's not even clear if they've looked at all the existing industry operations. Specifically, when they referred to Crouppy, the day they did their assessment in the fall of 2014, the hot mix asphalt plant operation was not operational. Golder did not go out to the industries and ask if they're operating all of their facilities, all of their equipment, thereby creating what would be called a worst-case scenario. There was no contemplation of future expansion, and that industries may be in the process of expanding and changing their facilities to accommodate more industrial activities. That type of an analysis ought to have been done by Golder, and there's no indication in the reports that they've done so. Now, the other thing that Golder does is it focuses exclusively on compliance, regulatory compliance. There is an absolute disregard in their study on matters of potential complaints. And for anyone such as Golder doing work for industries getting environmental assessments, they ought to know, city staff ought to know, that complaints play a large role into whether or not environmental compliance approvals are issued or whether there are new conditions imposed on the industry to deal with complaints that they receive. Now, to date, Crouppy operates in a facility that has residential off on either side to the east and the west, but it is low-rise residential. There are noise walls, and so they're maintaining compatibility with mitigation features. What Golder fails to do in its report identify any form of mitigation that may be required to achieve compatibility. It does not speak to the municipal code in terms of prosecutions by the city for noise complaints. There's no mention of that in its report. And there's no mention in its report that industries, notwithstanding mere compliance with regulatory requirements, could still be exposed to civil actions of nuisance. So I say to this committee, it is premature to go forward with this official plan amendment. The lands have been redesignated to regeneration, and residential may be permitted subject to studies. The study that has been undertaken to date is insufficient. and it has not undertaken the type of rigor that would be expected when considering that the sensitive land use could be putting the industry at risk. Now, when you look at the official plan that staff have put forward, they clearly are attempting to strike a balance, but I'd put to this committee, you cannot strike a balance if you don't know what you're balancing. They haven't done the work yet to assess the risks.
I have to get you to wrap up. Thank you.
So just to wrap up, I would just like to leave this message with the committee. The city's spending a lot of money protecting industrial lands through the city. There's an appeal at the Ontario Municipal Board. What happens in this case will be looked at very carefully by the proponents of others who are trying to convert lands, and they'll be looking at how the city, in fact, deals with conversion applications. So I think there's sound reason here to refer this back to staff for further study.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, we have some questions. So I know Councillor Karygiannis does, Councillor Lee does, 4 questioners. So members of committee, 1, 2, 3, 4. Do I still have quorum? Okay. So would you like to extend to allow for the questions of the deputant? And then item 8.9, which is simply to move a couple of motions I was going to deal with also. I don't think the speaker has gone off that one. So if it's the will of the committee, a motion to extend simply to permit the questions of the deputant, deal with item 8.9, and then we'll break for lunch. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. So Councillor Karygiannis, questions.
Thank you for coming, sir. And I heard you stating the position of your client. Can I ask how long you've been working for the client? When did they engage you in order to make the preparations to come and make deputations for us? How long have you been on this particular file?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I was engaged last year, or early this year. It's probably early this year. I don't have the exact date, sir.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, in your mind, sir, would you consider, or through your client, would they state that, or would you agree or disagree that the staff have done everything and they've done due diligence on this file, or do you think that staff need to do more work on this file? Through you, Chair.
I'm absolutely convinced, based on my experience with other industrial operations in the city and having dealt with these issues for Redpath Sugar and Atlantic Packaging and Irving Tissue and other industries, I can assure you that not enough due diligence work has been undertaken by staff.
Would you be surprised, sir, if I was to share with you that your client sort of like pretty well just got involved in the last year, and this has been going on for something like 12 years?
Through you, Mr. Chair, my understanding is my client is involved in the production of asphalt, and that the City of Toronto staff, through its official plan policies and through legislation, have the onus of maintaining compatibility and protecting industrial lands.
Sir, let me try again, through the chair. On this particular site and this particular project, would you be surprised, or can you confirm that your client has been recently involved? Well, this has been going on for many, many years. Matter of fact, about 12 years now.
I can advise members of committee that I was involved. I got involved when our client became involved in this.
Sir, all due respect.
Councillor Karygiannis, I think he's answering his involvement's been in the last.
I'm asking for the involvement of your clients.
He's not answering that. He doesn't know that.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councillor Karygiannis. Councillor Lee?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. How far away from the area are your client's property?
From the area in question?
Yes.
A portion of the property my client has is abutting. It's in the lands to the east of the subject lands, which is being considered here.
So when this was going on, did your client not get notification on this particular study?
I can't say whether they got notice or not, but they were contacted by the city earlier this year.
Earlier this year, but not prior to that?
There was no recollection that they had been contacted prior to that.
Well, the Planning Act, requires notification within 120 meters. So I would suggest that your client had notification when this was being brought forward earlier, but they may not have triggered
Councillor Lee, that may
the
be...
impact that it will have. Do you agree with that?
Well, sir, it's been my experience with industrial operations, and given the arrangements of their administration, they often don't get the notices through to the person who would understand the significance of the notice. And just as I indicated before, the obligation to ensure compatibility really rests with the city and not with the landowners coming forward and advocating on their own behalf.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor DiCiano, questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The draft OPA in introducing new high-rise residential uses say that we must meet the criteria for conversion in basically 3 ways. The need for conversion, demonstration that the lands are not required over the long term for employment purposes, and demonstration that the conversion will not adversely affect the overall viability of the employment area that surrounds it. Are you, what one of those 3 points are most problematic, or what have been achieved and what have not been achieved?
Through you, Mr. Chair. The test that I believe you're referring to is in the growth plan, and it's a test that's required by the province, and the city is obligated to follow that test. The lands have been converted, but this is why they would have gone to regeneration with the requirement for further study to, in a sense, satisfy those tests. Those tests were not studied and put forward at the time when the conversion request happened. So the need for conversion, demonstration that the lands are not required for the overall long-term goals of employment purposes in the city, and that the conversion would not adversely affect neighboring industrial lands. Those have not fully been done. And it's specifically the last of the 3 that you mentioned, the demonstration that the conversion will not adversely affect the overall viability of the employment lands. Now, that test is also found in the Official Plan 231, and Official Plan 231 speaks to what an adverse effect is. And part of that needs to be studied, and it's right in the Official Plan, is complaints, eliminating complaints. And when you look at the work done by the city and by Golder, it doesn't deal with that. And I just use that as an example. But here's an example of where the city's own official plan speaks to the need to look at the impact of complaints. That has not been dealt with.
Okay, and SASP 395 states that a land use buffer is to appropriately separate residential and sensitive non-residential uses from nearby employment areas. How do you buffer high-rise?
That's a good question. With low-rise, you can often achieve buffering through distance separation and noise walls. With high-rise, largely it's distance separation. When it comes to issues of noise is assessed at the plane of the receptor, which is plane of the window. And if the plane of the window is behind a noise barrier, then you can achieve the buffering in that manner and allow the sensitive land uses to be closer. But when you have a building that's much taller and you're not able to have an intervening, say a commercial building or a wall or something to that effect, it's very difficult to achieve buffering with the exception of having more distance or a building with no windows. And a building with no windows facing the industry may not be the most compatible and the most livable environment for those in the building, may not be marketable, but those would be your options when you're introducing a high-rise. Locate the building further away so it doesn't create a noise impact on the windows, or construct a building without windows facing the industry, such as we have done with Pier 27 and Redpath.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there other questions of the deputant? Councillor Campbell?
So your client's central concern is would be the onslaught of many complaints once a residential neighborhood is developed. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's definitely that. The complaints can be made to the city, but most importantly, they can be made to the Ministry of the Environment. And the industry is required on a regular basis to get their ECAs approved. And the complaints will feed into that process and can result in further restrictions on the industry and the requirement for more mitigation, which they'll have to install at their own cost or go out of business.
So you don't subscribe to the view buyer beware. If you buy in there, you're buying an industrial area, you have to put up with it.
Yes, unfortunately, what happens is people see the warning clauses, or they don't see them, or subsequent purchasers don't see them, and you cannot contract out of your ability to complain to the MOE through a private purchase and sale agreement.
So just in your professional experience as one who represents companies such as this, have you seen this occur before in other jurisdictions? Where development occurred, residential development occurred, it moved into an area of, where there was industrial uses and it became problematic for those businesses?
Yes, I have. And we often get involved at various stages, sometimes early on, sometimes a little later in the process. But where sensitive land uses have been introduced in close proximity to an industry, often a lot of work has been undertaken to do more than just a warning clause. It's to put in design solutions. Perhaps the developer pays for mitigation on the industrial lands. Perhaps the building's designed in such a manner to minimize the effects. They may have carbon filters, air quality systems to minimize the effect on interior space. But in some cases, it's just not possible, short of putting the industry under a dome. So not all impacts can be mitigated, and I think that's the thing that concerns our client here.
If there was a proposed residential development of low-rise, would that pose a problem or just much less of a problem?
It would likely be less of a problem, but we would have to run that past our consultants and have them do the modeling for the noise and odor and dust, et cetera.
Good, thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Oh, Councillor Wong-Tam.
Yes, thank you very much. I wasn't going to ask questions, but I'm going to ask now. You're the lawyer on behalf of Redpath?
I am, yes.
And is Redpath Development, are they on the verge of closing? Is there any threat of imminent closure now that Pier 27?
Sorry,
Now that Pier 27.
Councillor Wong.
No, I'm trying to.
Councillor Wong-Tam, Redpath is not in front of us today.
I recognize that, Mr. Chair. We did hear the deputant now speak to the fact that there have been other employment lands that have industrial use that have impact on residential sensitive development in its adjacency, and that it is now, he's the one that raised it. I'm just trying to delve a little deeper, as he's drawing comparison to his representation of Redpath as a property owner and a user on the waterfront, and that they were perhaps being threatened by the Pier 27 development.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Actually, I raised it.
Oh, was it you? Oh, sorry.
Councillor
But I actually heard it from the deputy himself.
He said that he's represented them, but the issue of whether they're Redpath are closing or not, I don't think is really the issue in front of us.
Okay, I will speak to that later. But I do think there is a material connection based on the fact that he's drawn it himself. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? There aren't any. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just before you break for lunch, because we're going to come back after, I said item number 8.9, which was the Finch Avenue West and Shepherd Avenue's corridor planning study. There are two motions which I have here, one for Councillor Crisanti, one for Councillor Mamalidi. There was one that I put forward myself, and Councillor Perruzza has asked if we could deal with this before we break for lunch. So I'd move the three motions which were circulated to you.
Once again, I have two motions.
Sorry, there's two motions that were circulated, so I hope that's all of them. Well, was there another motion or just the two? There was one that I was circulating on Shepherd Avenue myself, And there was... Okay. So we'll put them together, the motions that were circulated to you that are up on the screen. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. The item is amended. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for lunch, and we'll be back at 1:35. Members, if you can be here on time, that would be appreciated. Thank you. So we still need a couple of councillors back to the room. So we're looking for Councillor Wong Tam and Councillor Carmichael Greb, if they could join us again. So we will call the meeting back to order. Can I get some order in the room? We have to, and Jennifer, let's include you to get the meeting started. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So. Can we get some order back in the room, please? Thank you. The next speaker we have is Tony Carrera. Tony, welcome. You know the rules. You've been here before, I think. You've got 5 minutes. If we have questions, we'll ask you. Can I get my colleagues, if they have Mr. Levy? If we can take it outside or whatever. Yep, sure. Rather give the deputant the attention that we're supposed to. Go forward, Tony. We're listening to you.
Good morning, or good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Tony Carrera. I am president of a manufacturing company called K-Line Insulators, and we're at 50 Passmore Avenue. I apologize if I have any faux pas with the protocol. This is actually the first time I've ever been here, at least presenting. I'd like to start by making a point that at no time was I ever approached or notified that this process was going on until about a year or so ago, when I was prompted by a local official who indiscreetly told me I should probably get involved. K-Line Insulators is one of a group of companies in the K-Line Group. We employ about 220 people in total. We have recently received the prestigious designation of one of Canada's best managed companies. We've been operating at the 50 Passmore location since 1989, and we've been in Toronto as a group since 1967. Pardon me. We moved to this location because not only was it designated in industrial area, it also allowed outside storage, which is central to our business and to our other group of companies, which is a contracting company, and we have a lot of vehicles. K-Line is a manufacturer of polymeric insulators and a supplier of its products to the electric utilities around the world. We are one of the last manufacturers of this type of product still performing in the Western, or manufacturing in the Western world. Over the last 5 to 10 years, we have been courted by various cities in Ontario, governments in other provinces, as well as other foreign countries. I have traveled to places like China, India, South America, Europe, and the Middle East at the request of governments of these regions to specifically discuss relocation of our manufacturing to these regions. Each time, I return to our facility in Toronto with the conclusion that our current location is the best place for us to manufacture. To reinforce that this year, we expanded our manufacturing facility at Passmore by about 20%, a very unusual thing these days in manufacturing in the province of Ontario and surely in Toronto. We have added new employees and expect to hire more staff in the new year. With each job we create at K-Line, we generate the possibility of up to 10 new jobs in supporting industries and services. Our position on sourcing of suppliers has always been to support local industry in Toronto. If that's not available, then we look to the rest of Ontario, followed by the rest of Canada, and finally, the US. About 20 years ago, I was proud to say that 70 to 80% of our content was Canadian, mostly out of Ontario, and more specifically, the City of Toronto. Unfortunately, because of the lack of government support at all levels in Canada in the past, we have lost many of these suppliers and manufacturers to China, India, and some of the other countries I previously mentioned. We expect that if the proposal to rezone the area to allow residential goes through, K-Line will have no choice but to eventually move from our current location. We are a growing company, and I and my staff need to concentrate on continuing to grow our business. We really have no time to spend in battles with the city or future residents who will find our operations likely to be in conflict or perhaps even objectionable with their residential expectations. If this residential zoning goes through, we will immediately reevaluate other locations to move to so as to ensure we maintain our focus on our main objectives, which are to expand our operations, grow the company, and create new jobs. K-Line, like our other industrial colleagues at Passmore, are dedicated to being good corporate citizens. As local businesses, we rely on the support of our local government and our councillors to ensure we have the political environment necessary not only to grow our businesses, but to create new jobs right here in Toronto. With the city's support, without the city's support, this will not be possible. I would like to think that our city, and certainly Mayor Tory, would not want to lose any more jobs in Toronto. I know that in my various discussions with Ontario's Finance Minister, Charles Sousa, he is a staunch supporter of keeping industry not only in Ontario, but especially in Toronto. We need your support to continue to grow and thrive in Toronto. In closing, I would like to say that K-Line does not want to move our manufacturing facility out of Toronto. We don't want to be another Christie's. My question to council is, do you want K-Line to stay in Toronto? Thank you.
Thank you. Are there non-members of committee that have questions? Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, and welcome, Mr. Carrera. Could you foresee complaints, sir? I mean, we heard complaints might be coming from this development. Can you foresee complaints from any possible development coming to us regarding your company? And if so, what?
Well, I guess anything I'm going to say is sort of a conjecture because until it happens, you don't know. But I know that one of the proposals was to put residential right up against our fence, our property line on the north side. This is a concern to us because I know that there have been many cases where residential areas near industrial areas have created problems for those industrial operators who were there before, somewhat like the airport. You know, I was look at the airport. The airport was there. We built around it, and then people complained that there were airplanes at the airport.
Again, let me rephrase, and thank you, sir. I believe the only option that we're discussing right now is the option about building north of the GO line, so I mean, north of the GO station, and that's not up to your fence. I mean, this is at least 2 or 3 properties north of your fence. So what difficulties would people that would live right now, or you know, any residential that will be put on Steeles, what difficulties do you foresee people complaining about?
Okay.
Now, don't forget that just north of Steeles and Midland, which is right across the street, there's a 24 tower that's already existing, and there's proposals for 7 towers to go up north of Steeles. So if, you know, like if we don't get the complaints from south of Steeles, you're going to get them north of Steeles. So what complaints would you see forthcoming regarding your business?
I think there were 3 questions there, so I'm going to try to answer them all, maybe in reverse order. The last order, we really, I guess, didn't have much say about what went on in the north. I didn't know anything about that as well. But I guess my conclusion with that one is 2 wrongs don't make a right. So because I missed the first opportunity to hold my voice, it shouldn't preclude me from this one, number 1. Number 2, if the residences are further up, they're high-rise, they will see our yard. Our yard has trucks, you know, we move stuff, there's noise. There will be complaints. And by the way, one of the options that I saw was that there was going to be a possibility of a residential right as close as our north fence. Now, it may have been retracted at this time, maybe to get the zoning, but there's no doubt in my mind that if it goes up in the north on Steeles, that eventually there will be a new building. My point, I guess, at the end of the day is we really don't have time to be involved in these things. We just want to do our thing, create jobs, and keep our economy going.
Through you, Chair, you don't have any, you're not sure of what possible difficulties you could come across. Probably just don't like your trucks. People don't like your trucks.
Complaints of noise, complaints of visual. I mean, you know, it's a yard. It's not like a backyard with landscaping and so on. It's a concrete yard with trucks, and we store materials outside because we're allowed to. We've got skids. We have a lot of things. So people tend to complain if, you know, visually there's an issue. So.
There's a similar thing that took place at Seniors Home, actually, that was built, St. John's Seniors Home at McNichol and Victoria Park. And it was a similar thing that was done, and they got a yard behind them. And the seniors none of them are complaining. I haven't received any complaints from the development. And this is just, you know, right on the other side of the ward. And they're in an industrial zone, and they're 25 stories high, and there's no complaints. I mean, I don't think there's going to be any complaints, and I could be wrong, but regarding a yard.
Yeah, we can't afford to wait to see if we're wrong, I guess. So this is the time to speak. If I wait and speak later, it'll be too late, as I'm told. So here I am to speak about it now.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. There are members of committee that have questions. Councillor Campbell.
So you say on your northern boundary, you thought that there was a development that was going to come right up to your northern boundary, but isn't Anchor Shoring just north of you?
I believe, I could be wrong, but I believe that's part of the potential future. I could be wrong on that. I know that at one time there was a discussion that eventually there could be a residence right up to that point. I think there may be some deal in the works. I'm not sure. I don't have the details.
Okay, thank you.
Other members of committee? So, Mr. Carrera, just so I understand, your site, heavy activity, insulators, a lot of outdoor storage?
Yes. What
is stored outdoor?
Well, we're a group of companies. So first of all, we have we're one of the larger power utility contractors in Canada. So we have, you know, bucket trucks, RBDs, fiber optic string equipment that may or may not be stored there at any given time when it's not on a job. We have skids outside, we have crates, we have trucks, we have trailers, we have all kinds of things.
What would be the hours that the vehicles come and go from the yard?
Well, if there's storm calls, it could be at night. Most of the time, they'd be in by maybe 5, but we work a 3-shift operation, so we're there all the time during the week.
So you have vehicles that are starting up 7/24?
Yep.
And your concern is that if you have residential near to your development, that could impact your ability to remain there?
Absolutely.
And are you as concerned about the site up on Steeles, which is north of the GO station, as you are of the site directly to the north of you, which is Anchor Shoring?
I'm concerned with generally rezoning it residential, because even though it may start at the top, if it's rezoned residential, eventually it could come that close. So I'm concerned about just in general the residential rezoning aspect.
Okay, thank you very much. No other questions. Thank you for coming, and thank you for bringing your perspective to it.
Thank you, sir.
It's important. And please keep the jobs in Toronto. We want you to stay there.
We do want to stay.
Okay. Scott Dunsmore, All Weld Company Limited.
Mr. Chairman.
We're here to listen to you. You get 5 minutes. If there's questions, we'll ask you of them after.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Scott Dunsmore. I'm the president of All Weld Company Limited, located at primarily 49 and 14 Passmore Avenue. All Weld Company has been a corporate citizen of Toronto since 1920, not me personally. I represent the third generation ownership, family ownership, which is the second owner of the company since that time. In 1920, we had a facility just around the corner from this building here on Chestnut Street. We moved from there to 24 Carlaw. We were there from 1948 till we moved in 1981. At the time, at 24 Carlaw, we were good corporate neighbors with residents that were directly in our backyard. We reached a stage where we outgrew and needed to expand, and we moved. In 1981, we started the search. We had a very specific list of needs, building, lands, and especially zoning. Heavy industrial and outside storage was mandated. The Milliken Industrial Park fit our definition perfectly. To date, after 35-odd years, we have had no complaints or interaction of any kind with any of our surrounding communities or our industrial neighbors. From time to time, we operate 2 or 3 shifts throughout a given project, working around the clock. We're a custom steel fabricating facility. We have a lot of large machinery, welding, grinding, hammering, et cetera, et cetera. In the summer months, our large bay doors are wide open for airflow and circulation. Over the years, we have expanded and contracted based on a need-by-need basis, and each time we did so, it has been primarily right within the boundaries of the Milliken Industrial Park. In 2003, a decision was made to expand further, and we acquired the 14 Passmore address, which is our large machining facility and overflow fabrication location. My point to all this is that we have grown and developed for over 35 years at this location. We did not move in and change the rules or ask for anything different. We made business decisions based on the well-thought-out industrial park plans that our city planners created all those many years ago. So what are my concerns? As discussed, the introduction of residents in a high-rise tower directly within the boundaries of our industrial park significantly increases the potentiality of non-productive, time-consuming interactions with residents based on noise, sightings, individual preferences and opinions and perceptions, all of which are not controllable. This disruption to our business is a direct impact on our ability to continue what we do, and that is custom steel fabrication. My second point of concern is the significant and inevitable increase in traffic directly within the industrial park. This area is already used as a shortcut for residents and commuters. Many of these drivers dangerously ignore the safety of truck movement in and out of our properties and neighboring properties. I have personally witnessed flagmen, truck safety, and other vehicle safety being totally ignored. Adding more residents directly into the industrial park is like adding gasoline to a tire fire. Lastly, I understand that the city has conducted a due diligence study of this proposal over the past number of months, years. I would like to reiterate what I have stated at other public forums, and that is that Allweld has at no time, Allweld, and it is my understanding some of the other industrial neighbors, have at no time been interviewed, questioned, surveyed about this throughout this process. In fact, the only contact that we have had was was during the very early stages of the economic, and it was from the economic development offices of the city who, quote, warned me and advised I better get involved in this because it was insinuated during that interaction that it might not be good for my operation.
Scott, can I get you to wrap up?
Once again, thank you, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you. Are there questions of Mr. Dunsmore? Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, sir, and welcome to the process. You mentioned about trucks and more cars in the area.
Right.
Indeed, the area north of you is zoned commercial, which means that somebody can come along and put a couple of towers, or maybe enlarge the Splendid China.
Okay.
And if they do that, I've been advised by staff that it can go up to 1,800 cars.
I would think business cars during business hours. Correct, yeah, sure.
1,800 cars, and this businesses sometimes go all the way on the weekend. They go from 8 in the morning until 12 at night. Matter of fact, not so only Splendid China, but Pacific Mall, they go into, even later than that.
Right.
And you're aware that when the development takes place, that Redley will be expanded down to Passmore?
I am.
So if the development doesn't take place, then that won't happen.
Well, that's
Which means
interesting.
a lot more cars in on Passmore.
Well, that's interesting, yeah. Thank you for bringing that up. We have had this conversation in the past, and if Redley is a viable solution to the traffic issues within the park, regardless of a building going in or not going in, if there's a traffic situation in the area, I behoove the city to make a decision on if that road is actually necessary. Shouldn't have any bearing on the idea that another company is deciding to put in or not deciding to put in another building.
As it stands right now, buildings go up close to Steeles. South of Steeles, we get the road.
Well, I can't control the rules of how you get the road. I'm saying that if the city thinks it's a good idea to get the road, put in the road.
How would the buildings, residential buildings, what complaints will they have about your business?
As I mentioned, I would be very concerned about noise, hammering in the middle of the night. Grinding is very, very loud, metal grinding.
How far are you currently, sir, through the chair, from the closest residential area?
I don't know the exact number. I'm about in the middle of the industrial park. And as I said, I haven't had any complaints from any of the low-rise communities that surround the Milliken Industrial Park area.
The noise, where it would be high or low, will still be the same, and I haven't heard any complaints about your industry, so.
No one's ever asked me, no one's ever communicated from the city to ask me what type of noise, how much noise. I can imagine a noise as simple as a backup.
Councillor Karygiannis, let him answer the question, please.
A noise as simple as a backup beeping on a forklift will be an irritant to residents if it happens at 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the morning.
Through the chair, wouldn't that noise also be the same noise that residential folks right now would call for and complain? And I haven't had any complaints.
I can't answer I can't answer that. I can just say that those residents are not inside the industrial park. They are on the outskirts of the industrial park on the other side of a road. They're not inside the industrial park.
Have you counted or have you estimated where you're located from the residential neighborhood right now versus where the proposed high-rise residential will be?
No, I have been busy running my company. I have no complaints from the neighboring residents of single-story dwellings.
Through the chair, would you be surprised, sir, if I was to ask staff or to advise you that you're about the same length from the low rises as would you be from the high rises?
Same length. I think somebody was mentioning the fact that there are barriers, natural barriers of buildings that block sound. So when you do your angles of trajectory of noise, going up in the air with no barriers is different than going through walls and other buildings in order to get to the other side of a road.
Sir, can you, through the chair, last question, can you tell me how you're going to mitigate the difficulties that will come up from the high-rise that's right now taking place at Midland and Shepherd, and which is the same length, the same distance as the proposed? How are you going to deal with that?
No, I don't know how I'm going to deal with that. I very honestly have a tough time being here today. I'm an entrepreneur of a family-run business. I work every day on the business. I don't have international money pouring in. I am a busy man.
Through the chair, sir.
Sorry, I think we're there. You said it was your last.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other questions from committee members of the deputant? So, Mr. Dunsmore, how long have you been there for? I have some questions.
Sure. Our company moved in 1981.
And
I personally, 1981.
And how many hours a day does your business run?
Right now, it's based on a 40-hour week, 7 o'clock in the morning until about 4:30 in the afternoon. We do have an overtime shift that runs quite frequently until 6:30 at night, but we have had projects that run 24 hours a day and right through the weekend as well, on a need-by-need basis.
So your concern is that permitting residential development on Steeles Avenue might incur additional complaints about your operation and impact your ability to run your business as you currently are?
Yeah, I am fearful, yes, of having an impact that I can't manage, in terms of manpower and hours. I'm also quite concerned because there's no control. There's no control over what someone's opinion is. My opinion of noise and somebody else's opinion of a beeping buzzer on the backing up of a truck is uncontrollable. And so that just takes time and effort. And
So who, and you said earlier, someone came to you and warned you that there may be an impact in your ability to do business? Is that what I heard?
I was introduced to this from a representative of the Economic Development Committee of the city. And at the time, I didn't roll up my sleeves and go crazy on it. I just couldn't imagine. First of all, I didn't know what the definition of a regeneration area was. And I didn't take the time. I'm kicking myself for that. I can't go backwards. All I can do is be here today and speak to you.
Okay, so what you're saying is that recently, because it was, I think, within the last year or two, you said someone came to you?
I would say about a year.
You were approached by a representative of the city cautioning you about the application that we're considering now on Steeles Avenue and because of the impact that it might have on you.
Yes.
So are you surprised in that the city has two positions on this? One warning you and the other one suggesting we do it?
You know what? I'm not surprised anything happens in the city.
Have you ever come to any committee or community meetings before on any item? Because I know you said you're...
I have attended information sessions regarding this at some of the local Lamoureux Park and that type of thing. I haven't attended a city council session, no.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any further. I want to thank you for taking the time out of your business to come down here, because I know it's not something that most people in business do. They tend to keep their eyes on what they're doing and try and make sure that the business runs and is successful. And to come down, in particular to downtown Toronto, when you're far out there in Scarborough, and express an opinion, I think is important for us to hear, and I want to thank you for coming.
Well, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. The next speaker we have is Abigail Herrera. Abigail, you got 5 minutes as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Council. I'm with the Ontario Hot Mix Producers Association, and we are a technical and educational association that's dedicated to excellence in asphalt pavements, and we represent 95% of the asphalt producers and the asphalt industry of Ontario. Our membership includes 48 asphalt producers, 6 asphalt cement suppliers, and 73 industry-related associate members. All of our asphalt producer members have certificates of authorization and comply with the Ministry of Environment and their requirements. They also operate under the Ontario Hot Mix Producers Association's Environmental Practices Guide, which is endorsed by the MOE and has been in existence for over 20 years. Our members work hard to be good neighbors and also good stewards of the environment and their communities. Krupe has been a good neighbor in this area for over 45 years. Asphalt plants are situated within industrial zones throughout the GTA to be competitive and to provide quality service and a quality product in a timely and cost-effective manner. Asphalt plants and their proximity to the city provide manufacturing, recycling, and paving services, which are absolutely essential to the GTA's infrastructure needs. Rezoning this industrial area to allow a high-rise residential development right next to an asphalt plant in this industrial area makes the future of Krupe and these surrounding businesses uncertain. If Krupe is forced to move further away from the city, it will have significant costs to them and also to the City of Toronto. Hot mix asphalt is a time-sensitive product, and having long distances between where the asphalt is produced and where the paving projects are can impact the quality of the asphalt, and in some cases would just make it impossible to service certain areas. And again, that would be not good for infrastructure. Additionally, it would impact employment. Having a manufacturing facility within close proximity to the city allows employment to industry workers within the GTA. Moving would mean that these workers would require either a longer commute or they would have to find alternative employment. Ontario's hot mix asphalt industry supports Ontario's $37 million per year construction industry, and at peak season employs over 30,000 workers. Despite the fact that our members, including Krupe, they follow all the guidelines and operate under the requirements of the Ministry of Environment, having this high-rise development is bound to, there's going to be complaints, and the coexistence is going to be very challenging. An asphalt plant does not operate in silence, and there's going to be the occasional emission of dust and odor. And again, although they're complying with all standards and regulations, all of these complaints, every single one of them is going to have to be addressed. And this will cause a domino effect, resulting in very high cost, loss of time, productivity, and in the end, all neighbors, including the residents in the developmental residential areas and the industrial neighbors, they're all going to be unhappy. It's not a win-win. Complaints to these operations would also have significant impact on Krupe's business. They would have to make adjustments to their operations, which would be very costly and in some cases would just be impossible to make. Krupe and these surrounding businesses within this area are good corporate citizens, and they actively support their communities through charitable causes, and they also pay a large amount of property tax, which is then reinvested into the community. Therefore, in closing, just mixing these two, it's incompatible use of the employment lands in the industrial area. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions of the deputant? Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, how many people would you say that work at Krupe If you're knowledgeable, I've asked this of a couple of people. None of them have been able to let me know. How many of them live in the immediate neighborhood?
I'm not privy to that information. I'm just speaking on the Ontario Hot Mix Producers' behalf and on industry's behalf.
Would you be aware of how long staff have been involved in speaking to Krupi and on this project? And how much?
At OMPA? At the Ontario Hot Mix Producers Association?
No. I mean, you were here supporting Krupi.
Correct.
Through the chair. So would you be aware if staff, planning staff, have done due diligence in contacting the employer that you are supporting here today and advise them of what was going on, inviting them to meetings?
Councillor Karygiannis, I think
I'm not privy to Krupi staff. Thank you.
that's more a question for the Krupi themselves and this applicant. Thank you. Thank you very much. Are there any other questions of the deputant? So briefly, other hot mix asphalt plants in the city are located where?
They're throughout the city. I don't have that information right on hand, but throughout the GTA in industrial zones.
So in the city of Toronto, and I understand that they want the plants to be fairly close to where the need is. Am I correct?
Yes, because hot mix asphalt, it's very time sensitive. So
Got to
you
be
wanna
delivered hot.
Pardon?
It has to be
Yes, you want to
delivered
keep the hot
hot.
mix, you want to keep it hot.
That's what I thought.
Definitely.
That's why it's called hot mix asphalt.
Yes.
Do you know if there are other conflicts with other hot mix asphalt plants in the city that you've been made aware of with potential development?
Not that I'm aware of at this time, but I'm sure in the past there have been.
Okay. Thank you very much, and thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Okay, the next deputant that we have is Fernando Serafim from IUOE Local 793. I think I've seen you here on this one before. Welcome back.
Thank you. Good
I
afternoon.
know you've got your 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name's Fernando, and I'm the business rep with the International Union of Operating Engineers, Local 793, and we represent about 14,000 heavy equipment operators across Ontario and Nunavut. But today, specifically, I'm here to speak for 50 employees, members of 793 who work for D. Krupi and Sons, and also 44 who work for Anchor Shoring and Caissons. And we have a few, but one working steady at Edzar Investments, all three businesses that are in the industrial park. So in total, there's about 300 people working for Krupi and about 189 working for Shoring, Anchor Shoring and Caissons. So today, I'm here to speak about the difficult situation that is infringing on these companies' abilities to operate. The concern of residential high-rise so close in proximity to the industrial area around Passmore Avenue or the Milliken area, and that it will cause hardship on these companies and their business models. So I come here today to voice the concern of just over 90 hardworking operating engineers from Local 793 who operate machinery for D. Krupi and Sons and Anchor Shoring and Caissons. So what are their concerns? The offices and the yards on Passmore Avenue and Kennedy are the central hub of these companies' operations, and the proposed development and others that might follow puts many of these well-paying jobs at risk. So how will this occur? So many residents in the beginning, again, might be accepting while construction is ongoing, but once construction ends, it is feared that people will start to complain about noise, odor, beeping at all times of the night, or trucks moving, or large movements of equipment any hour of the day, all year round. And these types of complaints could become malicious and disingenuous. So I want to make clear that we are not opposed to development, but ask that development be strategically prosperous for all. There are roughly about 409 jobs that I'm here speaking generally about, and I'm asking that the City of Toronto help in protecting these well-paying jobs, and that these considerations should be equally important in any decision going forward. The encroaching residential could limit expansion and growth, which in turn means the loss of potential well-paying jobs in the future. So many employees live locally in the Toronto area. Being close to work is important to these employees, and we can all appreciate the desire to work close to home. Again, we are not opposed to development, but ask for smart development where people can live and work in this city. And I ask that all stakeholders' concerns be given an equal voice in future or any future developments. In closing, D. Krupe & Sons and Anchor Shoring are committed, dependable employers who provide quality and permanent positions, an employer who meets payroll demands and deadlines, contributes to pension plans, and provides good health and welfare benefits to its employees. Thank you.
Councillor Karygiannis, you have questions.
Sir, did you also, thank you very much for coming. Did you also have an opportunity to make similar deputation to the project that's already up, 24 stories at Midland and Steeles in Markham?
No.
Was the industry invited to make, were you asked by the industry to make such deputation?
No.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any further questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you for coming. Andrew Black, LiUNA Local 183. Andrew, you've been here before. You've got your 5 minutes.
Thank you
We're
very
here to
much.
listen to you.
Okay, so yes, I am Andrew Black. I'm one of a number of in-house lawyers with the Laborers International Union of North America, Local 183. We're the largest construction local union in North America. We represent 50,000 members in the GTA, most of whom live and work right here in this city. So we're appearing today on behalf of those unionized employees of Krupe Group. As I mentioned to this panel back on October 8th, Krupe is a longtime partner of 183 and of 793. They've been unionized for a very long time. They are employing, in some cases, second and third generation members and City of Toronto residents. And for a whole slew of reasons that I don't have time to get into right now, I can tell you that they are a very, very good employer, for reasons from charity to community outreach to funding apprenticeship programs for disadvantaged youth and getting youth into construction. They are a very, very good employer. And I think the fact that you have the two of the biggest construction unions in the province here offering their support to Krupe speaks volumes. So of course, Krupe has these concerns regarding the rezoning in and around Passmore Avenue. I can tell you that 183 echoes those concerns insofar as members of 183 are affected, both directly as employees of Krupe, and we estimate there's approximately 200, and indirectly insofar as Krupe is instrumental in providing hot mix asphalt services to our other contractors and partners throughout the GTA. So as far as we can tell, this rezoning threatens to interfere with, impede, unduly impede Krupe's operations as they currently stand. And it perhaps goes without saying, but the success and prosperity of our members, who are residents of this city, depends in very large measure on the success and prosperity of Krupe. Krupe's benefit is their benefit, Krupe's detriment is their detriment. And I have heard a number of speakers speak to the balance that has to be struck, of course, between the residential interests and the industrial interests. And I can tell you that 183, with our 50,000 members, we support both interests and we operate in both sectors. But from our point of view, building a condominium right on top of an asphalt plant serves neither interest. And again, I think it's sort of easy to lose the forest for the trees, but I would invite the committee to just imagine, just as a plain matter, this juxtaposition of this loud, 24-hour, bustling, industrial gravel plant right up against the clean, quiet, enjoyment, residential living that I think tenants of condominiums would quite rightly expect. The cautions about buyer beware notwithstanding, and I think those are valid points, but I think the reality is problems and conflict are going to arise. It's going to happen. There's going to be complaints There's going to be administrative problems, perhaps litigation problems. There's going to be enforcement. That enforcement comes with a cost, both in terms of time, in terms of money, in terms of energy. That's going to lead, undoubtedly, in our view, to restrictions on Croupi's hours and operations. That's going to lead to an increased cost of operations, inability to compete. That will lead to a loss of existing jobs, an infringement of future expansion opportunities, loss of future jobs, and so on, and so it goes. So people, of course, need places to live. That goes without saying, but they also need places to work. Many of our members and employees of Croupi who work for Croupi also live close by, and to the city's credit, I will say that as far as we can tell, the city has done an excellent job of balancing those two interests to date, and we would ask that the city continue to protect and promote both interests and balance those two interests as well as they have to date. So just in closing, I would just ask that this panel give very serious thought and consideration to Croupi's concerns and the concerns of the other speakers that you're hearing today. They're a great employer, they're a great community partner, they're a great corporate citizen, and subject to any questions. That's what I'd like to say.
Thank you, Andrew. We have questions from Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you very much for coming through the chair. Has there been any complaints against Croupi right now where they're operating? I believe they're on the south of Passmore, just north of McNichol.
Not that I'm aware of, sir, no.
Have you visited the facilities lately and seen the amount of growth, the mountain that keeps going higher and higher, just north of Rona?
I've not, sir, no.
Are you aware, sir, that this is about 200 meters away from a senior's home, and yet I haven't heard any complaints?
I was not aware of that, no, sir.
And this senior's home is multi-level res? Are you aware of that, sir?
I'm entirely unaware of any particulars about the seniors' home.
Thank you, sir. So, I mean, if I can wrap up, Chair, through the chair, you're here supporting the jobs of your union.
Correct, sir.
And you, through the chair, you haven't been on site. You haven't spoken to your union members to see what goes on, if they had any complaints?
To see if the union members had any complaints?
Or they've heard complaints from the residents. I mean, you said that union members live close by, incorrect?
Right. The information that we have is many of them live in the surrounding area, yes.
I've asked for myself and others if they can provide us with a list of where people live. I still haven't seen one. Would you be able to tell me, sir, how many of your, through the chair, from your local live in the immediate area?
Out of the approximately 200 employees who I understand work at Croupi right now, I couldn't tell you where those members live. And even if I had that information as a statistical matter, I don't know that I'd be able to actually divulge where these members live.
Through the chair, would you say that out of the 200 members, 50% live within, let's say, 2 kilometers?
Oh, I'd be totally guessing.
So you wouldn't know how close they live?
No, I'm not sure exactly where these members live as a statistical matter or as an individual specific matter. No, I'm not sure.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much for coming, Andrew. The next speaker we have is Sanjay Bhatia. Sanjay, are you here?
Good afternoon. My name is Sanjay Bhatia. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for the Anchor Shoring Group of Companies. We are located at 3445 Kennedy Road. That is just south of Steeles, north of Passmore, and we are directly west of the study area. We've been in business for close to 50 years, but in that specific location at Kennedy Road, we've been there for over 40 years. Our front office area faces Kennedy Road, and then at the back, we've got our yard and shop area. In total, we have 8 acres with the total lands. Now, interesting, the study area actually includes lands that we actually own right now. Just to tell you a little bit more about Anchor Shoring, we are in the heavy construction industry. We specialize in engineered soil retention systems, deep foundation work, specifically shoring and caissons, for high-rise condominiums, for commercial property, infrastructure. Whenever deep drilling is needed, we're there. We're one of the leaders in the industry. We work for all the premier general contractors and developers in the city. In fact, if you look at our website and see all the projects that we've been involved with downtown, you would see that the vast majority is the shoring work that we've done. We currently employ over 180 employees. More than half are unionized, and the vast majority of those jobs are permanent jobs, established and well-paying jobs. The concerns that we raised in a letter to the city planning on July 31st, and I think you guys have a copy of that letter, many of the functions that we carry out in our operations are really not suitable for especially high-rise residential development close by, within close proximity. Operations include welding, heavy machine and equipment repair, fabrication of steel, movement of materials, mainly steel. Our operations start as early as 5:30 in the morning. We typically go to the late afternoon around 4, but we will be involved with special projects when required, and this will require us to work in the evening, sometimes at nights, and during the weekends. Our functions bring out a lot of potential problems with if residential was close by. Vibration is going to be a huge issue. Noise, odors. We know these residents of high-rise would find very objectionable. And so regardless of what waivers are put in for potential residents, buyer beware, we know that regardless of all that, we'd be dealing with complaints, claims against us, possible legal action. Regardless of whatever waivers or what people have agreed to, we know we're going to be dealing with these issues, taking us away from our regular operations, focusing on dealing with these nuisance complaints. In addition to all that, we do have concerns with safety as well. The way our operations run is we are in and out of our yard carrying equipment, sometimes 2 or 3 beds of high, very big drill rig equipment, cranes, steel piles. These are going in and out, tons of trucks. And so with a residential, a high-rise, I don't think it's adequately been looked at what the safety concerns could be in that sort of a situation with all the trucks that we have going in and out. We were kind of brought into this process early in 2015, similar to what a lot of the other business owners have been talking about, in that a representative from economic development made us aware and said that we should be taking a lot more active role in that. When we went to a meeting in early April or mid-April, and we saw the different proposals, I was surprised to see that one of the proposals actually had land that we owned as part of the study area, which
Can I ask
concerned
you
me
to
because-
wrap up in about 15 seconds?
Okay. So just in closing, I just wanted to say that we do have concerns for the changing to mixed use and specifically residential development. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your deputation. Questions from outside councillors? Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Sir, I've heard today that some of you were advised by somebody from business development. Would you be able to share that name with us?
I don't think there's there would be.
You can either share with us or I can.
Neil Farmer from Economic, Doug Muirhead.
Thank you, sir. Had staff, through the Vice Chair, had staff from Planning and Development not contacted you before?
I would say prior to 2015, no. I think early 2015 was when we were made aware of.
So I realized that other people on your street was meetings back in 2014, in the summer of 2014, meeting that I attended. People were there and they were invited. I was wondering if an invitation was sent to you that you might have missed.
It is possible. I mean, we are getting tons of notices and from city and other areas. That is possible. I'm not going to say not, but to totally change the whole landscape of the area from industrial to mixed use, I mean, is one that I think needs a little bit more notice than just sort of a pamphlet that's given out to the residents.
Well, through the chair, I mean, this is the only thing city is obliged to do. I mean, would you be aware of that?
That we be obliged, I mean, when we were aware of what was what the potential was of changing this thing to mixed use, we did.
Through the vice chair, would you say, sir, that staff of planning and development, are you referring that staff of planning and development has not done due diligence in keeping in touch with businesses in the area? Is this what I'm hearing?
With city
you say?
planning?
Yes, sir.
Other than the economic development representative that came in early 15, I would say no.
Through the chair again. Sir, I mean, city planning and the department does, I mean, what you're saying is that you didn't get any acknowledgement, any information. City planning has a method of operation that they follow, and they follow that everywhere. Am I hearing from your end that you're saying that they haven't done due diligence in informing you and the rest of the people in the area? Is this what I'm hearing?
I would have to say no.
You agree with me, or so you're saying, again, for clarification, that city staff of planning and development has not done due diligence in informing the area businesses that this was taking place? This is what you're saying, correct or incorrect?
Sort of confusing me here. I think I've made it clear our first.
And I know that I will make it simple, sir. Am I hearing from your end that city planning staff have not done due diligence in informing the industrial ratepayers or the industrial citizens of the area that there been a study done?
Councillor, I think he's addressed. I think he's addressed your concerns. He's clearly stated that it could have been a better process, and I'll remind the councillor that it's actually the city's job to bring forward a process to uphold employment land policies. It's not the industry's job.
Chair, I mean, not that I want to get a debate with you, but I think city staff that are sitting around here, you know, like, I believe in this area they've done not only due diligence, but overwhelmingly due diligence at request of myself and my predecessor in order for this to be done.
Now, point of order. The
Councillor Campbell.
time for questions of the deputant, not debate with the chair.
Councillor, go ahead with your final question, please.
My final question, sir, very simple. Has city planning staff done due diligence in advising yourself and the rest of the industrial folks in the area that this was happening?
Okay. In my opinion, no.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Councillor. Committee members, Councillor Campbell.
Thank you. I have a different question. Your anchor shoring, so at 3445 Kennedy, what do you have, what kind of a facility do you have there? Is that a manufacturing facility or is that a storage facility?
So at 3445 Kennedy, right in the front facing Kennedy Road, will be our head office.
Oh, okay. And then the manufacturing or the main operations is where then? It's in behind?
Immediately behind, there is a driveway that from Kennedy Road that will go right to the back of our head office. And then there's a storage facility that's a neighbor of ours. The land that's behind the storage facility is also part of our land as well. So it's almost like an L shape that we're owning.
And so, how far is that facility to the east? How far is that from Kennedy? Relative, let's say relative to Steeles? From a map, it looks about the same, but Steeles, in fact, looks a little farther. Do you know the distances by any chance?
No, if I had to make an educated guess, I'd say about 300 meters from where the trucks are to the edge of Kennedy Road.
So your facility, do you produce air pollutants, or is it mostly just noise, or what is your?
I would say the most common is noise, vibration, but yes, odors can. We do have a welding facility there, there's acetylene there, so yeah, there will be some odors as well.
And has the company ever encountered complaints from the residential neighborhoods to the west of Kennedy?
Not to
Your
my
knowledge?
knowledge, and not since I've been with the company since 2009.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further questions from committee members? Okay, thank you very much, sir. Next speaker, we have Peter Costa from AGF C&T Inc. Peter, welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Excuse me. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of council. My name is Peter Costa, and I'm the general manager and part owner of AGF C&T Inc. Our company has been at Passmore Avenue location for more than 40 years, and since then, we've expanded our operations 3 times on that existing property. We've often worked 2 10-hour shifts during our peak season between April and October. And my main concerns are the further traffic congestion, traffic and pedestrian safety, and hours and the possibility of having any certain restrictions on our hours of operation imposed on us due to the increased residences in our area. As it currently stands, the traffic on Passmore is very busy. Our trucks, which we have 6, plus over 50 flatbed trailers, are consistently dodging automobiles and pedestrians. If we were to add to this new residences from the condominium towers, I feel that the traffic situation would be even more chaotic and more dangerous than it currently is. Passmore Avenue is an industrial road which connects 2 main roads, Kennedy and Midland. I feel that many new residences would surely use Passmore Avenue to access these roads, adding to the current and high volume of vehicles and pedestrians. This would ultimately increase the dangers posed to pedestrians, automobiles, and local commercial traffic. I would ask that the council please reconsider and not approve the high-rise residential element of this proposed development. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. No outside councillors. I'll take it into committee. Any questions from committee members? Okay. Thank you very much, Peter.
Thank you.
Next speaker is James Gregg from Edzar Investments Limited. James, you have 5 minutes. Welcome.
I shouldn't need it, as most of my esteemed neighbors have answered most of my concerns, but my name is James Gregg, Mr. Councillor, Mr. Chairman, Councillor. I am president and part owner of a company called Edzar Investments, owner of 84 Passmore Avenue. We're now in our 2nd generation of ownership on this property. My family purchased the rural property in 1973 when Passmore was a dirt road. We built a 20,000 square foot solid concrete facility in 1974. Our basic business is concrete forming through our associated companies in the structural group. And we have built a large portion of the concrete structures in GTA, such as Skydome, Air Canada Centre, GTAA, that sort of thing. And we employ over 400 employees on our job sites and approximately 30 at our head office on Passmore Avenue. We are also in the equipment rental business and enjoy the open storage zoning on our property. Our yard employs an overhead tower crane to facilitate the movement of our equipment, of which we just had to replace due to the fact that the crane was erected in 1978 and Silver Star Boulevard was put in 1993, I believe, and it was all of a sudden discovered that the crane that was there 20 years before swung over Silver Star. So we had a choice of paying a daily permit fee or replacing our crane, which we did at a substantial cost of $500,000. We are also in the development business, building condominiums in Toronto, Scarborough, and we estimate our development business employs well over 100 employees. We also just moved our large format printing business, City Mark Group, from Markham into Toronto. We've been faithful property taxpayers for 40 years, and our present annual taxes in this property are in the range of $70,000. And we are ideally situated in the Milliken Employment District and have quick access to both Highway 401 and Highway 407, which is vital for our equipment rental business, of which we have hundreds of customers who would have trouble finding us out in the boonies. We consistently have large trucks coming in out of our yard, taking and returning equipment. We would like to express our concern to the proposed SASP 395 due to the fact that our business does create substantial noise at times, such as trucks being loaded, our very large equipment scaffold clanking around, welding, and our tower crane does have an alarm when swinging over trucks and/or workers, which is quite loud. Having residential towers within half a kilometer will almost ensure noise and traffic complaints from the residence owner, and our yard is not the prettiest sight to overlook from the 10th-story balcony. We have further concerns to the extreme increased traffic on Passmore due to having so many residents just living on North Lee Road, Red Lee Road, and being open to Passmore Avenue. Passmore Avenue is already overused by pedestrians and cyclists who aren't obeying the traffic laws and seem to have little regard to the large construction vehicles coming in and out of most of the driveways on the street. To increase this would put more people at risk. In conclusion, the Milliken Employment District is a vital and productive area in the city and should be preserved as such. There are many other areas of the city more suitable for large residential projects. The city should not wish to lose this large employment tax base. Also, the fact is that most of the businesses have thrived here for 40 years should also be taken into account. A lot of livelihoods are relying on the zoning being maintained. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions of the deputant? I think you're lucky. We should let you out of the chair before Councillor Karygiannis comes back.
Can I go?
Okay, so if there's no questions, Perry Mason isn't here. Thank you. Thank you very much. The next deputant, Cosimo Krupi. Does Cosimo want to speak again today? I got Cosimo, I got Dominic, and I got Maria Krupi Nesperos. I would imagine you're all related?
Yep. First and, well, actually second and third generation.
You can all come up together and then take your turn speaking.
I think they don't want to participate with me.
They don't want, wait a second.
Space.
They got to remember that in the future when you do your planning, your estate planning.
They can have all the headaches themselves later as well. We'll see how this goes.
Okay, so you have your 5 minutes. I don't know, do both of you want to speak and support it in concern with this after?
I would like to.
Okay, no problem at all. Thank you for coming. Mr. Krupi, please go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Cosmo Krupi. I am the president of D. Krupi & Sons Limited, Road Builders Haulage Limited, Lee Sand and Gravel Limited, and Halton Crushed Stone Limited. I would like to explain in layman terms the insurmountable problems we will be facing if high-rise residential development is in these employment lands. We are good corporate citizen. The company has been in Toronto since 1951 and is now in its third generation of ownership. We also have employees that are in their third generation of employment. We have always welcomed and worked with new ideas and have never objected to development in our area. This objection is about survival. Passmore is our head office, our production plant, and our repair facility. It is the hub of all our other operations, which cannot operate independently. We employ in excess of 300 people with spin-off jobs of more than 300 truckers and 100 subcontractors. Our operation can be running 24/7, depending on city contracts and other contracts that we may have. We have a plant at Brimley Road, and that has been there since 1947, even before we bought it in 1977. About 1995, a new neighbor moved in, and her boast to everybody around there is that she'll have that plant out of there within 5 years. And this person has been a thorn in everybody's side, including our councillor, Michelle Berardinetti, who has done everything she can to please this lady, but the fight goes on. The report from staff summarizes the proposed zoning change. Staff does recognize some of the compatibility issues, but I do not believe that they quantified the total impact of the development and are not able to totally appreciate the crippling effect of some of the issues that have been identified or that will arise. Even a report commissioned by the City of Toronto from Golders Engineering says clearly more studies are required to assess the full extent of the impact to industry. Staff points out that we are good corporate citizens, and we will take steps to solve any issues that may arise. They would be correct in assuming that if their studies and our research showed minor remediation requirements, we would not be spending large sums of money on lawyers and consultants and using our valuable time to try and point out the incompatibility and the disaster that would befall on us, the city, and the condo owners if this proposal is approved. We are worried that the cost of mitigation, which may be necessary, will be prohibitive and perhaps impossible at any cost. This development also restricts and inhibits our zoning on the property at 70 Passmore. This restriction will impede our flexibility to expand as may be necessary for competitive survival. We have the responsibility of operating our plants within the MOE regulations. We have to cohabitate with our industrial neighbors, cohabitate with our domestic neighbors, live with our union requirements and abide by them, fight our competitions. That's a list of many, many obligations that we have. These existing responsibilities are already onerous, and please do not put more hurdles in our way. The housing to the west of Kennedy Road, which keeps being brought up about the people to the east and to the west, they don't seem to be bothering us. The housing to the west of Kennedy Road cannot see our industrial operation. East of Midland, the residential is a little bit closer to our plant, and the only place that you can see our plant is through one driveway, which was community, which a picture was community produced to show that we are seen from Midland Avenue. The city has, when these developments were put together, made the developers put trees, and these trees have grown now for 25 years, and they create a great buffer to our plant. We hope to be on Passmore for the future, as do our industrial neighbors, along with what we want. Along with that, we want compatible neighborhood with good quality of life for all. The developer will build these condos, put the money in their pockets, and walk away and not worry about industrial operations, and they will not worry about people who purchase condos.
Mr. Krupe, I have to get you to sum up or pass the rest of the words to your family. 5 minutes is up.
I don't know how we can proceed with this development strategy when common sense says that there will be problems. Would city ever allow industry to be developed near housing such as what we have right now? And I thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much. Are there questions of the deputant? I had a feeling. Okay, Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you.
Please make them based on his deputation,
Thank you,
if you could.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chair. Mr. Krupe, through the chair, I take it that you circulated this round?
Yeah.
Okay. Sir, in looking on the second page, it says 25th floor.
Oh, that's
an air view that you have.
well, I think there's pictures of different floor levels, yeah.
Okay. Sir,
Approximately.
there is right across the street, this is at, right across the street, there's a building that's already up there, 2 floors.
Yep.
Once the residents move in, this is what they'd be looking at. Am I correct?
Well, not really, because they're further away.
Okay. Would this be something that they'd be looking at, 18th floor?
No, they'd be further away.
Okay. Well, let's go to the last page. Would this be something that they're looking?
No, they're further away.
6th floor, sir.
No, the floor doesn't matter, it's the distance, the distance.
The distance.
Yeah.
So the plant that you have right now, just north of McNichol, right behind Rona,
Yes.
what are the seniors from Yihong and Manchong looking at?
They can't see anything because of the screen that's there.
Screens?
Yeah, the pile of asphalt you were
if I-
saying is so high.
Through the chair. Sir, if I drive along McNichol, how high is your asphalt loaded up? If I would look north of McNichol, just by the railway track, how high would your asphalt be? 100 feet, 200 feet, 300 feet?
No, the plant's only about 75 feet high, and the pile of asphalt to the south buffers your Manchong development.
So you're saying, sir, that, through the chair, that the pile of asphalt that you got there is only 75 feet high?
I'm telling you, if you listen to what I said that pile, whatever height it is buffering the noise from the Manchong. They can't hear it because it deflects it. It's like a tree screen.
Sir, I'm asking you, would the residents at Manchong, which is at Kennedy and McNichol, and Yihong, which is at Midland and McNichol, they would look at the asphalt plant?
Midland and McNichol, that Manchong thing is 110 meters further away than this proposed development. I knew you'd be asking this. So I had my guy on as the crow flies. It's 880 meters to the development in Markham, the existing development Markham, and 770 meters to this development for the
Your asphalt
Scarborough.
plan, which is right now.
You're not listening to what you asked me a
All right,
question. You don't listen.
Councillor Karygiannis, I don't really want this.
Thank you.
If you
Last
have,
question. You're in your,
he's asked a question. He's trying to answer a question. Do you have another question of him?
yes, sir, I do. How far, sir, your asphalt operation currently, just north of Rona, is it from Manchong and Yihong?
Which one is that?
Your asphalt plan.
Yeah, but I don't know which development you're talking about.
I'm talking about the seniors' home, the Chinese senior home at McNichol and Kennedy, and the Chinese senior home at McNichol and Midland.
I can't, I bet you it's further than the 770 meters that I'm talking about to the proposed development for Global Fortune, but I can't honestly, I can't tell you exactly what it is, but I bet you it is.
Don't make a bet, sir, because I'm not a betting man, but if you're a bet, I'm sure that.
No, please. This is not the Ontario Lottery Corporation. It would be illegal to place wagers here. Thank you.
What you have to, one more comment.
So I have a question of you, because you
Yes, sir.
can't just comment, you're in questions.
sir.
So my question is, what else did you want to say?
Thank you. We are obligated by the Ministry of Labor to have these backup alarms, which are piercing noises that you have to have. If somebody gets hurt and you don't have that going, everybody's going to jail. These piercing noises are in the night. They're shrieking, and we are lucky enough to have well-buffered trees, foliage that has grown for 25 to 30 years over there that muffles that. This condo building is up in the air, and the muffling is okay for the one-story houses, but not for a condo that has absolutely no protection on it at all.
Thank you. I recall you saying that the last time you were here as well.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions of the deputant? Thank you, Mr. Krupe. So we have another Mr. Krupe. Dominic.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Since we haven't been asked the question about when we were notified by the city about this, but everybody else has, I will explain that we were notified in 2014 by Economic Development, who had a member of planning with them that asked me to be part of a working group that would discuss this development. I attended the first meeting where I voiced concern with putting anything residential. We were shown as a group a very different portrayal of what would be going up as residential than what is proposed now. It seems like it's evolved over the year. The second development that is the rear of Kennedy that was taken off, was never discussed. None of these extra roads that have been proposed by the developer were involved in these meetings. I, through either loss of email or not being sent an invitation, did not go to the second working group. I don't know why that is, whether it was an email that was lost in cyberspace, which I think everybody here can say has happened to them before, or I was omitted from the list by accident. I did not make it to the second working group meeting. I was at the third. I've been to, over the past year, as much as you have been told that we have been sitting back and not been involved in this process since the time that we were informed of what could possibly go up. We have been very involved. We've been at the industry stakeholder meeting where you had a very large room full of people who were very against putting residential close to their industrial operations. We have tried to be as involved in this as we possibly could. The disappointing part, as has been brought forward by many people who come up here today, is that we were not involved in the study that planning has done. We were not involved in the study that Golder did. They are making assumptions based on God knows what, according to what we produce, what hours we produce, how often we operate, the noise levels coming off of our property. And the disappointing part is that we feel that the fact that nobody in the entire street was consulted by Golder or by planning to find out what their operations do and what impacts they feel they might have on developments around kind of made everybody in the industrial area feel like the city doesn't care about our well-being or what impacts somebody else coming in is going to have on us. We have a developer that bought land, industrial land, and is trying to turn it into much more valuable residential land. And as been said many times today, they will not be around when the impacts of this actually are seen by the industrial land owners or by the city. We've been compared to Redpath many times. The buildings that have been portrayed by the developer look nothing like what the Redpath residential neighbors look like. They have a completely solid block wall, and we have been informed that residents have just started moving in the past few months, and they have already received complaints. So we're looking at a beautiful building with balconies and residents that are going to sit outside and look down onto the pictures that we've shown you, compared to people that can't even see what's next door to them, and Redpath, which is an inside operation, not an outside operation, like basically everything we do on our property is, and they're receiving complaints. We do not smell like sugar. We do not make the noises that a sugar factory does indoors. We will receive complaints. There is not a question in anybody's mind that operates on our property. We will receive complaints, because as much as people have tried to say that we haven't received complaints, we've dealt with angry neighbors before. It's not easy. We don't have time to do it, and we don't need another 2,000 of them standing over top of us, observing every little thing we do and looking for things to complain about it. We need to run our business and be competitive, and we are not allowed to do that if we have to be pushed out of this area by a bunch of people who don't want us there.
Thank you very much. Are there questions of the deputant? Not seeing any. The next speaker we have is Maria Krupi Esperos.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. Between my father and my brother, they've covered most of the points, actually. We've been working on this together and learning as we go. I know there's been a lot brought up as to why we didn't all get involved earlier, and I think you've heard from everybody that as soon as we really were made aware as to what was going on here and became concerned, we've all tried to step up. I will say that by the time we were made aware, all these studies were done. So I know that in terms of what is done on all of these properties, how everybody operates their business hours, what issues might arise, what plans they had for expansion or were in process of expanding, really nobody was consulted on that in terms of any of the industrial users. This has been a stable employment area, a stable industrial corridor for a very long time, providing thousands of jobs to area residents, and the proposed changes threaten to destabilize these employment lands, and nobody's really been able to identify how they won't. To really seriously address our concerns and say, this is exactly how this can be mitigated, this is exactly how this can be handled, and there will be no issues. There are no guarantees. In the case of Redpath, as Dominic mentioned, from what we've been told, there were a lot of protections put in place and agreements put in place with the developer, with Redpath, with the incoming residents, and notwithstanding all of those protections, they are getting complaints already, and people are just starting to move in. Who knows where that will lead? We're concerned about restrictions on our operations. We're concerned about the cost of both time and any mitigation measures that might need to be put in place. We don't know what we're looking at here, and I think that's probably the biggest concern. Any member of city staff that we've sat down with, that we've said to you, if these high-rise buildings were there and none of this industry was here, and we came in and said, we want to put an asphalt plant here, would anybody say, okay, we can probably make it work? And the answer's always been a resounding no. No way. Are you crazy? So why is it possible to do it the other way? Why is it not more of a concern to city staff that you could potentially be risking all of these longstanding businesses? You heard from so many businesses today that have been on that street for 40 years, 30 years, 10 years, 11 years. These are long-standing employers, stable businesses that plan to stay there and provide employment and have commitments to their employees for a very long time to come, and are feeling very threatened right now. So I appreciate that you're all listening to what we have to say, and that you're taking the time to hear us all out, and I really hope you take these concerns seriously. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions by non-committee members? Seeing none by members of the committee? Maria, I'm going to ask you a question, I guess, on behalf of your family. And I know our development approval process is a little difficult when you're not in the business. It's still difficult for us when we try and review it sometimes. The report that's in front of us talks about and bases itself on an official plan and municipal comprehensive review for regeneration area studies and a status report that was in front of council in July of 2014.
Right.
And that's the time that council approved this being a regeneration area. Were any of you consulted or advised about that study or that information prior to this July 2014 meeting?
No, not that I'm aware of. I don't think any of us were aware of it. As soon as we became aware of what was going on, we tried to appeal. Unfortunately, we're a little bit late to the game on that. So we're doing whatever we can to educate, because despite it becoming a regeneration area, there's still a lot of obligations that the city would have to look at it and see if it's appropriate to mix those uses.
Right. So my question then, I think you've answered, is when council was considering making Steeles Redley a regeneration area, you weren't aware of the fact that we were considering that at the time, am I correct?
No, we were not made aware.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks.
No other questions of the deputants. Thank you for coming. I have Dennis Lanoux. Then I have, after that, Angelo Santonelli, and I don't have anyone after that. And if anybody did want to speak after that, please make sure the clerk has your name. Otherwise, we'll be finished with deputants. Dennis?
My name is Denis Lanoux. I'm the president of the Eatwood Ratepayers Association. In fact, I'm a professional engineer who worked for Imperial Oil for 35 years in refining, supply, and distribution operation. And I produce asphalt myself at the refinery in Montreal before my team shut it down.
I didn't hear what the ratepayer organization was.
The Eatwood Ratepayers Association, I'm going to describe it to you.
Okay,
It's
thank you.
the community which is located west of this industrial area. In fact, I came down after the shutdown of the Montreal refinery back in 1983, and I selected a piece of land which was vacant at the time, and we built a house on it, and it is right across from Encore Shoring main office, who was there at the time in 1983. So I've been living in this community for 32 years, and I can tell you that we live in harmony with the industries next to us, and to my knowledge, I've been president of the Ratepayers Association for the past 10 years after my retirement, and we never put a complaint against any of these companies there. Must describe my community as 1,400 houses. We are primarily two-story houses, and they are single-family houses only, and about 50 of these houses are three-story houses. So we don't go higher than three-story, 3 floors, which is about 30 feet up in the community. So we live in harmony. They don't bring their trucks into our community as shortcuts, you know, and we also don't experience noise at night or smell or anything. But I must admit that the community west is favored by the prevailing winds, which are going north, which are coming from the northwest, going south. So we are not bothered by this thing at all. So splendid. I've been there since the beginning. I think Councillor was talking of 2003 or so. Yes, around that time, you know, that I've known the developer Global Fortune. They had first developed an area vacated by Simon Lafarge, and they turned it into nice restaurants and little shops and no-frill stores, food market, and things like that. So that thing was going very nicely. Then they took the Canadian Tire store and converted it into condos, shops, you know, where you could buy electronics, similar to just across the street, the Pacific Mall shops that are there. And we were expecting a Splendid China Phase 2 to come up. And that thing got delayed, and suddenly we heard that they were coming up with plans to build possibly a hotel and 2 condo towers, or some condo towers. So I must admit that it is, I found out about this thing in June of 2014, which is last year. And at that time, I did file some comments with the city planning to the effect that we were shocked with the size of these towers. They were planning to put towers, 2 towers of 39 stories for condos and 1 tower of 29 stories for hotel. And we were shocked at that time because we were expecting something in the order of 6, 7 stories, similar to what was built on the north side of Steele. They had just built, another developer had built some condos about 6 or 7 stories. So we were shocked completely, and we filed in some comments, which are part of the comments that I'm referring to in here. I had comments on June 18 and also in August of 2014 that I filed with the city, and they were part of the regeneration study. I was part of the regeneration study throughout the session and participated in these things and openly commented on this thing. But, you know, we like the development coming to Toronto rather than just being in Markham. We think that it develops our city and all of it. But we have to be careful that we don't push the industry out of our area. This industry provides work to the young people in the area and the old one as well. But it is important when there's so much need for employment that the young people be focusing on getting jobs. You know, I know that it is advertised. I passed on Passmore and I see this thing advertised that jobs are available for mechanics or jobs are available at plants, you know, in this area. And I know people just walking in front of my home, which is across from Encore Shoring, and I know that some guys are working at Encore Shoring and they just walk to their work doing that thing. So in conclusion, I just want to make sure that some sort of compromise be held so that the developer could put some houses development that would be at maybe a lower height, and that the industry will be able to stay nearby and operate. Like I said before, I operated a refinery in Montreal. I was involved in Vancouver, the operation of things
Dennis,
like that, and they can come together.
I understand that.
Yeah.
5 minutes, though, is up. Thank you for coming.
That's
There
my
are,
statement.
don't leave.
No.
Questions of the deputant, Councillor Karygiannis.
Mr. Lanoux, sir, is there something that you also wanted to tell us that you haven't finished with?
That I have what?
Is there something else that you wanted to tell that you haven't been able to finish?
No,
Any other further
no.
comments?
I did finish. I said in conclusion, I want to keep the industries there, but I'm also for the development. I think a compromise should be there, putting the height at the normal level.
Thank you. No questions of committee members. Thank you very much for coming.
Most welcome.
The last deputant that we have is Angelo Santinelli. Mr. Santinelli, you have 5 minutes. You don't have to use it all, but it's for you. And we're here to listen.
Mr. Chair, councilors, my name is Angelo Santorelli.
Oh, how do I spell that?
Santorelli.
It was spelled wrong here.
Yeah. Michael Santorelli, if he was still with the Toronto Maple Leafs, would have probably publicized it a little bit better. But I'm the president of Trisan Construction. We do mainly infrastructure work, sewers, water mains, and road work in the city of Toronto. We've been at Zero Passmore for the past 10 years, renting from Cosmo Krupe and D. Krupe & Sons. Our operation is mainly to do work in the city of Toronto. We do a lot of emergency work. We do sanding and salting as well. We have snow operations there. We employ approximately 46 people out of the Scarborough and southern area of Steeles in Toronto. Our operation there has been without really any hiccup so far, and doing the work that we have been doing there, it requires we have equipment, we have trucks, machines, and all these pieces of equipment make a lot of noise. And our main concern is that any kind of development there will interfere with that or cause us any grief in terms of any complaints. And that's our main reason for coming here today, is just to make sure that we really don't have to move somewhere else. Years ago, we had a hard enough time finding a place to locate with open storage in the city of Toronto, and we managed to make arrangements with D. Krupe & Sons, and we're able to set up there and work within the city of Toronto to do work for the city of Toronto. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Non-committee members, committee members? No, thank you very much.
Thank you.
That is the end of the deputants. Now we will go to questions of staff. Are there any non-committee members that have questions of staff?
Mr. Chair, is there a
Yes.
presentation that's
Pardon me?
coming from staff? Is there a presentation coming to staff?
Would you like one?
Actually, if there is none that's being tabled, then I am requesting one. Yes, that would be helpful.
The deputy city manager is saying there is a presentation, so why don't we have you do that first? That may help and avoid some of the questions. Thank you for bringing it up, Councillor Wong-Tam. And then we'll have questions of both planning staff and our economic development general managers here as well. Mike Williams. How long would your presentation be?
Brief.
Okay. Well, we do want to hear, but we still have items on the agenda.
Thank you. I appreciate that. My name is Doug Muirhead. I'm with Community Planning in Scarborough District.
A little closer to the mic.
My name is Doug Muirhead. I'm with Community Planning in Scarborough District, and I'm the one that the city lead for the study. And we are actually happy to present a brief presentation to you. There's been a lot of information conveyed to you today, and I think that the presentation will help provide some clarity and correct some facts as well. So just very quickly, as far as the history of the area, as you likely know, it's one of the 7 regeneration areas that resulted from the adoption of OPA 231. OPA 231, again, was adopted in the end of December of 2013. And as it relates to this specific regeneration area, the regeneration area policies and the related site and area specific policy are now in force and effect. And the study commenced in the spring of 2014 and was completed in the summer of this year. So again, just quickly, the regeneration area itself is 10 hectares in area, or approximately 25 acres. The boundaries are shown in red. It's Steeles Avenue east to the north, Redley Avenue and its proposed extension to Passmore Avenue to the west, the Stouffville GO line to the east, and the north limit of the K-line site, who you've heard from earlier today, is the southerly boundary. And just very quickly, some of the highlights as far as the existing sites within the regeneration area. The largest site in the regeneration area is the Milliken GO site at 6.5 acres. That's approximately 1/4 of the land area. And you haven't actually heard much about the Milliken GO site as it relates to the communications for the committee to date. Anchor Shoring, whom you have heard from, occupies approximately 1/4 of the land area as well at 6 acres. Numbers 3 and 4 are the 2 Global Fortune sites. Number 3 is the one on Steeles Avenue East, which you've heard about, and the second site is number 4, which you haven't heard as much about, but it has an active application on it as well, which we'll talk about after. And finally, number 5 is at the northeast limit of the study area against the Stouffville GO line. That's the Splendid China Mall property that you've heard some submissions on as well. And just out of for ward boundaries, the Stouffville GO line is actually the ward boundary between wards 39 and 41. So just quickly, what is the purpose of the study? It's to establish a development framework for the area. It's to recommend land use designations for all lands in the regeneration area, as it's considered an interim land use designation only. It's to establish urban design guidelines to guide new development, and a community services and facility strategy to be created should new residents be introduced into the area. So we've always heard that even though there were 7 regeneration areas created through OPA 231, it's important to note that not all the regeneration areas are the same. They vary significantly as far as their context and the composition. So what makes this area unique? Its proximity to the city of Markham to the north, and development approvals and proposals within that municipality. And you've heard about that, some of those existing permissions already. The Milliken GO station, which is the largest site in the regeneration area, as I mentioned, and the Stouffville GO line and planned service and station improvements. There's a planned Steeles Avenue grade separation, given there's a level crossing of the Stouffville GO line at Steeles currently. And a very important issue, which you've heard multiple submissions on today, is the range of employment uses both within the regeneration area, for example, Anchor Shoring, and the range and nature of employment uses in proximity to the regeneration area, such as D. Krupe and Sons. So what are some of the key study considerations? And all this information is in the staff report from August. As you're hearing today, land use compatibility is the largest single issue as it relates to this regeneration area. So land use compatibility between possible future sensitive uses, namely residential, and nearby industrial uses, as well as the GO rail corridor to protect from adverse effects. And adverse effects can vary from noise and vibration, odor, dust, and other contaminants. Another key study consideration is the provision of office employment given the presence of Milliken GO station and the increased transit ridership opportunities that that would present, and urban design guidelines to create a street and block pattern to guide new development. And that's a specific requirement under the existing site and area specific official plan policy. So here's just some additional contextual information to help assist the committee. We've heard a lot of submissions today. We didn't always have the benefit of a map to put it all into context. So perhaps this will help, and I can go back to this and leave this on the screen after the presentation is completed if that's of assistance. So again, the north limit is Seals Avenue here. So Seals Avenue is the boundary between the City of Toronto and the City of Markham. The orange area indicates the 2 active development applications we have on the Global Fortune lands. And you will see the Mong Shong, as far as the City of Markham is concerned, you'll see the Mong Shong development to the north and east by the Midland Avenue extension, and that's this area here. So that's, again, a development that you've heard referenced a number of times. That is approved and under construction in the City of Markham. The Remington Centre is immediately to the north, on the north side of Steeles Avenue East. And Pacific Mall is adjacent to that on the west side, again, right across from the regeneration area. So those are large-scale regional commercial draws in that area. This map also shows and labels the range of existing employment uses or industrial uses within proximity to the regeneration area as well. So just quickly, as indicated, what makes this regeneration area in part unique is its proximity to another municipality, Markham on the north side of Steeles Avenue. So this is used as a point of reference in part to acknowledge that the context is changing on the north side of Steeles Avenue East. And so this is just showing quickly that there's an existing 7-story mixed-use development on the northeast corner of Midland and Shepherd. It incorporates the old Milliken Public School facade. Sorry, Midland and Steeles. This is just an elevation plan of the 3-phased Mong Shong development in the City of Markham, and the tallest element is 24 stories in height. This is just simply a model of a concept that that has been under consideration in the City of Markham on the Remington Centre lands. It's important to note, as noted here, it has no status, but it's just showing that there could be the evolving context in the City of Markham. But what is before the City of Markham for consideration is a more retail development on those lands of a 3-story proposal, and there's an active application related to that. But as I said, there's no active application related to the tall residential component. Just quickly, we just want to highlight the process that city planning undertook as it relates to community consultation and outreach. You've heard submissions today related to the process that city planning undertook. So to confirm, there was a study webpage created at the outset of the study, and that keeps that provides updates on the study progress, and all technical reports that were commissioned on behalf of the city were posted on that website as well. There were 2 community consultation meetings held. The first one in June of 2014 and the second one in June of this year. There were 3 working group meetings. There was, in April of this year, there was a dedicated outreach to the employment land and business owners in what we refer to as the North Milliken employment area, and that would be the area bounded by Steeles Avenue East to the north, McNichol Avenue to the south, and bookended by Kennedy to the west and Midland to the east. And what you have heard about to some extent through the submissions is this industry outreach, dedicated industry outreach. That started in early spring of last year, and that was a combined effort between economic development and city planning staff with one-on-one conversations with key industrial operators in the area. So that was in order to grow our collective understanding of the nature of the operations in the area, the level of investment, and some insight into what future plans the industries may have. So it was an informal process, but it was a dedicated one-on-one outreach prior to the study commencing in earnest. So through the consultation process, it became evident fairly quickly who were the key study stakeholders here.
Can I get you to go a little faster on it, because it was going to be a short presentation?
So the key study stakeholders, and then I'll just fast forward. So the key study stakeholders are Metrolinx by virtue of the Milliken GO Station. And as I said, you haven't heard much about the Milliken GO Station during the course of communications here. The Global Fortune Group, who we heard about, of the largest combined interest in the study area, Splendid China Condo Corp, the various new industrial operators either within the study area, meaning anchor shoring, or in proximity, Heathwood Ratepayers, who we just heard about, York Region and City of Markham. What I will do is just, one thing that is important to note is what is the existing policy context here? As I stated, the regeneration area is already in effect, as is a related site and area specific policy. But there's an important comment, or important point to make here, and it's an existing site and area specific policy that applies to a broad area extending from Steeles down to Finch. And so if you could, I just want to mention that there's a long-standing permission in that area to allow for sensitive land uses in the way of long-term care facilities and places of worship. And you haven't heard much about that either. And it's important to note that from a land use compatibility point of view, and also to understand what city planning is proposing from an official plan amendment perspective. So here's the recommendation. We're recommending that the top third of the regeneration area be redesignated to mixed use areas designation. That's the lands all south of Steeles and north of the Milliken GO site. And we're recommending that the balance of the regeneration area be put back into an employment areas designation, which was the designation on these lands prior to the regeneration area being created via OPA 231. And so this shows how that would mesh with what council has already approved. So you're seeing the regeneration area here, and you're seeing the core and general employment areas that were approved by City Council via OPA 231, but which are still not in force in effect due to appeals. And I'm almost finished. We've heard there's an existing site and area specific 395 for the regeneration area. What City Planning is proposing is a reduced 395, deleting anchor shoring lands, which are in here, from the 395 area. We don't feel, given they're a bona fide, long-standing, viable industrial operator, we don't feel it's necessary to keep them within the 395 area. But we keep the same number, and what this is showing is implementing much of the city building initiatives that are suggested through the urban design guidelines that were created. That includes, just quickly, 2 new public road connections to provide increased accessibility to the Milliken GO Station, running east and west from Redley and eventually potentially to Kennedy Road, and an important mid-block connection south from Steeles to Milliken GO to provide greater connectivity from Steeles to the Milliken GO Station. And finally, given we're suggesting that site and area specific 104 be deleted from the lands north of Passmore, we are recommending that 4 places of worship within that area be recognized officially in policy. And that's the proposed site and area specific policy 497.
Okay.
Thank you for indulging me.
Thank you. Questions of staff? Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you for your presentation. Is there an exemption that seniors' home can build in the industrial area?
So that's the site and area specific 104 that I just mentioned. I'll put that back on the screen here. So that's a long-standing policy permission from the former city of Scarborough, and it applies to a broad area from Steeles down to Finch.
So a senior's home can actually build in that area?
There's a policy permission for long-term care facilities under policy 104. but the existing zoning does not allow for those uses. So if someone was proposing a long-term care facility such as Mong Chong, which is at the northeast corner of Kennedy and McNichol, they would have to go through a zoning process, similar to what Mong Chong did at that time.
All right, so if they were to build, they can build 10 stories, 20 stories, 30 stories?
No. What would happen is, as in any case, there would have to be a review of the proposal and a review of its adjacencies to see whether it meets, among other things, the built form policies of the official plan, and adjacent land uses would be taken into account. For example, if there's industrial uses nearby, then that has to be taken into account by default.
Through the chair, has there been building of seniors' home in that industrial area, north or south of McNichol, between Kennedy and Midland in the industrial area? Is there recently a building that's going up, if I'm not mistaken, of Silver Stars? Care First?
Through the chair, Mr. Chairman, on Silver Star, south of McNichol, there is also a short-term, long-term, it's a long-term care facility for short-term stay, and it has a number of bed sitting rooms along with commercial and retail.
Thank you. Would you say through the chair, in the work that you've done in other, as well as the places that you've done due diligence here, not only due diligence, but you overdone due diligence by sending information out in both languages that are affecting the area to owners, to businesses, to residents?
Well, consultation with the ratepayers and landowners is always a key part of the city planning exercise. As I indicated, when studies are initiated, it's important to have a study webpage so that people can be independent in part and look at that at their leisure. As I said, there was 2 community consultation meetings held. They had very broad notice areas. And as I said, prior to this study commencing in earnest, there was one-on-one conversations between economic development and city planning and key industrial operators. And all landowners within the regeneration area were sent a study of notice commencement.
Mr. Moorhead, let me try to ask the question again.
So yes, we feel we did adequate.
At the insistence of both myself and Councillor Chen Li, you were, I would say, I could be wrong here, and maybe out of order, but I would say that you were pushed to do more than you actually normally do in reaching out to the residents as well as reaching out to the businesses. Would I be correct?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, what city planning did as far as outreach is something that I feel we would have done typically. It's just through the 2 councillors' and requests, we did a broader catchment area than perhaps we would have done typically. But the process, I think, is fair to say, was what we would normally do.
You really have to keep the yes or no would have dealt. You got to keep the answers a little bit shorter and the questions as well. Councillor Karygiannis, I started your time late, so consider there's an extra minute on there.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Would you have done any different or acted any, or in other areas, any different work than you did here? I mean, I've heard mention that the people didn't feel that you did the adequate work that you were supposed to be doing. Would you have done any different in other areas than you've done here? And would you agree or disagree that the same due diligence would have been done anywhere else in the city?
Mr. Chairman, I would say on this particular study, we did a very detailed, comprehensive analysis of the area, took a number of steps, starting from the first step, which was turning it into a regeneration area, and then doing a very detailed study of the area. And we went out and retained a number of consultants to do some detailed analysis. So we have professional recommendations from environmental consultants, facilities consultants, servicing consultants, the full range.
Again, the short answer is yes, and you reached everybody, and you did an awful lot of work.
Yes.
Right? No more questions, Councillor Karygiannis? Thank you.
Thank you.
Any non-members of committee have questions? We don't. We'll take it into committee. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Now, there is both economic development here and city staff. So if you have questions, ask them of both.
Was the mixed-use development looked favorably upon on the south side of Steeles, or the designation of mixed use because the industries are equidistant from that to the residences on Kennedy? Did that have anything to play with it? I mean, a lot of the objections from the industry is that there will be complaints arising from the development. And yet, when I look at the map, and correct me if I'm wrong, the industries look to be the same distance from Steeles as they do from Kennedy, the residences on Kennedy. Is that accurate or inaccurate?
I would just suggest that that location is furthest most away from the majority of the heavy industrial users. So yes, that was one of the considerations. It was creating the maximum separation and buffer between operations and proposed possible residential. And it seemed to match the same distances to the east and to the west as well.
And in the area that's, I guess, commonly called Block 3 at 3447 Kennedy, when was the decision taken to switch that from regeneration back to employment? How did that occur, the recommendation?
Well, that is the conclusion of our study, so it is before you today, and it was in our report of August.
Was that in the August report as well? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. What's the difference between an employment area and general employment?
Well, employment areas is an in-force designation under the existing official plan. As a result of OP 231, there are two employment areas proposed and adopted by City Council, general employment and core employment. So it's split into the two now.
Right, and so what's the difference definitionally? What is the difference between core and general?
The core is areas that typically are more internal within a industrial area that have the most impactful industries typically, with a lot of outdoor storage and outdoor operations. And the general employment are typically the ones on the perimeter on the major streets.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam, you had questions?
Yes, I do. Thank you very much, and through you, Mr. Chair. I'm trying to understand the classification, the industry classification of many of the deputants that came out. I'm just going to focus on DeCrupy because I think some of them are internalized, sort of heavy industrial manufacturing, and then there's others like the DeCrupy plant that may have emissions and what have you. I'm reading that the DeCrupy and Sons Limited is classified as Class 3 under the Ministry of the Environment classification group. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, DeCrupy and Sons have multiple holdings in the area, as noted on this attachment, which is attached to the staff report. The asphalt plant that we've heard quite a bit about is on the south side of Passmore, and it's number 5. It would be classified as a Class 3 under the provincial guidelines, whereas number 3 on 70 Passmore, which you've heard about as well, is classified as a Class 2, given the nature of its existing operations. So there's differences depending on the site and its operations.
And so if we just focus on Class 3, which is the heaviest manufacturing use, the greatest sort of concerns around pollution going out to pollutants going out into the air, the area of potential influence for Class 3, that's the heavy use, is about 1,000 meters. And that you need to have separation distances around 300 meters. Given the fact that you have the 4665 Shepherd site, what is the distance, the separation distance between the DeCrupy Class 3 lands and active manufacturing industrial use and the Shepherd site?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, and you made the same reference to Shepherd as I did, and I meant Steeles as well. You're correct that the area of influence is 1,000 meters, and that would, in this case, if you're measuring from the property line of the asphalt plant, number 5, that would take you to just north of Steeles in the city of Markham. And the 300 meter takes you to just to south of the Go site, down in this area here. If you measure from, there's different ways of measuring, but typically our default is measuring from property line to property line. So in this case, you'd be measuring from the northwest corner of the DeCrupy asphalt plant in the northwest fashion in this case.
And so does the applicant, Global Fortune, are there proposed developments with the high-rise developments? Is it outside the area of influence? Has it maintained the separation distance? Like, are we meeting the requirements is what I'm trying to understand.
I understand. It's through you, Mr. Chairman. So again, Global Fortune has 2 active applications. The one on Steeles Avenue East is outside the 300-meter area. And the, if I recall, the second Global Fortune one at 3447 Kennedy Rear is within the 300.
And what does that mean then? If it's within the 300, the second one is Class 2 within the 300, but Class 2 has a minimum separation distance requirement of 70 meters. Does it meet the 70 meters?
Well, just to be clear, yes. So again, the asphalt plant at number 5 is a Class 3 with a 300-meter recommended minimum distance separation. That applies to both the Global Fortune sites by default. If we hone in on number 3, which is 70 Passmore, being another one of Krupi's holdings, the 70-meter distance applies to both Global Fortune sites, and the Steeles Avenue's property is still exceeds that.
And so the separation distances recommended by the Ministry of the Environment are met in both cases, is that correct?
Yes.
And
just the distance varies depending on the classification of the use.
And the adverse impact and the reason for the separation distances are based on the fact that there will be noise, there could be vibration, there could be sort of pollutants released into the air, and that's why the ministry sets those standards.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, yes.
And those standards have been met.
Mr. Chairman, not only have they been met, but planning has gone a step further, and to be even more conservative, as you know, the mixed-use designation we're recommending only applies to the lands fronting on Steeles. So the second application below the GO station would fall in an employment designation, which would not permit that residential proposal. So we're not supporting residential on those lands, only those furthest away fronting on Steeles.
So if there's any approval coming from staff on the applications that are before us on behalf of Global Fortune, it would only be to permit residential development fronting on Steeles. Anything else south of it that does not front on Steeles, does not have a Steeles address, you are inclined to refuse?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor DiCiano, you had questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to try and ask this question again. June the 12th, 2015, Council enacts bylaw 607-2015 that removed asphalt uses in the area. Can you tell me why Council did that, or the justification behind it?
Well, actually, in this instance, as is often the case, there is more than one bylaw in effect here. So the former City of Scarborough Employment Districts bylaw still applies to lands here, and that actually prohibits asphalt plants. So that's the starting point. And
Correct.
if you have a conflict between 2 bylaws, the most onerous or restrictive conditions apply. So it's a long-standing municipal prohibition in Scarborough to prohibit asphalt plants. In this case, it's our understanding that Krupi's operations predate that prohibition. My understanding is that the technical amendment brought forward last year was simply to bring the new citywide bylaw to make it consistent with the official plan policies, and also to reinstate or reestablish the prohibition that was that's still in effect under the Scarborough bylaws.
Right, and why was that prohibition in effect? What's the point of saying, I understand there was multiple bylaws and we were trying to bring them together, so we decided to incorporate the former Scarborough bylaw and said no asphalt plants in the area. Why did we make that decision? What was the justification?
That history goes back a long time, so I can't say specifically, as again, this is well prior to amalgamation. So I'd be speculating, but the only thing I could speculate is that it would be due to the impacts that it creates. But I can't speak to the politics of the decision.
Right. So, and I would assume the same as you, through the chair, I would assume the same as you, that there would be impacts to the neighborhoods. So given the fact that there's already an asphalt plant at that site, shouldn't we have the same concerns that if we bring in even more residential, it's going to cause room for uses that aren't compatible?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, as I indicated in my presentation, that's the key issue here, is land use compatibility given the nature of the existing industrial operators. But it doesn't negate city planning's obligation to look at that issue in earnest, and we believe we've done that as far as an official plan, draft official plan amendment is concerned.
Okay. In November of 2012, city staff's assessment of both conversion requests was, quote, that these lands should be retained for employment uses and be designed as retail employment areas. Why the change of heart?
Through you, Mr. Chair. That was the first report that we did, a first draft report on the employment lands, part of the Municipal Comprehensive Review. When an application or a conversion request subsequently came in, and we had to take a good hard look whether we had enough information to deal with it, and whether, because of the presence of the GO station, which was going to be double-tracked as part of the RER, and because of the separation of the GO lands, whether it might be possible to put residential anywhere within this area. So we decided to recommend a regeneration area, which means we do the study. And we've done the study now and come to the conclusion that it should be all employment lands, with the exception of one property, which would be sufficiently buffered by distance to allow for some residential development.
Do we have, I know we have policies that talk about intensifying around rail infrastructure. We have same policies for office, do we not, to intensify around rail infrastructure?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
So I have questions, if I could, of our General Manager of Economic Development, Mr. Williams. So we had deputants come here and express concern about the impact that this proposed regeneration area, and in particular this development, might have on them and their abilities to maintain their businesses in the area. And they said here that that was brought to their attention by staff from the city, from the Economic Development Division. Are there concerns that the impacts of this residential development might have on the heavy industry?
There's always concerns when residential or anywhere being proposed in any relationship to especially heavy industry, because of Ministry of Environment rules that trump anything that the city would have. So we always would like to participate and provide our input when any such redesignation is being requested.
Right, and I'm talking about this one specifically now, I know that. Are there concerns about the impact that allowing residential in this area might have on the south side of Steeles, and the impact it might have on the businesses that are in this business park?
Yes, and the staff have consistently indicated that mitigation exercises should always be looked at as an option to make some of this possible. Staff agree fully with planning staff with respect to the southern site that was on the map. I can't remember the actual designation there, but the one, the South Orange there, which is much too close, and any form of residential would be very negative to all industry in that area. Staff did comment on the Steeles side of things with the assumption that there would be a lot of buffer. It's always a risk, and it's a trade-off on a lot of different factors. Planning has taken those trade-offs into consideration in their decisions. And so economic development staff did indicate that with enough mitigation at that particular property, such as height and et cetera, that that would, we did not object to planning's thing as a trade-off against having all of it, the rest of the site designated purely for employment uses.
I know my questions are difficult because we have two divisions, and differences were expressed to us by deputants today. That's where my questions are coming from, as I know that the planning department did their review in consultation with yourselves, and I understand felt that might have been okay. And then I hear from the other side that the industry and the heavy industry is concerned about not just residential, but the type of residential, 29 to 30 or 35-story buildings, and the ability to actually be able to maintain their business because they don't feel that they could have appropriate buffering even in that location from there. So I'm trying to understand the relationship and the comments that your division might have given to staff and whether the concerns that were expressed by the deputants were strongly relayed to the planning division.
Certainly in all our discussions with planning on these sites, we have spoken very strongly on behalf of the local industry. So what I'll call the look-down impact of having tall buildings anywhere near here we would not be supportive of, and we made it very clear because mitigation cannot go that high for sound and light. And so we have always objected to very large, high buildings. And so that's been clear. I would agree with all of the individuals and their companies that this has been a long-standing industrial area. We don't have a lot of these left in Toronto that, and any penetration that can sort of provide an opportunity for other regulations to take a hold that we don't have control of is very dangerous. And so we would have, for instance, opposed other requests for long-term care, for places of worship, for child care, for educational institutions. So that's the input that we've been giving planning.
So would it be fair to say that allowing some residential use on the property was one that you weren't as concerned about, but the built form and a high-rise residential has more concerns from your perspective as to the impact it might have on the businesses in the area?
Just to be clear, any kind of residential on the lower applicant?
No, on
we would
the one
oppose
along Steeles.
Vigorously. On Steeles, the form and design, so that if there were open balconies above 10 or 15 stories, then clearly that doesn't work. So it would have to be something that would be completely mitigated at a height that is possible to mitigate, and that, as I indicated earlier, the higher it goes, the harder it is to mitigate.
Thank you. Councillor Carmichael Greb, you have questions.
Thank you to the General Manager of Economic Development. You mentioned that the Ministry of Environment trumps everything. Can you just elaborate on what you mean by that?
Well, planning probably is better indicated to that, but there are distances with respect to sensitive uses that if property owners complain that are inside those distances, MOE investigates, and if they feel there's a justification to that complaint, my understanding is that MOE can shut down the operation until mitigation is done.
Thank you. No other questions of staff? Then speakers, non-committee members. Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I really want to commend staff on both economic development and planning. I know they worked hard at this. This was not an easy request. I realize that there's some concerns from industrial companies in the area. I tried to bring them together and speak to them. Matter of fact, one of the folks that's even in this room says, we really don't want anything to be done up there. We just want to leave it alone as it is. Well, the fact that this might be the wish, and the wish is not in my backyard, this is not something that is acceptable to the residents that I have in the area. Now, whether the height, 15, 20, 30, or 40 stories, is something that city planning staff can determine when it goes to them for zoning. But this train has left the station a long time ago. On the north side, just immediately on the north side, there's a seniors home, Monshong, that has built 24 stories. The Torcan Group has come to me with plans for five towers of about 40 or 50 stories apiece. And Remington Group, under Mr. Brady, is looking to put 2 towers there of about 52 stories. Now, for everything that's not built on the south side, there will be built on the north side of Steeles. So we might lose development on the south side, and certainly Section 37 money, and certainly the opening of Red Lee to join Milliken. The street, which is parallel to Kennedy, would be at a loss here. But I would say to you that we should be supporting staff recommendations. They've worked hard and diligently at this. And to hear from folks that came to make presentations today that they don't feel the staff have done their work, I find that hard to fathom, as well as to support. Staff have been encouraged, as well as asked to do more than in this year outreach than anything else. Staff did due diligence. They hold meetings upon meetings. Matter of fact, the notices went out in languages that were prevalent in the area, in both English and in Chinese. This is something normally that's not been done to the businesses as well to the residents. And everybody had something to say. This is a project which has been going on in the area for about 12 to 13 years. It's time for us to get a move on and make sure that we get the right development, the right mixed development in the area. As a councillor, I'm supportive of this, and I ask of you folks to also support it. There's one thing that I forgot to ask staff, but I will mention it to you, and staff can verify or not in private or in public if they want. Just to the south of there, where the top option is, there is Metrolinx land. And Metrolinx has sent a letter to staff saying to them something along the lines that they reserve the right to build in that area that they own, which could mean that you could have a ministerial review by transport and says we're going to build the homes here in order to support that. And I believe you got that sometime in August. I could be wrong, but I got a copy of it in my office. And if colleagues want to see that, I can certainly make that available to you. So I'd say that this is time to support staff decisions. They've done a lot of good hard work on it. And I want to, on behalf of my residents and my colleagues next door, Chin Lee, thank them for the work that they've done and urge you to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll bring it into committee. So, members of committee, I have heard from a lot of you during the meeting. So I have a couple of motions to put up. This is my second motion, but it's first, and I'll speak to them both after. But this is to try and get our Economic Development Division and our Planning and Growth Division to work more comprehensively on these matters, and I'll speak to it. And the second motion is to refer this back to staff, and you can leave that up and I'll speak to it. And I will say that as chair of the committee, I find it very difficult not to support a staff recommendation on this particular item. I listened closely to both my colleagues here and the deputants, and I really believe that the report that came to us in 2014 of all the regeneration areas, and including this one in the regeneration area, is one that was missed by the businesses in the area, because I didn't hear any of them speak about it. And we had, I think it's the report that was here to go forward with, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 different regeneration areas. And from that, staff have reviewed this particular site and made a recommendation as to supportive of residential use on the site. And in the form that it's in front of us now, I don't think it's right. And I've heard from our General Manager of Economic Development, you can't buffer the noise from a 25 to 30-story building. And I know living now in a building, I'm 11 stories up, close to a redevelopment site where they're building a condominium. And I can tell you, at 7 o'clock in the morning, I don't need an alarm clock. The noise from the beepers on the back of those vehicles or the cranes or anything else that's moving there wakes you up. That's it. I know, don't go to bed late because I'll be woken up in the morning, and I'm only 11 stories up. I can only imagine what it's going to be if you're trying to buffer that when you have the type of work that you have in the heavy industries. I also find it very interesting that landowners have actually come to us and said, don't change my land to residential land. It's not very often in the city that we see it where they say, we don't want to be bought out. We don't want to have residential land. We want to keep our businesses going. And I've always been one that's spoken very strongly about trying to keep employment and businesses in the city, in the province, and in the country, and hate when it goes overseas. I think you've heard me say it many times. And to have something that might actually impact those businesses there is something I think many of us take very, very seriously. I think that this one has fallen a little bit between the cracks where our folks in economic development and our folks in planning should have worked harder together, and that's the reason for my second motion. As I know that things are circulated to the divisions and they're asked to comment. But if you feel strongly about the type of development, then you have to sit there and hammer that out before it comes to us in committee. And I don't think that was done well enough in this case. I think the consideration for the type of development on the south side of the street there should have been hammered out better before we had to come forward, because I don't and I couldn't support high-rise buildings on that site. I don't think it's right. I wouldn't want to live there. I wouldn't want to put people into that effect. Now, I have something to circulate to you, if you could, clerks, but what it is, sorry, I didn't give it to you earlier, but it's a motion from Markham Council, and it's in regards to land use policies and zoning regulations in the Passmore Avenue industrial area. It was recently at their council, where we've heard they've allowed residential on the north side, and what it is a motion to not allow asphalt plants, concrete batching, recycling facilities, asphalt plants on the south side anywhere in that area. Now, this isn't our site on the south side. This is coming from Markham Council, from the councillors on the north side. It was by Councillor Alex Chiu up there, and I know the Deputy Mayor was also trying to get members of council that represent the south side of Steeles together to talk about it, because they have concerns about the ongoing noise that's there now. So if they have concerns from their residents about the noise that's there, and they're on the north side of Steeles, I think the concerns that have been brought forward by the deputants is one we should really listen to. I wanted to go back to staff to look at, in particular, 3 areas. The further buffering of the area, because if you can't figure out the buffering, you can't figure out the built form. You have to figure them out at the same time. You can't say allow a building that over 10 stories you don't have balconies on when everybody else does, or 15 or 20 stories. You can't start saying what should be there and what's going to happen on it. You have to look at the scale and the size of development that might be there before you approve anything. And I also didn't see, and this is something that we've pushed for very hard, which is an affordable housing strategy, because I didn't see it in the report anywhere. So there's 2 major issues with this. One is if you are going to allow any development on the south side, and that's the if, because the horse got out of the stable in July of 2014 when we said look at a regeneration area, and staff are putting most of those horses back in with the exception of the one area on Steeles. But if you are going to look at it, you have to know very clearly what it is. You can't just say it's a site plan issue. And the second part is that I really don't want to hear that one of our divisions went out to speak to people and said quietly, you should take a look at this because this might impact your ability to keep your employment areas in there, and didn't say it strongly to the planning staff. And the planning staff may have not heard it or heard it strong enough or taken enough regard for it, but also should identify those issues. Because I'm not the only one that has beepers or noise from trucks backing up. You know that that's all kind of noise and it's heavy industry, and we want to try and protect those areas. So my motion is to send it back to staff and try and see if they can work out these issues before it comes back to us, because I myself can't support it, and I heard from a number of my colleagues on committee they couldn't, so I'm trying to put this motion in front of it to give it some direction. Are there questions of me as the mover of the motion? Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm just trying to understand, some of these matters, can be dealt with through the site plan application. Some of it is to be dealt with through the feasibility report, and I think the environmental reports that has to go to the Ministry of the Environment. You're asking staff to do all that now without necessarily naming those reports in your recommendation or your motion. When do you want this to come back? Is it just to go back, go off
There was
and have
some-
a conversation? When does this report come back?
So, in the motion that one of my colleagues had drafted, he was having it out till 2017. I didn't think that's right. I didn't want to put a time on it. I really want to leave it to staff to try and resolve the issues, and they can come back to us. I can't leave to site plan recommendations where I'm showing a 32-story building on the north side of the GO station, so close to anchor shoring or Krupi. I myself can't support that going forward, because I don't know how we could possibly mitigate the impacts of that height on those developments. And I have a lot of respect for the businesses that came here and took their time out to come see us. These 3 items are items that I took out of the July 2014 report, so that's why there was bullet points. They were in the 2014 report, along with a lot of others the staff looked at, but I don't believe, and I think my colleagues, some of us here, don't believe that they were considered as, and with enough definition as they could, in an area that's so important to us to see the heavy industry be maintained there.
Yeah, I recognize where it's coming from. I'm just trying to understand, is it to, like, you're not asking staff to report back in any timely fashion. There is the municipal comprehensive review is before the Ontario Municipal Board. This item is obviously at some point going to be tied up somewhere at the board. There's no way I can see all these deputants coming to the table and being satisfied with what is before us, which is largely the regeneration piece, the fact that they're going to uncouple the 3447 Kennedy piece, bring that back into employment lands. Like, there's so many different, like, there's like 4 reports in front of us right now. This is a very complicated matter, and I'm just trying to understand, when will this item come back?
I would expect staff will bring it back as soon as they can, dealing with the issues, or give us recommendations on it. And if they have particular areas which they wish to come back to us with sooner, I would expect they'll also bring those recommendations. And that's the reason why I didn't say first quarter of 2017, because I didn't want to delay it till then. Anything that's important for them to go forward with, I would expect they'll bring back to us.
And just so I won't press you for an answer. I recognize it's difficult for you to give one if you don't know what the working schedule between staff and coordinating all the deputants who are probably going to be bringing out lawyers to have these conversations. I think this is almost heading into mediation in some ways, as opposed to having a consultation and having further discussions, because that's what I'm hearing. The tone of this is actually not conciliatory anymore. I want to understand, they're supposed to, prior to the enactment of the zoning bylaw, and this is actually what Councillor DiCiano was brought up at the very beginning, is that the applicants were supposed to undertake a feasibility analysis and impact assessment. And this is all under MOE requirements. How does that fit into what you're discussing here?
I am not changing any of the requirements that are there. I'm not requiring mediation. I'm not requiring staff to meet with the deputants. I'm leaving it open to them to come back and try and resolve the issues. This is really based on a motion that Councillor DiCiano had that he showed me that was going to be going to council on this matter. I felt it was better for committee to give the guidance on it and save the lengthy debate there. I'm not trying to usurp that at all. I'm really trusting in the fact that I think our planning department can work to resolve the issues. I think it's our job to give them some guidance as to where we'd like them to go at committee, which is what I'm trying to do. And the quicker they can bring it back between planning and economic development, the sooner I'd rather have it here. And hopefully, when they have some recommendations, they will contact the applicants and let them know where they're going in a reasonable enough time so they can see that. But I think they have to decide where they're going with it first.
Mr. Chair, would you consider an amendment to your motion and perhaps ask staff to report back by the January or February meeting of planning growth? Is that, no, I'm seeing.
The deputy city
Too
manager
tight?
is saying no because they couldn't possibly do that. There is some distance right now between what has been recommended and what the neighboring businesses would like to see. I think they have to work that out. But I will also take on the fact that I'll be working with staff to see how quickly they can resolve it. I have no problem doing that. I don't want this to sit out for a long time, but I do want to see some resolution to it.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Any other speakers?
I'll speak.
That means you're great, or that means you want to
I'd like
speak?
to just-
I like the first one.
Yeah, no,
Councillor Campbell.
this is an important issue, and it's a complicated issue, and I don't know where your motion is going to lead us, but I think that some of us find it perplexing that earlier today, we decided to retain employment lands and prohibit an expansion of housing. And here, in a regeneration area, we are looking at adding housing to an area that is clearly industrial and heavy industrial to some degree. I don't know if your motion might eventually lead us to a point where the lands are redesignated from mixed use to employment only. I might be supportive of that.
So is that a question?
No, it's a statement.
So how can I
said
answer
had
it
no
if it's only a
questions.
statement?
No, you asked if I wanted to speak.
Yes.
So I'm being philosophical. So no, this is an important issue. If these lands are lost to residential, then, I don't think we should be competing with Markham for residences. I think we should be competing with Markham for jobs. And I would not want to see these businesses relocate to Richmond Hill or Aurora or Newmarket. So that's all I have. It's 1 minute and 23 seconds.
Thank you, Councillor DiCiano. Councillor Campbell. Councillor DiCiano.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be supporting your motions. Again, I remain concerned with the reports brought forward here. Just like Councillor Campbell stated, this morning we talked about the need to preserve employment lands where there were, on a site that there were actually no jobs or employment, but fundamentally understanding the need and why we do so. On this particular site, we have encroachment, and we know where that sends us. And we are on a rail corridor, and I disagree with, because we're on a rail corridor, we should intensify it with residences. We also have a policy to intensify with office. And if Markham's going to be bringing 50-story buildings on the other side of Steeles, then what better buffer to this employment area than a beautiful 30-story office building on the rail corridor? I think it sets I think we go down a slippery slope the minute we start encroaching into these viable employment areas that eventually lead to further and further zoning changes going to residential. So I'm supporting your motions, and I thank you for bringing them forward.
Councillor Wong-Tam.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I recognize that where some of the council members' remarks are going, and there's a very good chance the motions will just pass. I am going to voice some hesitation simply because what I've heard today was a range of opinions that may not have reconciliation before us, and I think that is something that is very real. I also read these reports with the understanding that staff was trying to treat Steeles Avenue in a very different manner as they would treat the rest of the employment lands and what is currently medium, light to heavy industrial manufacturing use. And there's actually a solid urban design and planning rationale for that, is that you want your avenues to be beautiful, you want them to have connectivity. And although Markham may have passed a motion asking the City of Toronto to not permit any of this type of heavy industrial use, well, that's just too bad. It's already there. It's not going anywhere as far as I can tell. But Steeles Avenue probably deserves to be treated better. So if it's a matter of retaining Steeles Avenue, and I think staff were very clear as they gave us a presentation, is that they had to uncouple Steeles Avenue and detach that from everything that was south of there. So anything that was not fronting on Steeles Avenue was going to be reconstituted and put back into this employment envelope. The industry that was already there was going to continue to operate without any disruption, and it was just a matter of making sure that Steeles Avenue was going to read like a real, true avenue on the north side and the south side, which is actually a really good planning objective and an outcome, not to treat Steeles Avenue like an industrial sort of backyard. And so from that perspective, I think that staff have done an extraordinary job of trying to take a look at something that has been obviously longstanding use in the community, trying to ensure that there was going to be sensitivity to how these lands and uses were going to transition into one another, to reconcile that there's also going to be conflict with some of the uses of the land and how it was going to be built out. And maybe it's because I'm the downtown Midtown councillor on this committee, but I have a very different perspective of why we want to build out beautiful avenues and why it's important to make sure that you actually have an area that is going to allow for this type of mixed use and built form. In downtown Toronto, you see it all around you. We live closely to one another. We have all sorts of vibrant mixed-use areas. And yes, there is conflict. You can just take a look at it on the waterfront. What was an industrial port is now become somewhat residential, but the industrial components have retained itself, and they will stay. We've got cement plants down there, as you know, along the Port Lands and the West Don Lands, and you have Redpath, which is almost smacked right up against Pier 27, Phase 1 with Phase 2 coming in. And one Yonge Street will be developed directly across the street, as well as the AGCO lands. That is all happening in a very small little area. We all have to learn to live with it. And it doesn't mean that it's not necessarily that it just smells like sugar. It's not true. We have an abattoir actually at the King and Bathurst area, and I can tell you it's not a great smell. But we also have residential condominiums and mixed-use environments that are now built up. And we actually consider this to be very vibrant. We think it's actually, in many ways, what makes downtown so great is that you actually do have a range of uses. So I'm still thinking through whether or not I can support the motions, because I think that the work is already contained in the report. And clearly, to me, what I'm seeing in the report is that there was going to be further due diligence that had to be done by the applicant. There was a feasibility report, there was the environmental piece that had to be filed with the MOE, there was all sorts of assessments, and we hadn't even got into the articulation of what the buildings were going to look like with respect to site plan and the mitigation strategies that would come from site plan. And all of this was not going to be done until the zoning is going to be enacted, which God knows is not necessarily immediately at the passing of this report. So I felt that I read that all that was already built into the report, and we didn't need to send it back, to be quite honest. But this is where we are, and I think we're going to be asking people to go back and do a lot more work, but when you have people who have dug positions and they're drilled in pretty deeply, you're not necessarily going to find resolution there. Staff will have to make a recommendation, and yes, and committee will have to make a decision at some point.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So there's two motions that I have. Why don't we vote on them separately? The first motion is we should do is the chief planner, executive director working together. Sorry, the two departments working together, which I don't think is controversial. Economic development and planning. So can we put that one up first? Trying to get them to work a little bit more cooperatively. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. The second motion in regards to sending this back for some further work, for further study. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. The item is amended. I don't have to adopt the recs, so we are dealt with the item. So this is back with staff, and I hope they'll be able to deal with it comprehensively, but in as quickly, as efficiently and promptly a matter as you can, knowing it's a difficult item. Thank you all for coming today. So the next item we have, flying right along here today. Item 8.8. I'm just looking at the list of what we have left. So what's on our list? Okay,
This is at 2 o'clock, we should be doing it now.
so we are going to deal with the area-specific amendment applications concerning electronic signs. Ted, before you go forward, why don't we see what the deputants are here and see if committee has any questions or not because of the time. So I have Alan Peck from Canadian Pacific Railway. Is Alan here?
Yep.
We're here to listen to you. After that, I've got Justin Dempsey, also from CPR, unless you guys can do it together. Pardon me? You'll sit with him? And the shorter the better, although if you want your 5 minutes, we won't stop you from having it. And then Terry Kaufman, who's been sitting here for a while, you're after that. Oh, sorry, you're in the next one. Then David Sadowski and Steve Wolowich. So, you have your 5 minutes. Please go forward.
Committee members.
Sorry, I gotta stop you for a minute.
Sorry.
Can I get staff to, if you want the discussion, that's fine, but not interrupt the deputants? No, I know it's easy to do and it's hard not to. Thank you. Please go forward.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, committee members. My name is Alan Peck. I am here today in 2 capacities. First of all, I'm here on behalf of the current owner of 33 Wickman Road, Canadian Pacific Railway. 33 Wickman Road is part of CP's Campa subdivision. I'm authorized to tell you that there is a purchase and sale agreement in place between Metrolinx and Canadian Pacific Railway for the Campa subdivision. Metrolinx will be the owner of the Campa subdivision and 33 Wickman Road effective November 27, 2015. Metrolinx has also assumed this application and has authorized me to continue with the project to modernize the existing signboard at 33 Wickman Road. As a result, I am also here representing Metrolinx. If approved, the proposed 33 Wickman Road digital sign will be installed on publicly owned and publicly funded Metrolinx property. Metrolinx and the taxpayers will be the beneficiaries of the signboard lease revenue. This application was initiated with Canadian Pacific Railway as property owner, and CP has offered to remove a number of existing legal non-conforming signboards from CP property in Ward 5. Despite the ownership transfer to Metrolinx, the offer to remove signboards from the CP right-of-way in Ward 5 still stands. The CP signboards to be removed are located on Bloor Street, west of Islington Avenue. This 33 Wickman Road application follows the model previously used by Metrolinx, namely removal of a number of static signboards in exchange for permission to modernize a few others. My understanding is these previous Metrolinx applications received favorable consideration, as their approval would assist Metrolinx with its significant funding requirements. If this committee and council approves the 33 Wickman Road application, this project can serve as a Metrolinx funding source. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputants? Not seeing any, thank you. And then I have Justin, you wish to speak as well.
I'm acting as an agent for CP Railway.
You have to bring the mic a little closer to you.
I'm acting as an agent for CP Railway and Metrolinx regarding application for amendments to allow the installation of a third-party ground sign with electronic static copy at 33 Wickman Road, Ward 5. I would like to start by emphasizing the fact that we are removing an existing sign structure already in place and simply replacing it with a structure of the exact same size display area, but with new updated electronic sign copy. Our goal is simply to modernize and improve the existing sign location. The current ground sign is located in the utility zone where digital signs are now permitted. The surrounding areas are used primarily for industrial and commercial use. The greatest concern with digital signs is light trespass into a residential use. As clearly seen on the satellite image, residential light trespass is not a concern. Several other digital signs have been operating in the immediate area for a number of years now with no negative impact whatsoever. This is an area that is perfectly appropriate for this type of signage. The size of the sign is also perfectly appropriate. Every digital sign on the Gardiner Expressway, over 20 display faces in existence, are the exact same size or larger as what is being proposed and is the exact same size as what currently exists. The size of the sign in relation to the size of the Gardiner Expressway is appropriate. Working with the local councillor of Ward 5, Justin DiCiano, we have made a series of concessions and improvements within our application. We have agreed to push back the sign to 15 meters from the highway versus the original proposed setback of 5 meters. The new proposed setback is now typical with the setback of signs located in the area. We have also conceded to alter the term of the prospective permit from a 10-year to a 5-year renewable term, allowing the city to either renew or not renew the permit every 5 years. As an additional benefit to the sign improvement proposal, we have agreed to allocate space on the board for community messaging to be used by the local councillor of and the City of Toronto for public service messages. In addition to the allotment for the City of Toronto, Outfront Media, the third-party owner and operator of the sign, donates sign space on their electronic signage to charitable organizations on an ongoing basis, such as Fife House, whom I believe has sent a letter of support to P&G regarding our electronic sign application. This sign will give back to the community. We are asking for permission to operate the sign on a 24-hour basis in line with the other existing signs within the immediate area. We have agreed to operate the sign at the lowest net level of illumination of any other electronic sign within the municipality. As another benefit within the sign application, CP Railway has agreed to permanently remove 3 separate sign structures containing 5 faces located on CP land in Ward 5. Not only are we modernizing an existing sign display, but we are also significantly reducing the amount of sign structures within the area. Furthermore, Outfront Media, the owner and operator of the sign, has within the last 2 weeks made a preemptive good faith concession to remove a sign from its inventory in the local area located at 36 Queen Elizabeth Boulevard, which is just north of the Islington Avenue off-ramp. I would like to address a diagram in the current staff report shown above. It is a generic template that staff uses to illustrate the typical ground sign permitted under the sign bylaw. In order to avoid any confusion, I would like to note that the sign is located on a railroad underpass. The sign must be built to a height to be seen by the Gardiner Expressway overpass, as it is the target audience. The height is appropriate and typical for signs oriented to be seen on an elevated highway. On this slide, you can see the elevated grade of the Gardiner Expressway in the background relative to the sign structure, which validates the height and size of the display is appropriate. We can see the elevation is required to see the sign above the concrete median and oncoming traffic traveling on the Gardiner Expressway. Thank you for your consideration on this matter. At this time, I'd be happy to address any questions that you may have.
Are there any questions from member of committee? I don't see any. Thank you very much. Oh.
If the committee were to approve, your company's request, when would the sign be switched?
As soon as possible.
As soon as possible, okay.
Thank you. Can you tell us and do you know the revenue that this large sign would generate?
I don't have that information, sir. No.
Good answer for you. I have no further questions. Okay, we have then David Sadowski, 750 Spadina Avenue Association. Mr. Sadowski, you have 5 minutes. We're here to listen to you.
I need 30 seconds to ask you to consider deferring your decision on our particular sign application so that I can meet with Councillor Cressy, who has not had the benefit of being briefed on this, and that I can personally meet with staff. I didn't know whether that was possible. Apparently, Mr. Cressy has sent a letter today saying that he's prepared to meet with me.
Has the letter been circulated to the committee members? Committee members have the letter.
Okay. That concludes my presentation.
Okay. Are there questions of the deputant? So I'll quickly, Mr. Sadowski. If I'm correct, it's on top of the Y, and you want to put up a third-party advertising sign?
That is correct.
And the staff report is negative?
Yes, it is.
And you're trying to find some way to generate revenue for the building?
They would generate considerable revenue for the community and for the community center. And I understand there's some revenue for the city as well in terms of, but the, well, I appreciate, the nuance of the report and everything. I personally haven't had a chance to speak to staff about it. And I always worry when I see prohibitively, what was the language? Expressly prohibited, as opposed to just normally prohibited. I'm not sure what the difference is, but I just think I think there's an opportunity to have a sign on this location that would be, although would require amendment, would still be appropriate. As I said, in terms of the revenue for the community, it is significant enough that I would just like the opportunity before it gets refused to bring it back at a later date. And as I said, I really, Councillor Cressy has not had an opportunity to see the presentation, at least from us. It was dealt with Councillor Vaughan in the previous generation.
So I'm just asking questions. Right, but you're aware of the staff report?
Yes.
Which in general says there's nothing like it. There's no third-party signs. You have bright and shine into all the residents there. And it's an area where we would expressly prohibit it. So
yes,
with the exception of the revenue issue, which I understand is what's pressing for you.
Well, I think there are, you'll forgive me, I think there are opportunities to mitigate the light, to mitigate the time that the sign is on, to use it for community messaging. I think given the neighborhood that it's in, the residential that it's referring to is somewhat transitional. Student housing tends to change over on a regular basis, as the seniors housing for different reasons. But so I'm not sure that the impact is always the same. Okay. And I just as a general principle think that every particular site deserves its own consideration, as sometimes it requires a lot more effort and work in that regard. But
okay.
I always try to get to yes. I'm not sure. I personally haven't had the opportunity to try and do that yet. I think other people have come and met with staff who just may not be able to provide a different lens to the opportunity.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of the deputant? Seeing none, the last deputant I have is Steve Wolowich.
I don't think he's here. I don't think he's here.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Wolowich, you have your 5 minutes. We're here to listen to you.
Thank you. My name is Steve Wolowich, and I am with the company called Outfront Media, formerly known as CBS, Viacom, and Mediacom. Outfront Media is the applicant of the proposed bylaw amendment at the property known as 9 Hannah Avenue. Outfront Media are the owners and operators of 2 existing signs at this property, which is located on the north side of the Gardiner Expressway at the bottom of Liberty Village. The sign located on the west side of the property is a single-sided sign facing east and is the sign that is proposed to be altered and improved with a digital method of display. The sign that is located to the east is a double-sided sign facing east and west and is proposed to be removed entirely, reducing the total advertising display faces from 3 to 1. The Chief Building Official and Executive Director, Toronto Building, recommends that City Council approve this application. The recommendation for approval is subject to operating the proposed modernized digital display with illumination in accordance with recent amendments to the sign bylaw and to provide additional shielding treatment on the sign. Outfront Media is pleased and able to comply with all of these conditions. The essence of this proposal is less is more. Granting approval to modernize one of the two existing signs with a digital method of display will result in the ability to improve the performance of that sign. By supporting this application today, you will allow us to improve the economics of operating only one sign, which will facilitate the entire removal of the east sign location, which is now within close proximity to newly developed condominiums. The improved economics on one sign will allow us to maintain our current rental obligations as per our contractual lease arrangement with the property owners, Canalfa. Canalfa are one of the original primary developers of Liberty Village. The removal costs and the modernizing of the sign that would remain will require a very large capital investment with a long-term payback. We estimate the cost to be roughly $475,000. As part of our application, we were asking to extend the lifespan of the original permit from 5 years to that of 10 years, so as to try and improve the return on investment. Staff are not supportive of our original proposal to extend the 5-year permit by an additional 5 years. As a result, we wish to surrender our request, and we are no longer seeking variance for additional lifespan on the original permit. We ask that you vote yes to the staff recommendation and approve this application as written with no further changes. Committee members, I thank you in advance for your support and be happy and pleased to answer any questions that you may have.
Questions, Councillor Campbell?
The illuminated sign that you're proposing to take down, it's a double-sided sign?
That's correct.
Is it a digital sign?
No, all of the existing signs are static display faces. Our company, Outfront Media, currently does not operate any digital signs on the Gardiner Expressway, and it's an important location for us.
So the illuminated sign, just basically, it's a sign, paper, and with, a light on it?
Yeah, it's a traditional static type of display, which is posted. Typically, we post with vinyl. It's wrapped and stretched around the face.
How long is that sign? That sign was there before the condominium, I gather?
Yeah, both of these locations have been in existence for a very long time.
Got it, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of the deputant? I don't see any. So why don't we, thank you very much. Why don't we get staff to give us a very brief presentation on it? Or they're discussing it over there. Do you need us to hold us down for a few minutes? John, are you okay? Okay. So the hour being late, there's a few of them. Can you go over them quickly for us? So, oh, you got a fancy presentation for us. Roll with it, but as quickly as you can, gentlemen.
Will do. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I should tell you this before you start, members of, am I right, members of committee, that there is a motion here to refer back to staff both the one on Spadina and possibly the Metrolinx, the new Metrolinx one. So it's the other ones I think that we're mostly concerned about.
That's correct.
Thank you.
So Mr. Chair, in May of 2015, staff reported to the Planning and Growth Management Committee on 5 applications for signs throughout the city. Staff were directed to report back to Planning and Growth on completion of an electronic sign study that was underway. The recommendations of the electronic sign study were adopted by Council in June 2015. And staff are now reporting back on 4 of the 5 applications. The application for 871 Islington was withdrawn by the applicant in the summer of 2015. So that leaves us with 4 applications for third-party electronic signs. Staff recommended approval of the application for 9 Hannah Avenue, and we'll go through these one by one as we get there, and recommended refusal of the applications for 33 Wickman, a sign at Eglinton and Danforth, that's 2787 Eglinton East, and Bloor and Spadina, that's 750 Spadina Road. There's a graphic there that just depicts generally where the signs are located. So that we recommended approval of 9 Hannah for the following reasons. It's in the Gardner Gateway Special Sign District, which specifically contemplates large electronic signs, and it was reconfirmed in 2014 as part of the update to regulations in the area. It also replaces a sign that does not face residential. The sign that's replacing is of the same size and height and approximately 135 meters away from the closest residential building. It also eliminates a double-sided sign which faces residential buildings approximately 13 meters away from those buildings to the east and 177 to the west. Community consultation meeting was held on this matter in early 2015 and found no opposition to the proposal and an interest in improving the impact signs have in the area. We're not recommending extending the term, the time frame for permit term from 5 to 10 years. And that's a graphic just depicting the comparative size of the sign in comparison with what's permitted. However, the large size sign that's proposed there is, as the applicant mentioned, replacing a sign of the same size. The graphic here shows 2 signs. The one on the right is very close to condominiums. That is the one that will be removed. The one on the left is the one that would continue, and it does not face residential. This is a graphic that shows how close the sign being removed is to the condominium building versus the sign in the background that is the sign that would be replaced and angled and shielded so that it's not facing residential. For 2787 Eglinton East, this one has been withdrawn by the applicant, so I won't spend any time on it to speak of. If there's questions later, we can go on with that. And then the 750 Spadina Avenue. Staff recommend refusal for the following reasons. Roof signs are prohibited throughout the city. Electronic signs are not permitted in commercial residential sign districts. The sign is located at the intersection of 2 arterial roads. The sign would be at a height and size that will impact nearby residential properties. And there are already several other large third-party signs at the intersection, one on the northwest corner, one on the southeast corner. And this is just a graphic that shows the comparison of the proposed roof sign in comparison with the size of sign that is permitted in commercial residential districts. Another graphic that shows the size of the sign, and a graphic that shows the sign in comparison with its surroundings. So we see there are condo buildings, residential buildings surrounding the sign that would be within eyeshot of that sign. And then Wickman Road. Staff recommend refusal for the following reasons. The sign is proposed to be located 15 meters from the Gardner Expressway. It's proposed to be more than 2 times taller and 3 times larger than what is permitted in employment sign districts. Sign would add to an area that already contains a large number of electronic third-party ground signs. The signs that are to be removed as part of the application are unrelated to the proposed sign and would not reduce the impacts associated with this sign. The modified application, which have the sign comply with a 5-year permit time frame and operate 24 hours a day, don't change the staff recommendation on the application. And that's a comparative size. This shows the relationship of the sign to the Gardner Expressway, proximity to the Gardner Expressway, and also decision points, on-ramps, off-ramps, that we have heard are problematic. And again, we're just showing that there are signs in the area, as the applicant noted. The sign in the background is the sign in question, would add yet another electronic sign to the immediate area. And this shows the sign is proposed for removal that are generally not in close proximity to the sign in question.
And that's my turn. Are there any questions of staff? Councillor Campbell.
How is the Wickman sign, how does the application of the logic differ from Wickman with the Hannah Avenue?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the Hannah Avenue sign, we see some positives. First of all, it's in the Gardner Gateway Special Sign District, which contemplates larger signs. The other thing is that...
Can I just interject? So the other is also close to the Gardner at Wickman.
It's close to the Gardner Expressway. There is an area that's generally around X Place that is the Gardner Gateway Special Sign District where digital signs are contemplated. The other area that you refer to, while it may be close to the Gardner, is not within the Gardner Gateway Special Sign District.
Which is sort of and how is that determined, that sign district? Is that sort of an arbitrary?
It was a decision made by council at the time of development of the sign bylaw.
Okay. So in Hannah Avenue, they're going to take out, the one sign that they've offered to take out, could we not, as a city, enforce them to take it out in any case? Is it not in contravention of any bylaw?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, it's a legally permitted sign.
It is, okay. Now, the deputant, in regard to the Wickman, said that the height of the sign, in terms of it, was only because it was lower than the roadway. Is that not the case with signs in the so-called Gardner, the special area? Are they all similar like that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes. They are permitted to be taller in those areas, but not that tall. That's a very tall sign. Simply because the roadway is elevated, doesn't change the provisions of the bylaw.
And sir, if you could just help me, because I'm a new councillor, how do we get revenue from these signs? What is it a percentage? Is it a flat fee, or how do we derive revenue?
There is a flat rate on various sign types that is charged as third-party sign tax.
And does that rate vary whether it's digital or static?
Yes.
It does?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. Digital signs are the highest tax signs.
So we like those?
We tax them the highest.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other questions of staff? Not seeing any, we'll bring it into committee for speakers. Do you have the motions ready, Madam Clerk, or are we working on it? So I think Councillor DiCiano, you have a motion.
I do. That the applications to amend Schedule B signage master plans and area-specific amendments of Chapter 694 for 33 Wickman Road and 750 Spadina Avenue be referred to the Chief Building Official and Executive Director, Toronto Building, for further consideration and consultation with the ward councillors.
All right, and then there are 4 other recommendations. 1, refuse the sign application of 278 Eglinton, which is 1. 2, item 2, approve the application to amend Schedule B signage master plan area specific amendments for 9 Hannah. 5, refuse the application to amend Schedule B signage master plan at 871 Islington Avenue. And was that one withdrawn?
No, it's a refusal, but we're still going to adopt.
It was withdrawn, but we have to move the refusal motion. And 6, council authorize the city solicitor to prepare the necessary bills for introduction to council to implement the recommendations. So I will move 1, 2, 5, and 6 then. And we can take it as a package, Madam Clerk?
Sure.
All in favor? Oops. I asked if there are other speakers. I didn't know you wanted to speak. My apologies. Go forward, Councillor Wong-Tam.
Yes, thank you very much. I'd like to move the staff recommendations and to ask members...
On all the signs?
Yeah, on all the signs.
Okay.
On all the recommendations contained in the staff report. I mean, staff go through, obviously, a very rigorous review of every single application. There is consultation that's ongoing, generally with the applicant as well as the ward councillor. This is asking staff to go back and have the same conversation again with the applicant. They're not going to offer any other things other than what they've already said that they would like to do. They've already submitted it for our review. This committee at some point has to learn to make a decision about what is before us, which is oftentimes recommendations contained in the staff report. I don't see the point of why we want to send things back when we have all the information before us to make a recommendation. And I think, one other thing I want to point out is that, staff have also clearly articulated their rationale for why they are refusing certain applications. So it's not as complicated as the last report, where we had to sort of strip away all the different answers and find why we need to do something or not. They've given us very clearly outlined why they're refusing 2787 Eglinton Avenue East. Staff do not support the request, and they've given us very clearly why. It contravenes many of the performance standards that apply in the signs permitted in the commercial residential sign district. Approval of this application will further undermine council's goal of preventing additional ground signs in this sign district, where alternative signs such as wall signs are supported. If I flip the page, outlined very clearly once again is staff's rationale for 750 Spadina. Why would they want to refuse this? They're refusing this because adding a third-party roof sign with electronic copy is explicitly prohibited, and it's contrary to the goals and the objectives of City Council as expressed through our sign bylaw. The proposed sign is significantly larger and closer to the intersection than permitted, and it faces both a street and a residential sign district. Extending the permit term for 15 years also runs contrary to the goals and objectives of the sign bylaw. And I can go on to 33 Wickman. And once again, staff have evaluated the application and they've come forward with a recommendation. The recommendation in this case is that the proposed sign would have two faces, each of which is 3 times larger than the permitted sign bylaw, and a height of more than double than what is permitted. It's too close to the Gardner Expressway, and it goes on. They have said that 9 Hannah Avenue is supportable, and they've put that application through the same rigorous review of all the different sign policies that we have before us. So they've actually applied this work. They've done this work, they've reviewed the application, and I assure you, as a councillor with a special area sign district, local councillors get involved with these decisions. And applicants oftentimes come to the local councillor to speak to the local councillor to assess our support, where we want to go with consultation or what have you. So there's no need, in my opinion, to send this back and ask staff to go speak to the applicants again when they've already come up with a conclusion. What we need to do, what we should do, is just adopt the recommendations in the staff report. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, okay, I thought it was finished speakers
I
before.
want to thank Councillor Wong Tam. I mean, frankly, I think the committee members have more important things to do than to second-guess staff on matters such as this. So I'm going to support the staff recommendations.
So we have the motion that was moved first by Councillor DiCiano, which is in regards to Wickman and in regards to 750 Spadina. So, and if you'd like, I can separate those two if you want to vote on them separately.
I did.
They're now separated. So what we're going to do is, and Councillor Wong Tam, I know you wanted to place staff recommendations, but Councillor DiCiano's motion is here. So we'll vote on those two sites separately, and committee can make its recommendations to council, and then the other motions, which were the staff recommendations. So, Madam Clerk, lead us through this.
Motion A from Councillor DiCiano. All those in favor?
Opposed? I will vote in favor. That carries. 750, the next one is.
All those in favor of Councillor DiCiano's second motion, that 750 Spadina be referred to the Chief Building Official and Executive Director of Toronto Building for further consideration and consultation with the ward councillor. All those in favor?
Opposed? That loses. And the other recommendations?
balance of the recommendations in the report, recommendation 1, 2, and 6 from the report. All those in favor?
Opposed? That carries. Do I need the item as amended?
Yes, adopt the item as amended.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. So we have one item left, and that is the additional item that was circulated to us. And what I'd like to do with that is ask the Deputy City Manager then to give us a brief presentation on this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So I need a little order in the room here. Sorry. So, members of committee, this is the added item that staff asked to be walked on because it's an urgent item and has to come to this council meeting. And the Deputy City Manager can do a brief overview of what's in front of us.
So, through you, Mr. Chair, to committee and members of the public, this is a walk-on report that we would not normally have done except for the urgency of the matter. We've had an ongoing...
Oh, I forgot your item as well. I will get to it. My apologies. I'm getting tired and I was wrong. I will get to you quickly because I think this will be quick.
Yep.
I did miss one item, the townhouse guidelines, which you've sat here all day very patiently for. Oh, now I'm being corrected on my right.
There's motion recommendation number 4 from the staff report.
Sorry, what do we have to do that we missed?
Against what?
That-
Fails, 750 Spadina fails, so we need to move, recommendation number 3, we're refusing the application, that's the one you voted against, right?
Is there something that we didn't do right? Okay, so we have to go back and reopen because we didn't properly finish the item on the signs. And we have to reopen it to deal with recommendation number 3. Could staff put that up on the screen?
That's in the report.
Because the referral back by Councillor DiCiano failed, so then we had to put forward the motion to refuse the sign at 750. And we didn't do that right.
Recommendation 3 from the report.
Motion, I move to reopen.
The motion to reopen by Councillor Campbell, all in favor. The motion then to adopt recommendation number 3, which is to refuse the sign at 750 Spadina Avenue. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. The item as re-amended. I don't know if that's a real motion or not, but I'm doing it. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Deputy City Manager, can you be brief? Because I've kept Mr. Kaufman here all day.
I will try, Mr. Chair. So we have a walk-on report regarding the Davenport Diamond rail-to-rail grade separation. What we are intending to do in the recommendations is alert you to a report that will be coming to council directly in the next cycle, in the December cycle. We had believed that Metrolinx were going to put down the timing on their TPAP for this grade separation until the spring of next year. And we received a letter last week, and I've had a conversation with Bruce McQuaig, the CEO, president of Metrolinx. They now want to re-accelerate the project. We had decided to hold down a report that we were preparing in anticipation of this, so we will be bringing that report directly to the December meeting because we do not have the time necessary now to have the further consultations, or at least absorb the further consultations before we write a staff report. So this is just a heads up. We're coming directly to council with a report on the Davenport Diamond.
So the recommendations are page 2. Recommendation 1, direct the Chief Planner, Executive Director, City Planning to further engage Metrolinx representatives to seek clarification with respect to the commencement of the Davenport rail grade separation TPAP process in January 26 rather than commencement in the spring of 26 as originally committed by Metrolinx, and report directly to the December meeting of City Council on the outcome of those discussions and any further actions may be appropriate. Are there any questions? Yes.
From a governance standpoint, why do you need our approval for this?
It's a courtesy for everybody involved. We had agreed with Metrolinx to stand on our report because we felt that they had agreed to another set of technical studies and public consultations. They're still committing to that, but the timelines look extremely aggressive, and we would not have the advantage of being able to provide council with the opinion of staff on this environmental assessment before it becomes a TPAP. And once it becomes a TPAP, it is very difficult, if not impossible, to sort of derail, no pun intended, the proposed outcome that Metrolinx will be seeking.
And Councillor Campbell's clerk staff have advised me that this cannot go directly to council. Only certain items could, so staff require committee approval to be able to take this directly to council, and that's what we're doing.
What's a TPAP?
Transit Project Assessment Process. It's an exemption under the Environmental Assessment Act that requires you to go through certain procedures of consultation and background studies before they actually, quote, commence the TPAP. Once it's on a TPAP, it's on certain timelines, and only certain provincial agencies and others can really intervene and change the outcome.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so the motion, all in favor? Opposed? That's carried. So, the one item that we skipped over briefly, my apologies. Skipped over briefly was the townhouse and low-rise apartment guidelines projects. We have 4 speakers. Daniela Chin, are you here still? Daniela, thank you for being so patient. So you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening. Good evening, Chair and members of the Planning and Growth Management Committee. My name is Danielle Chin, and I'm here on behalf of the members of the Building Industry and Land Development Association. So for those who may not know, BUILD is a representative of 1,400 plus member companies, and that includes builders, developers, planners, lawyers, and other service professionals. For Toronto chapter specifically, there's about 700 specific members that are involved in our chapter group. So as a way of a bit of background, when this topic was first introduced for review, our members were very pleased with the city's direction. We believed that this was a great opportunity to modernize the existing guidelines for infill townhouse development projects. In response to this direction, BUILD had a very high level of membership engagement throughout this process. So what we did was we created a working group of architects and planning consultants and builders and developers such as Mattamy, Diamond Corp, Tribute Communities, Daniels, Minto, just to name a few. And a representative from Namaro was also going to speak today, but he had to go, but he was a part of the group, as well as Josh Developments and Dunbar, who will also be speaking today. And they can provide you with any site-specific technical concerns illustrated through their own projects. So during this review today, BUILD Toronto chapter members had one introductory presentation from staff, and that took place on June 24th, 2015, and one technical working group meeting, which took place on September the 29th, 2015. Upon receipt and review of the latest set of guidelines, BUILD's working group was concerned that many of the comments that we had suggested were not reflected in this last iteration. A full list of these technical comments were distributed to this committee in advance of this meeting. But I'll give you a sense of the overarching concerns. So conceptually, BUILD believes that the guidelines are the right approach to providing direction for townhomes and low-rise apartment buildings. However, BUILD members have clearly indicated that the current draft of the guidelines is significantly concerning, as they feel that there is a disconnect between the purpose of the document and the granular details within. More specifically, our members do not see a balance being created between the protection of stable residential neighborhoods and the allowance of appropriate infill development and intensification. So as a result of the setbacks, separation distances, and spatial requirements of the guidelines, which only serve to make small units even smaller, Our members have indicated that the guidelines work against the efficient and feasible delivery of a housing style, which is typically entry-level housing for families that cannot afford homes but still want to live, or detached homes, I should say, but still want to live in the great neighborhoods of Toronto. Finally, our members view the draft guidelines as a departure from the typical guidance approach to a more rigorous and prescriptive approach. The language in the guidelines sound more like a zoning bylaw would. For example, words like create, locate, and employ need to be replaced with words like encourage, discourage, and where possible. In closing, I simply wanted to reiterate a few key recommendations that were found in our letter. We request clarity as to how the industry's comments informed the draft guidelines. In scenarios where our comments were not incorporated, we kindly request a rationale for these decisions. The working group would also request commentary on how the concerns and recommendations of the design review panel have been addressed, as this process was separate from ours. And we ask that a future set of guidelines allow sufficient flexibility to ensure architectural creativity and innovation to be explored. Flexibility will also allow these evolving housing types to continue in order to meet the needs of the market. And we request that two guiding principles, namely housing affordability and transit supportive development, be added to strengthen the guidelines for family-size housing. Incorporating these principles would result in development efficiency revisions to the guidelines. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I'll take any questions you may have.
Are there questions of the deputant? So the staff recommendation, I have one, is to allow further consultation on this and come back to us in May. You're aware of that?
I am aware of that.
So that may be able to resolve some of your issues?
We hope so. We're hopeful of that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And then I have Rashmi Nathwani from Namara Developments. Give him our regrets. Sorry it took so long. And then we'll just skip over Terry Kaufman because he didn't really want to say anything. Hi, Terry. Welcome.
The action all afternoon. I had no other place to go or work, and quite informative.
Thank you. If you want to come, we'll give you the dates of our next meeting, too.
Thank you. I'm always here.
Sometimes.
Now that I'm a lobbyist. Anyways, I won't keep you too long, just very informative. We've had a great working group with Diane and Harold, and we've certainly done a lot of work together, so I congratulate them for all the work and hard work that they've done. However, being involved in a project of stacked townhouses, as you know, Mr. Chair, this is not the first one. This is the third or fourth, and we have a lot of concern as to the actual intent of the guidelines. And I guess my biggest thing is, here I am a builder for so many years, and I think affordability and bringing the proper mix to a neighborhood is what I've been doing for a long, long time. And if we adopt all these guidelines, we're not going to have exactly that. So in particular, we are very concerned about the delivery of the size of the units that we're talking about on stacked units, the streetscape to the building, where the utilities are placed, and as you know, in a stacked townhouse project, it's very difficult to, on 4 stories or 3.5 stories as we've built, it's very difficult to where you're placing the air conditioners, the hydro meters, the gas meters, the cable boxes, is a very big concern of how much space we actually have. The limiting distances between the buildings, the landscape shielding to the neighborhood houses, garbage rooms pickup, whether it's private or city, walkability, as Ms. Keesmaat has told us many, many times, this is our #1 issue, to the limiting the size of the underground garage so that you can actually have walkability to transit. The minimum distances to parks, how close you actually are to a parkette or whether it's a large park. Amenity space, which is really at a premium when it comes to trying to build affordable units that are small. The location of the outdoor entrances to the entrance of the suites. And again, the transition to adjacent properties via green space or some type of amenity that we're going to provide on site, be it a barbecue pit area or be it an area for people to sit down and congregate. The sunlight is very important for the lower units. When you talk about walking down 3 or 4 or 5 steps, you want to make sure to get as much sunlight into those window wells as possible. The natural grade below these units is very, very important, as I said before, about affordability and also the usability of the actual units themselves. The sunken terraces, I think, so-called in our group and at the city, some refer to them as pits. We try not to use that term. We're trying to give people in the lower level a place to live. It's not a basement, it's above the underground garage, and we like to let them have that space for something, a chair, to sit outside if they can't get to the end of the building. So these are very, very important issues, and I hope that when we come back in May, that between now and then, we're going to have a group that agrees on all of these things. And again, we've been talking very closely with everybody, and we have a good group of working people, and I hope we continue to do that.
Thank you. Are there questions of Mr. Kaufman? So I'll briefly ask you, Terry, am I then to understand some of the recommendations you like and some of them you have some concerns with?
That is correct. It's just that we have to put it all together. And, you know, when they talk about angular space and we talk about going into a community on a side street, and, you know, I go to next door to a house that's never been cut the grass in 45 years, and here I am to come and put this beautiful trellis and spend tens of thousands of dollars. We have to look to see exactly where we're going to, like where are we in that community? What are we doing in that neighborhood? And try and promote it so that maybe he will cut the grass. And we will work together. But to say to me that you have a 3.5-story building and the guy in the what they call now as rooftop terraces are going to be overlooking this mound of grass, and we don't want them to sit outside, what do we do with these people that have these 2-story units up on top? So it's very difficult, and you're trying to match this all together and weigh it all and make it affordable. As I say, that's where the most important thing is the affordability of being in the city and how much, you know, people don't want to live in a 28-story building sometimes. They only want to be able to walk up 2 stories and home.
Okay. Are there other questions of Mr. Kaufman? Not seeing any. Thank you for your patience, for coming, and for your contribution. Thanks. Peter Jakovchik. Pardon me?
Peter Jakovic.
Jakovic. I just do the 1 C, not the 2.
Thank you,
Peter,
Mr.
we're here to
Chair.
listen to you.
Members of committee, my name is Peter Jakovich. I'm a registered professional planner with Dunbar Homes. I'm very grateful to be here today to be able to talk about the townhouse guidelines. Dunbar, over the 25 years, has delivered over 2,000 homes in the GTA, half of which have been in the city of Toronto. Our townhouse model, for the most part, is traditional towns. We focus on delivering 2- and 3-bedroom product that ranges in size from 1,700 to 2,000 square feet. And we typically support our townhouse projects with a common element condominium, right? So that's really to ensure the servicing and the maintenance of the condition of the condominium for years to come. I just wanted to start off by thanking staff. In reviewing the October version of the townhouse guidelines from June, a lot of progress was made in terms of the general tone and feel of the actual guidelines themselves. However, in reviewing them, we still have several concerns. We support and share the concerns that BUILD have raised and believe more work needs to be done. In general, we don't feel that the guidelines support the delivery of our townhouse development model, and it's somewhat of a cumulative effect when we actually break down the criteria that is identified through the guidelines themselves. I just wanted to highlight about 8 items very quickly. So on building height, to achieve 1,700 to 2,000 square feet, we typically construct 4-story buildings in a range of 12 to 12.6 meters. The guidelines speak to capping heights at about 3.5 stories and have a step back on the 4th floor that would kind of undermine the amount of density that we're trying to achieve to sustain family-size units. On the front-facing condition between blocks, through approved projects, we've established viability between 11 and 13 meters on various development sites, whereas the guidelines require more than 15 meters for buildings that are 12 meters in height or greater. Examples of which, just to throw it out there, 1145 Ossington project and our Bloorview Village at Islington and Van Dusen are examples that we've have delivered and have approved at reduced spatial separation. On transitioning in scale, the physical transitioning both vertically and horizontally through approved developments, we've demonstrated that this issue can be addressed through architectural articulation. That's something that I feel that the guidelines don't really speak to. The next point, which is the fourth, building composition. We've delivered buildings that contain 10 to 16 units, typically 15 to 16 foot widths, whereas the guidelines limit counts at 6 to 8 per building. So we thought it would be more appropriate to look at it in terms of the measure of width as opposed to the number of units within a structure and varying size. Next point, on shared outdoor space, the guidelines call for provision of space for projects of 20 units or greater. We kind of feel this measure is a little bit extreme, considering that our projects provide for a considerable amount of private outdoor space, such as rear yards, rear decks, and rooftop patios. We suggest this requirement is more appropriate for projects in excess of 100 units. In our example at Islington Village Community, we have 177 units at Islington and Evans, and we provided both outdoor shared space and private amenity space. The transitioning and angular planes, the guidelines call for 45 degrees in all instances. Kind of disagree with the use of angular planes on a low-rise condition, and we feel that the zoning bylaw properly speaks to the requirements between adjacent properties. A couple more. Grading. The guidelines suggest that artificial grades need to be avoided. Our townhouses, for the most part, in order to remain affordable at market rates, we provide internal parking on grade for each individual unit. So we don't typically provide below grade parking. This eliminates the need for additional maintenance costs associated with underground garages. At times it's necessary, we find it's necessary to supply artificial grades to achieve the heights, unit sizes, and convenience of dedicated parking that is desirable. The last point I wanted to raise is the guidelines refer to the DIPS policy and standards. We appreciate staff's position, but we believe that DIPS is outdated and requirements for public roads on urban infill sites needs to be revisited. Once again, it's through the provision of common element condominiums that we achieve that consistency. In closing, the guidelines do not reflect the infill projects that we've delivered over the last 2.5 decades, and cumulative effect of the above noted is prohibitive to the continued delivery of our townhouse model. We feel if it's implemented, it would be adversely affecting our ability to supply affordable traditional townhouses in the city of Toronto.
Thank you, Peter.
And I welcome any questions. Thank you.
Are there questions of committee members? Not seeing any. We'll bring it into committee. I don't have any other speakers. Are there questions of staff?
Thank you.
The recommendation is to do further consultation, bring it back in May. Councillor DiCiano has a motion.
That the chief planner and executive director of city planning be directed to further consult with industry participants to revise the language in the townhouse and low-rise apartment guidelines that would provide incentives for the development industry to A, build family-size housing units, B, define what size best represents the definition of family-size units, and number 2, that the chief planner and executive director of city planning report back on the unintended consequences that the current development infrastructure policy and standards has on low-rise infill development sites in the City of Toronto. Mr. Chair, the reason I bring this motion forward is because I believe that many aspects of these draft guidelines are extremely positive, and I want to thank our chief planner and her staff for their hard work and dedication to this matter. But I remain concerned, however, that certain recommendations will have a serious and negative effect in the production of affordable family-sized housing units in Toronto. Affordability of family-sized housing units in Toronto is in crisis territory. Prices for ground-oriented or grade-related family-sized homes are rising on average 10% a year, which is a direct contributor to the poor housing choice and reduced mobility of residents in the GTA. Production is simply not keeping up with demand. In an open and free market where we have fallen short of meeting demographically driven demand, I believe it is our job to understand why, and I don't believe we have addressed these issues in our draft guidelines to date. A TD Economics report from this year states that the Ontario government's laudable push to higher density housing has simply gone too far, driving unprecedented construction of tiny condos, typically tailored for shorter-term living, while seeing the supply of more affordable, family-friendly townhouses and single-family homes plummet across the GTA. These results are contrary to the intent of our own Healthy Neighborhoods policies, which we approved here today, that is supposed to ensure communities are planned with appropriate housing forms, enabling residents to raise and care for children and dependents, as well as transition from one phase of life to another. For too many families today, the transition from a tiny condo to a suitable family-sized home to raise children and care for dependents is simply not possible, and more must be done. Almost weekly now, there are news articles and stories of young families having to leave the city to find affordable family-sized units as far as Kitchener, Waterloo, Barrie, and Hamilton, leaving families, dependents, friends, and schools behind, only to have to drive for hours a day to get back into our city for jobs, placing additional stress on our already congested roads. According to the same TD Economics report, based on average income, it is now cheaper to buy a family-sized home in New York City than it is in Toronto. The province's 2005 Places to Grow legislation has come at a cost, and it's largely being borne by young families and homeowners. The report continues by stating that Toronto is facing growing structural challenges that are pushing both renting and home ownership increasingly out of reach for even high-income residents. In the past 10 years, we have seen unprecedented growth in tiny 600 to 900 square foot condo units, failing to provide a mix of family-sized units, which the report states won't be addressed without concrete actions on the part of policymakers. I believe the building design guidelines and language in the draft townhouse report are somewhat problematic, as they have the potential to further reduce the incentive to build family-sized housing units in Toronto. We need to work further with industry participants to add language in these guidelines that incentivize the development industry to build family-sized housing units, as well as establish targets so affordability is once again in reach for those looking to transition from one phase of life to another. I look forward to working with the Chief Planner to discuss and address these issues in time for May 11th, and I hope my fellow committee members will support this motion. Thank you.
Questions of Councillor DiCiano. Councillor Wong-Tam.
Yes, thank you very much. I just want to understand the motion, because when I read the report, I'm not reading that there's any obstacles to create family housing or family-size housing. Where are you reading this? How am I missing interpretation here?
I can explain it to you.
Maybe be specific on which page, which chapter, because I'm not disagreeing that we want family-size housing. I'm just not sure how are you extrapolating that from this report, which is just in draft form.
Right. So if you were to come to Etobicoke, you would see an overabundance of developments and applications that have stacked townhouse units being built repeatedly in our communities. Many councillors don't want stacked townhouses. It's just the same 600 to 900 square foot product. And when you talk to industry why we continue to get these smaller stacked townhouse units and why they're not putting in larger family size units, they'll tell you that it's policies like DIPS, it's certain setbacks that prohibit them from bringing family size units. So to get around those policies, they bring in DIPS they bring in stackers, which allows them to go underground with parking so they can overcome the policies that we brought forward. I'm looking to, add language to this report that defines what a family-size housing unit is, and further work with industry to promote the production of family-size units as opposed to continuing with stock of 600 to 900 square foot units.
Sorry, Councillor, I'm not following you. Where in the report, in this draft form, are you seeing obstacles to the provision and the building of family housing options? And I recognize that this is a
Specifically, 3.0 building design, when we talk about separation distances, step backs, orientation, I think a conversation needs to be had. I think there are, 45-degree angular planes which are designed for mid-rise and high-rise. I'm not sure that low-rise is suitable. I'm simply asking, Councillor, that we bring further discussions to these important matters. I look at the facts that residents face in the City of Toronto, and I'm asking that we have further discussion and understanding from the councillor perspective on why we continue to get tiny housing units in a stacked townhouse form as opposed to family-sized units. Understanding that the downtown core is fairly different than our suburbs. We have 5 suburbs in the City of Toronto that were planned differently for many years than the downtown core, and there's current situations happening in the suburbs that I believe could be corrected. So I'm just asking for consultation on this matter so that we can further understand the implications of it all.
Okay, then my final question is what are some of those unintended consequences of the current development infrastructure policy and standards?
I believe I answered that question.
Can you be more specific?
Most builders will tell you that because of dips, they go to the stacked townhouse form to get away from the policy. And the unintended consequence is communities continue to get 600 to 900 square foot townhouse units stacked on top of each other, which is not what communities are looking for. And you can see it in the drastic and crisis that we have in the city when home prices continue to escalate 10% a year in this city. 10% a year. And you look at stacked townhouse units, you looked at condos, they always stay the same. So we have to understand that we are not working to produce what the market needs in this city, and it's causing serious, serious problems. And those problems are resting on the shoulders of young families looking to get out of town, looking to get out of condo units, and it's being borne by them and homeowners who are having to pay, on average now, $1 million for a ground-based home.
Thank you. Are there other questions of Councillor DiCiano? So,
I think Councillor Fillion has a question.
do you have a question? No. You may speak. Councillor DiCiano, the first part of your motion is directing staff to revise the language. And I have trouble directing them to revise language. I prefer having them report on the issue with recommendations, because directing them to revise the language means they have to change the report.
I can agree with that.
Was it your intention on that?
Your wording, I think, is more appropriate.
Okay. I don't know if Councillor Fillion's motion, he has one, we'll do that. If not, well, if there's a way just to change the councillor's motion so it would, from, as a friendly amendment, to ask staff to report on.
That's the intent, Mr. Chair.
Just in case his motion is voted on separately from yours. I just want to see that it's. Okay. And the second part, you said that you're asking for any unintended consequences. I'm not trying to be facetious, but if they wrote dips, aren't all the consequences that the developers face intended?
Well, I just don't see, I think,
I don't mean it the wrong way, but if they intend the wider roads, they intend the sidewalks, they intend all the policies, then there really aren't any unintended impacts because they intended the developers to do that way. So I'm wondering if...
Yeah, I look at it as what communities are actually looking for and what people in the city are looking for in terms of product. Communities don't want stacked townhouses. I talked to Councillor Cole this morning. I've talked to many, many councillors who are fed up with the design of stacked townhouses in their communities. This is an unintended consequence. The fact that developers choose to go that route as opposed to building larger townhouses means that we're not bringing more stock to the city.
So my question, though, is there a way to, and didn't see your motion before, so my apologies, but to better clarify the issues that you were asking them to look at? And that was the reason for my question, is they intended the consequences that they have by the dips. So...
I believe that
the
dips...
Deputy City Manager is saying any adverse consequences, if any.
Sure, that sounds, yeah, that sounds like it's in the spirit. I'm just trying to have a conversation on what communities are looking for and the drastic crisis we face with our city's initiative to bring solely condo units to the market. And it's reflecting on home prices in this city, and I believe it's a serious issue.
Okay, I know what you're looking for, so we'll see what happens with staff. I'm not going to run this out for a long time. Councillor Fillion, you wish to speak?
Yes, I'm all for family-sized units. I have some amendment to Councillor DiCiano's motion so that it would read that the Chief Planner and Executive Director, City Planning, consider revising the language in the townhouse and low-rise apartments guidelines that would require, without incentives, the development industry to build family-sized housing units and define what size best represents the definition of family-sized units. And I would ask that 2 be voted for separately. I would be voting against item number 2. I would certainly like to see larger units, more family-friendly units. I think it's something we should be requiring, not providing incentives for. And I see Councillor DiCiano nodding his head, so maybe he'll vote for this change.
There are other members of committee that wish to speak. So I'll be brief. Councillor DiCiano, I know staff have some concern with stacked townhouses, but I had an application in the ward I represent where it was a deep lot on a main street, and they put a retail store on the front, and stacked houses in the back, and it's a great application. And it was very well priced, and it was sold out on a weekend for families, and it's right by a Subway. So in that area, it worked, and there are others. And then I've had other applications recently to replace either single-family homes or semis in different areas with townhouses that are not like one of our deputies said. They're 3 stories, and they're large, and they're family units, and they actually have 2-car parking. So I think the comment that you said about different parts of the city are different. Maybe the areas that we really have to go through when we have these guidelines come back and determine what's more appropriate in some areas. Because where you have tight land in downtown areas, where the roads are already narrower, where there's laneway development, where it's, as you're saying, worthwhile to try and see those areas develop with townhouses that are family-sized units, that's great. But if you take that same standard to some of the more suburban areas, and you may have it in Etobicoke, that same standard doesn't fit. And that's really what I'd be looking to have staff consider. The second part about the dips, I'll support staff looking at it, but on the applications that we've had, that I've seen throughout the North District, it's really been where the applicants were trying to put standards in for roadways or sidewalks or a lack of turning areas that didn't fit with that community and would have been difficult and might fit in, again, a more intense urban environment where, and I've been on streets that were stuck in the back of existing lots where you don't even have a proper place to turn around in downtown Toronto, when in some of the areas that I represent and through the north, there is sufficient room for that. And the narrow roads were simply a matter of profitability on behalf of the applicant, and would have then not provided reasonable parking or other amenities on the area. So I'll support the motions and look at it, but I really hope staff can come back with some recommendations. I will tell you that if we don't have these issues resolved by May 11th when it comes back, we may be asking you to go back further and try and resolve these, because there are opinions on both sides of this. And I think we're looking for the accommodation as to where it will work, where it won't work, and allow the flexibility to understand that it's a big city. And from the far reaches of Scarborough out at the northwest, to the downtown areas of the city of Toronto, to the far reaches of downtown or north of Etobicoke, we're all different. And having an amalgamated city makes it very difficult to have one set of standards that works everywhere. And I really would like to see that there's some accommodation in that as we go through the city and as we bring this back after, because one size fits all doesn't work. Otherwise, the motions that are here, you'd like them, Councillor Fillion, yours, I think, is voted on first as an amendment to the first part of Councillor DiCiano's motion. So all in favor? Councillor Fillion's amendment. Opposed? That's carried. Can I do Councillor DiCiano's first part of the motion, which is item 1 as amended, Madam Clerk? I don't have to? Okay. All right, then the second part is unintended consequences of the dips. A motion on Councillor DiCiano's motion. All in favor? I have to see hands. 1, 2, 3. Opposed? 2. That carries. Do I need to do anything else? I have to adopt the item as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Are we finished?
Yes, we are.
Can we adjourn?
Okay, sure.
Can I bang the gavel because we're all tired? And thank you all for staying. Yeah. To all the members of the committee, I know often we have trouble after lunch having a quorum, and it's hard to go on. You saw a long agenda. I really do want to thank you all for scheduling your days so you could be here, and for the deputants that stayed, thank you very much.